After UP, now the bulldozer politics has made its way into the national capital because today the South Delhi Municipal Corporation plans to take care of the illegal constructions in Shaheen Bagh area, and it's a 10-day anti-encroachment drive in various regions of Delhi. It's likely to demolish illegal structure in Shaheen Bagh area on Monday. The municipal corporation officials have also asked police for more protection to carry out the drive. This after municipal corporation released a letter on 28th of April stating its plan to carry out the drive. The campaign that began on 30th April also raised illegal structures near MG Road, Karni Singh Shooting Range and Okla and Kalindi Ukunj area about a few days ago. Several residents removing their roadside shops themselves. Several have blamed the corporation from being negligent in the beginning, as the Delhi government has accused the BJP of recreating bulldozer politics. BJP has supported the corporation's drive. CPM has filed a plea in Supreme Court against demolition drive in Shaheen Bagh.
और दिल्ली की अब भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्लान के हिसाब से दिल्ली की 1750 कॉलोनियां पे बुलडोजर चलेगा, क्योंकि ये कच्ची कॉलोनियां हैं, क्योंकि ये अनऑथराइज हैं, क्योंकि ये अनरेगुलर हैं और यहाँ करीब 14 लाख परिवार रहते हैं, लगभग 50 लाख लोग रहते हैं यहाँ। भारतीय जनता पार्टी अब इन सबको बेघर करेगी वहाँ पे, क्योंकि बुलडोजर की राजनीति करनी है इनको, क्योंकि इनको बुलडोजर चलाना है।
जिस प्रकार से एमटी ने आपको मालूम है कि कल अनाउंस किया हुआ है कि शाहीन बाग के अंदर होगी, तो ये एक रूटीन वो है, कोई इसमें एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी वो नहीं है। और पुलिस से मांग भी करी है कि पुलिस हमें दी जाए, पुलिस फोर्स दी जाए। मुझे लगता है कि ना सिर्फ शाहीन बाग बल्कि पूरी दिल्ली में जहाँ जहाँ रोहिंग्याज रहते हैं और अवैध बांग्लादेशी रहते हैं, वहाँ पे कार्रवाई होना जरूरी भी है। और मुझे लगता है कि दिल्ली का सेंटिमेंट भी यही कहता है कि अब बहुत हो गया, इन लोगों को अब दिल्ली से बाहर जाना चाहिए।
Politics has escalated over the Khalistani flags on the gates of Himachal Pradesh Assembly. The SIT has now been formed to probe the case. The SIT will coordinate with state and central agencies. A political slugfest has begun between AAP and BJP over the controversy. AAP Islam BJP saying BJP is busy saving goons, cannot provide security to even Assembly House. They've also demanded the resignation of Himachal Chief Minister. Himachal Chief Minister Jairam Thakur hinted at handing over case to central agencies, assuring that people involved with the incident will not be spared.
दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और इस घटना के खिलाफ हमने जांच के आदेश दे दिए है, एफआईआर दर्ज कर ली गई है और जो भी दोषी होंगे उनको पकड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। जितने भी सीसीटीवी वहां पर हैं उसमें हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि भी उसमें कहीं न कहीं उनकी मूवमेंट हमको मिल पाए। लेकिन जो घटना घटित हुई है इसकी मैं निंदा करता हूं और हिमाचल प्रदेश में सभी लोगों से मैं इस बात के लिए निवेदन करना चाहूंगा कि हम शांति बनाए रखें और दोषियों के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करेंगे, निश्चित रूप से करेंगे।
Fresh arrests and IDs recovered from Punjab's Taran lead to a bigger controversy around this. It's got links to Pakistan's ISI as well. We're bringing you that story and also the story on how the Khalistani flags were at the gates of Himachal Assembly. Take a look at this complete comprehensive report to give you a better understanding of what's going on.
A plot to cause serial blasts. Crowded trains on target. Mumbai's locals on terror radar. Lead India conspiracy by Pakistan. Aided by Khalistani radicals in India. Sensational revelations in the Khalistani terror plot busted in Haryana. Arrest of Khalistani terrorists from Haryana's Karnal and Punjab's Tarn Taran have revealed a sinister plot hatched in Pakistan with aid of radicalized young men to target Indian cities, including Mumbai. After grilling of the suspect, Punjab cops recovered 2.5 kilogram RDX explosive and several mobile phones hidden in a gunny bag from Nowshera, and have made fresh arrests of Khalistani terrorists.
The police and other agencies are trying to find out and trying to join all the dots on the basis of the pieces of information being provided by the arrested Khalistani operatives during their interrogation.
The first arrests had taken place last week at the Karnal toll plaza in Haryana, when the 4 terrorists were on their way to Telangana to drop an arms consignment using a Delhi-registered Toyota Innova car. The ammunition, including RDX-laced IEDs, had come from Pakistan-backed Babbar Khalsa International terror mastermind Harvinder Singh Rinda.
हमारी विभिन्न टीमें इनसे पूछताछ कर रही है और साथ ही अलग अलग राज्यों की पुलिस की टीमें भी यहाँ पर आई हुई हैं। साथ ही सेंट्रल एजेंसीज और बीएसएफ की टीम भी कल एक यहाँ टीम आई थी, वो भी अपने लेवल पे जो भी उनको इनपुट चाहिए या जो भी इंफॉर्मेशन चाहिए वो भी कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं।
Grilling reveals that Rinda also sent a consignment of RDX to Maharashtra's Nanded in March.
टीम जाने के बाद डिटेल्स पता चलेंगे और वो कंसाइनमेंट कहाँ से निकला था, कहाँ पहुंचा था, किसके पास डिलीवरी हुई थी, इस बारे में हम तहकीकात करेंगे।
According to sources, the plan was to cause serial blasts in passenger trains and Mumbai locals at the behest of Pakistan's ISI stooge Rinda, currently believed to be hiding in Islamabad. And amid this terror alert, there was a fresh scare in Himachal Pradesh's Dharamshala. Khalistani flags were found tied at the main gate and the boundary wall of the Legislative Assembly. Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister Jairam Thakur has now promised strict action.
उस घटना के खिलाफ हमने जांच के आदेश दे दिए है, एफआईआर दर्ज कर ली गई है और जो भी दोषी होंगे उनको पकड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
Suffering maximum reverses in Jammu and Kashmir, is Pakistan planning to foment trouble using its Khalistani terror proxies? With Manjeet Sehgal in Chandigarh and Arvind Ojha in Karnal, Bureau Report, India Today.
Russia is going to be celebrating its 77th victory day, even as the war continues in Ukraine. And President Putin's address to the nation on Victory Day is expected to be the most watched event in the country. Speculation is rife. What is President Putin going to say? The Victory Day parade is one of the most significant events in Russia, held on 9th of May. It marks the end of World War II in Europe with the defeat and surrender of Nazi Germany on 8th May 1945. Moscow and many parts of Russia and Russian-captured territories, including Mariupol, are going to witness celebrations of Victory Day, or what is locally called the Patriotic War. President Putin is expected to use occasion as a means to promote patriotic unity and showcase the country's military might. Amongst the pro-war additions this year, group of fighter jets is expected to fly over central Moscow in the shape of a Z, a popular symbol of support for the Russian troops in Ukraine. According to Russia's defense ministry, there will be 129 vehicles, 10,000 personnel, 11,000 people, 131 units of industrial special equipment, 77 aircrafts, helicopters. They're all going to be taking part in the parade.
May 9th, one of the most significant holidays here in Russia, and you see throngs of people from across Russia who've come down to Moscow. It's holiday season, but for more important for them is to witness the Victory Day parade, or what they call the Patriotic War, when Soviet Union won and defeated Nazi Germany. If you see the streets, all the streets over here are now lined up with not just the Russian flags, but the Soviet victory flag. This is the Tretskaya street, which is going to witness the parade. This is where the parade will begin from. It'll move. The movement of the columns will take place from here up to the Red Square, where the parade officially is going to take place in front of the huge delegation leadership, including President Putin. On the streets here, in the streets of Moscow, you can see people with newspapers of the time when Soviet Union declared victory over Germany and the victory of World War II in Europe. That happened on the 9th of May after Germany surrendered on the 8th of May. St. George's ribbon as also newspaper that is now being distributed. People over here collecting, reading the material, and President Putin is going to emphasize and reassert the idea of Soviet Union, the idea of being together. This comes at a time when war with Ukraine has gone on to its third month with no successful or major victory in sight. We do know that Mariupol certainly has been taken, but what will President Putin be saying is certainly something that not only Russia but the world will be watching. With journalist Satya Rautray in Moscow, Geeta Mohan for India Today.
And world leaders are flocking to Ukraine, whether it is Jill Biden, whether it is Justin Trudeau, they're all showing solidarity with Ukraine. In fact, US First Lady Jill Biden made an unannounced visit to Ukraine after meeting refugee children and their mothers in Romania. Jill Biden met and visited a school in Romania's Bucharest, where she met the refugee children and their mothers. She was accompanied by wife of President of Romania, Carmen Lohannis. Jill Biden also traveled to Ukraine in a surprise visit and met Ukraine's First Lady, Olena Zelensky, as Russia continued its onslaught on Ukraine. Jill Biden, after the visit, said she wanted to go to Ukraine on Mother's Day to send out a message that the war had to stop and the US was standing in solidarity with Ukrainians. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau also made a surprise visit to Irpin, which was damaged by Russian attacks, and stood in solidarity with the Ukrainians. Russian forces are continuing to attack Odessa. They are continuing their offensive in Mariupol as well. And from what we're picking up, Ukraine has evacuated their people from Mariupol in time for the Victory Day celebrations of Russia. Ukraine has announced that all women, children, older adults have been evacuated. A key Russian war objective. Here is a news report coming in.
Russia-Ukraine war has been going on for over 2.5 months now. Putin's army fired a cruise missile at the southern Ukrainian city of Odessa on Saturday and bombarded the besieged steel mill in Mariupol. Hopeful to complete their conquest of the port city in time for Russian Victory Day celebrations on Monday. Amid raining missiles, shells and bombardments in Ukraine, Russia is marking 77 years of victory over Nazi Germany.
May 9th is a very important day after the surrender of Germany on the 8th of May. But the Soviet Union played a very important role in the defeat of Germany. But the message loud and clear, that's the Soviet banner. And the message this time around is going to be reminding the world, reminding Ukraine that they were part of the Soviet Union. It's uncanny and eerie that as Russia and many parts of Europe will be celebrating or marking the occasion of the end of World War II in Europe, the defeat of Germany, Russia is on the brink of yet another war. Will it lead to World War III is the big question.
Ukraine fears its troops still holed up in the Azovstal plant face massacre after the evacuation of all women, children and the elderly. Ukraine's military flattened Russian positions on a Black Sea island that was captured in the war's first days has now become a symbol of resistance.
This is the last place in Mariupol where Ukrainian forces are still occupying. So it seems that in days to come there will be an offensive launched by the Russian side on the Azovstal steel plant to flush out Ukrainian soldiers who are there.
Ukrainian counter-offensive is advancing around the second largest city, Kharkiv, a key target of the Russian shelling. Will the fall of Mariupol, timed with the day of biggest celebrations of Russian war capabilities, mark a decisive phase of the Ukrainian war? With Geeta Mohan in Moscow and Abhishek Bhalla in Kyiv, Bureau Report, India Today.
Chennai Super Kings beating Delhi Capitals. Our next story, we're bringing you all the updates from IPL 2022 as we slip into a very short commercial break. This story and more in just about a minute.
Everything is well for the war supremo Putin. He will soon have to give up control of the war because of his allegedly worsening health. There has been widespread speculation about his health since the start of the war. A recent video surfaced that raised suspicion over his health. It shows him clenching the table and slouching in his chair. Some analysts have pointed out that his behavior became increasingly erratic. As reported by Telegram channel General SVR, which was tipped by a Kremlin insider, he is preparing for cancer surgery. It is also reported that he delayed his surgery and it will no longer take place before the commemoration of Russia's World War II Victory Day in Red Square on May 9. So what's next for the war? He's not leaving the battlefield empty. Nikolai Patrushev, his current spy chief, will take temporary control of the war. The 70-year-old has been seen as the chief architect of the war. He planted the idea of Kyiv being flushed with neo-Nazis and drove Putin to start the Russia-Ukraine war. Putin was unlikely to agree to transfer power, but was ready to place a representative to control the war effort. This comes as a surprising move, as ideally the power should be transferred to the Prime Minister. Nikolai has been described as a hawk's hawk and the most dangerous man in Russia. In a recent interview he said, Europe and European civilization have no future, and also hinted at dismembering Ukraine. Washington describes him as a true spy czar, who's a master of dark arts and has an enduring impulse for aggression. The news also comes at a time when Putin reportedly will launch an all-out war across Ukraine and order mass mobilization of military-age men. But sources point out that Vladimir Putin's absence would be brief and he will be back soon to lead the war from the front lines.
You are watching India Today.
To the battle.
Massive shelling. This entire camp was attacked. And now we'll see how fierce the fighting is at the border.
Nobody closer to the line of fire. One team has the world riveted.
Visiting journalist Satya Rautre in Golvanaka, Geeta Mohan for India Today.
And Chennai Super Kings registered a win against Delhi Capitals. All that happened in IPL 2022. Our next focus, take a look at this complete report.
Cricket. Having been sent into bat, the openers got the men in yellow off to a good start. And it was Devon Conway who was once again looking in sensational touch.
That's the big side of the...
Along with Ruturaj Gaikwad for company, the two wreaked havoc on Delhi's bowling attack.
Down the track, great connection.
Can somebody else? Conway got to his 50 of just 27 balls. While Nokia outfoxed Ruturaj Gaikwad with a 151 km/h delivery, Conway was still in full throttle.
Just like that. Just like that. Easy.
Shivam Dubey, after a watchful first few balls, took Shardul Thakur to the cleaners.
You don't want to be full because when you're...
There was a stutter for CSK when Conway and Dubey got out in successive overs.
Well, this is straight to David Warner. He doesn't drop him. For MS Dhoni to do well. He goes down.
But vintage MS Dhoni came out to bat, and even as wickets fell at the other end, his unbeaten 8-ball 21 got CSK past 200.
Go straight.
In reply, Delhi Capitals lost both Shrikant Bharat and David Warner inside the first 5 overs.
Yeah, there we go.
Rishabh Pant and Mitchell Marsh then put together a counter-attacking stand.
Hasn't be their strongest suit.
But Moeen Ali and Mukesh Chaudhary broke Delhi's back. Marsh, Pant, Ripple, Aksar and Powell all perished in the space of 4 overs. At 85 for 7, it was all but over for Delhi. And in the end, Chennai completed a massive victory to keep their playoff hopes alive.
That's a wrap for me, Chaiti Narula, this morning on this bulletin. And as I bid farewell, don't forget to log on to indiatoday.in or go ahead and download our app. Lots more coming up on the other side. Stay tuned to India Today.
So it is actually unreal to see the kind of attention every tweet from Elon Musk gets. But what do? The man has already bought Twitter, and now his next tweet has everyone asking one question: does Coca-Cola actually have cocaine? Is he joking? Or did the company actually add cocaine to its product? Well, the short answer is yes and no. So way back in 1885, when pharmacist John Pemberton came up with the formula of Coca-Cola, cocaine was in it. At least that is what the US government's National Institute of Drug Abuse claimed. What was actually in the formula, if one may think? In his formula, Pemberton used extraction of the coca leaf from which cocaine is made. The formula also contained cola nut, which has caffeine. So the name Coca-Cola was thus inspired by these two main elements. The formula was made at a time when cocaine was legal in the US. It was even used as a common ingredient in medicines. Now I think Pemberton was a marketing genius because he actually marketed Coca-Cola in the initial days as a medicine. He called it a brain tonic and intellectual beverage that could cure headaches, upset stomach and fatigue. Unlike today, since there were no regulations on medicines in the 19th century, many got away with adding addictive ingredients to their products and branding them as having health benefits. In around 1891, some Americans spoke out against the use of addictive ingredients in patent medicines. So following this, manufacturers in the US slowly reduced the content of such ingredients in their products, and Coca-Cola also complied. They began reducing the content of cocaine in the product and removed it completely by 1929.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching.
Oh, sorry.
हाँ जी, नमस्कार जी। पॉलिटिक्स में कहता हूँ कि आम आदमी हूँ। गुजराती माँ बोले सामान्य मानस छू 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 बंगाली में कहते हैं अमी एकदम साधारण मानुष और पंजाबी विच कहंदे ने ओ चक दो तुहाडे बिन नहीं रहना तुहानू सब फ्री देना तुहाडे वर्गा कोई नहीं ओ साथियो हम तुमसे इतना सेंग तुमको फ्री में बिजली देंगे मुफ्त में पानी लाएंगे बैठ के ढोकला खाएंगे हम तुमसे इतना सेंग चुनाव के दिन है आएंगे बैठ के फाफड़ा खाएंगे गुजरात में कुर्सी पाएंगे अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं कि कॉमन मैन हूँ गुजराती माँ बोले सामान्य मानस छू बंगाली में कहते हैं अमी एकदम साधारण मानुष और पंजाबी विच कहंदे ने ओ चक दो तुहाडे बिन नहीं रहना तुहानू सब फ्री देना तुहाडे वर्गा कोई नहीं ओ साथियो गुजराती बंगाली पंजाबी के बाद कन्नड़ में भी सीख रहा हूँ जी जल्दी बताऊंगा क्या कहते हैं नमस्कार जी
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dog, no dhabba, only beautiful walls.
There's nobody closer to the battle.
Massive shelling. This entire camp was attacked. And now we'll see how fierce the fighting is at the border.
Nobody closer to the line of fire. One team has the world riveted.
Deputy Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray in Volvanaka, Geeta Mohan for India Today.
Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. In association with Spotify. Download the music app for free.
After Maharashtra loudspeaker controversy hits Karnataka, loudspeakers blare Chalisa to counter Azan. Shiv Sena activists up the ante, slam Chief Minister Bomai for inaction. Maha face-off between Ranas and Uddhav escalates. State likely to challenge the couple's bail. Ranas defiant will fly to Delhi, say chanting Chalisa is not a crime. Court to hear Delhi police case alleging abduction of BJP leader Tajinder Bagga by Punjab police. The High Court has restrained cops to take coercive action against Bagga until tomorrow. Big Gyan Vapi Masjid controversy. Plea in court to remove commissioner appointed to survey the premises, alleging bias. One of the petitioners to withdraw plea seeking not to offer prayers at the disputed site. Biggest NIA crackdown on Dawood gang. Raids at 20 locations in Mumbai. Modus operandi of D Company to create unrest in India stands exposed. Amid the war with Ukraine, Russia to celebrate its Victory Day. Mega military might on display. Putin likely to address the country in what is expected to be the most watched event. Some news just coming in. Savarkar's image in Trishur Puram umbrella sparks a controversy. An important Kerala temple group that is among the organizers of the well-known Trishur Puram on Sunday ran into a controversy after it decided to feature Hindutva icon and freedom fighter V.D. Savarkar in an ornate umbrella as part of the upcoming facilities. However, the temple authorities decided to withdraw the umbrella from display after leaders of the Congress and the CPIM raised objections. The umbrellas featuring various Renaissance and freedom movement leaders including Mahatma Gandhi, Bhagat Singh and other prominent leaders from Kerala also had an image of Savarkar. The temple authority was quoted as saying it's not going to do anything that's going to affect communal harmony or that may hurt the Puram or affect religious harmony of the festival. Congress leader Padmaja Venugopal said in a Facebook post, the Sangh Parivar agenda has been forced into the Puram by including the image of Savarkar. Image of Savarkar on a Puram umbrella, and the Congress and the CPI have taken serious objections. These umbrellas featuring various Renaissance and freedom movement leaders includes Mahatma Gandhi, Bhagat Singh and other prominent leaders from Kerala. This also had an image of Savarkar. The temple authority was quoted as saying it's not going to do anything that is going to affect the communal harmony and then has not displayed these umbrellas anymore. This after Congress leader Padmaja Venugopal said in a Facebook post that Sangh Parivar agenda has been forced into the Puram. The CPI and Congress in the state raised objections. Pramod is getting us more details on that story. No surprises there, Pramod, that the image of Savarkar on the Puram umbrella, which is a religious festival essentially, has sparked off an outrage with the CPIM and the Congress lashing out against the BJP, saying that this is the imposition of a particular ideology.
It is definitely turning into a huge controversy because Trishur Puram is a world-renowned festival, and it is a kind of festival where you could see scores of elephants marching, and they will have umbrellas, and it's a very important festival in Kerala. But however, this time an image of V.D. Savarkar on one of the umbrellas has caused this issue. Just like you mentioned, Congress and the left parties are claiming that it is unacceptable. However, the Paramakava Devaswam, which actually handles Trishur Puram, they claim that they will not do anything that will cause any kind of disharmony, and they want to make sure that Trishur Puram is conducted and it is above politics. This is what they are trying to say. However, we also come to know that the images were selected based on the images that was released by the union government under Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. But it looks like the left parties are definitely going to take it forward, and this definitely has picked up a huge controversy in Kerala.
Pramod, how do you think the CPIM and the Congress are going to escalate this matter further from here on, given the atmosphere in the country already?
Already the Congress party leaders, including Padmaja, have raised this issue, and they are claiming that they are calling this as Sangh Parivar ideology, and that has infiltrated into a state that is being run by left parties. So that there itself it has started already, and the Chief Minister and various other leaders, apparently the left party is not happy with what has occurred. So it looks like a detailed conversation is going to be held between the Paramakava Devaswam and the government itself, and only then we'll come to know how it's going to move forward from there.
Pramod, why did this image appear to begin with, and this is the first time this image is appearing? What are the temple authorities saying? What was the need to have this image?
In general, when it comes to Trishur Puram, the images of freedom fighters are used in general, and in fact even those visuals you could see, the Chandrasekhar Azad, Bhagat Singh, various other freedom fighter images are used over there. Though the Devaswam board has not provided a detailed explanation as to what exactly happened, we've come to know that the images were only selected from the images that was released under Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav by the central government, and this is where they caught that image. And it looks like even though they have to directly provide an explanation to the government, for now they are waiting to make sure that the Puram is conducted amicably, and post which an explanation would be provided.
All right, Pramod, thanking you for the moment, for getting us all of those details. Pramod Madhav with that detailed report on what has happened as far as the temple putting out the image of Savarkar on the umbrellas for the Puram is concerned. And this, of course, has riled up the Congress and the CPIM. Well, after Maharashtra loudspeaker controversy, this matter has reached Karnataka. Loudspeakers blaring Hanuman Chalisa to counter Azan in 4 to 5 temples in Karnataka. Hindu outfit Shiv Sena have upped the ante against the Bombay government. Hindu outfit activists say they had planned the loudspeaker counter on the 1st of May, but they were waiting for the Chief Minister to take action. Bombay is facing heat from activists for not taking action on the loudspeakers installed at mosques in the state. Meanwhile, the police have taken activists into custody who were all set to launch the Chalisa chanting at a temple in Bengaluru. Shiv Sena had earlier warned it's going to counter morning azan with Hanuman Chalisa or devotional songs if the government does not take action against loudspeakers installed at mosques.
ಧಾರವಾಡದಲ್ಲಿ 4 ರಿಂದ 5 ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಅಭಿಯಾನ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಮೋದ್ ಮುತಾಲಿಕ್ ಅವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಾಗ ಈ ಅಭಿಯಾನ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು 9ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಿನ ನಾವು ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ 1ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಿನ ಮಟ್ಟ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಕ್ರಮ ತೆಗೊಳ್ಳಲಿಲ್ಲದ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರ ಕಾರಣ ನಾವೀಗ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾइकನ್ನು ಹಾಕಿದ್ವಿ.
सर्वोच्च न्यायालय तथा उच्च न्यायालय बार-बार सरकार से कह रहे हैं कि जो लाउड स्पीकर जो है वो कहीं पर भी कानून के साउंड पोल्यूशन एक्ट में नहीं आता है. उसके द्वारा अजान देने की जब बात की जाती है तो इसको अब कहा जा रहा है यह हमारा धार्मिक अधिकार है. जिस प्रकार से हिजाब को हमारा धार्मिक अधिकार है ये कहा गया और फिर कर्नाटक उच्च न्यायालय ने ये बताया कि यह आपका धार्मिक अधिकार नहीं हो सकता है. उसी प्रकार से इलाहाबाद उच्च न्यायालय ने अब ये कहा कि अजान देना एक बार आपका धार्मिक अधिकार हो सकता है, लेकिन आपका लाउड स्पीकर से अजान देना ये आपका धार्मिक अधिकार कैसे होगा? ये बेसिक फंडामेंटल राइट कैसे हो सकता है? उत्तर प्रदेश में योगी आदित्यनाथ जी करीब 60,000 जो प्रार्थना केंद्र है उनके ऊपर के लाउड स्पीकर यदि निकाल सकते हैं तो फिर कर्नाटक में ये क्यों नहीं हो सकता है? इसलिए श्री सेना ने जो आह्वान किया है तो ये आह्वान केवल हिंदू धर्म के दृष्टिकोण से नहीं है. लाउड स्पीकर की परेशानी हर किसी को होती है.
The face-off over Hanuman Chalisa doesn't seem to be ending anytime soon. The couple, the Ranas, will visit Delhi to brief Home Minister of the situation and Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla as well. Meanwhile, the state government is likely to challenge the plea for Ranas for flouting the terms of the bail. After being released from the hospital, Ranas alleged that action was taken against them for chanting Hanuman Chalisa, launching a fight over Hindutva. BJP supported the independent lawmaker couple. The Amaravati MP and MLA husband Ravi Rana were arrested by the Mumbai police on the 24th of April following their public declaration of reciting the Hanuman Chalisa outside the residence of Uddhav Thackeray, the Maharashtra Chief Minister. This in Matoshri in Bandra.
After bail and hospitalization on May 5, Amaravati Member of Parliament Navneet Rana did a ghar wapsi on Sunday from Mumbai's Lilavati Hospital. But not without some explosive attack on Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray and flaunting the Hanuman Chalisa prayer book. Navneet had got bail in the sedition case, slapped after her bid to recite the Hanuman Chalisa outside Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray's house. Navneet and her MLA husband Ravi Rana were granted bail on the condition of not talking about the Chalisa recital case. She roared and said, if reciting the Hanuman Chalisa is an offence, then she will rather be in prison.
अगर
हनुमान चालीसा और भगवान का नाम लेना अगर गुनाह है तो 14 दिन नहीं 14 साल रहने को मैं जेल में तैयार हूँ। अगर ये लगता है कि वो एक महिला की आवाज जेल के माध्यम से अगर दबा सकते हैं तो 14 दिन में महिला दबने वाली नहीं। हमारी लड़ाई जो है वो भगवान के नाम की लड़ाई है और मैं आगे भी उसको कंटिन्यू करने वाली हूँ।
Rana hit out hard at Uddhav Thackeray, daring him for an election fight and attributing his rise to power to late Bala Saheb Thackeray.
उद्धव ठाकरे जी को भी बोलना चाहूंगी, इतना अत्याचार तुम्हारे पास पावर है, पावर का दुरुपयोग तुमने किया है, तो मैं आपको चैलेंज करती हूँ कि लोगों के बीच में आकर इलेक्शन लड़कर चुन के दिखाइए। महाराष्ट्र में कोई भी डिस्ट्रिक्ट आप चुनिए और लोगों की सेवा करके चुन के आना किसे कहते हैं, वो वहाँ खड़े रहिए और आपके विरोध में आपके सामने मैं खड़ी रहूंगी और चुन के आपने दिखाना कि महिला ताकत के सामने और ईमानदारी और मेहनत के सामने किस तरीके से चुन के कौन आ सकता है। मैं कभी भी नफरत की भावना से काम नहीं करती। मैं मेरे लोगों के बीच में रहकर लोगों की सेवा करके यहाँ तक पहुँची हूँ। मेरे अंदर सिर्फ एक ही भाव है कि खुद से मेहनत करके वो व्यक्ति खड़ा हो और वो चुन के आके दिखाए। फादर के नाम से तो हर कोई जीता है, खुद के नाम बना के देखें तुम्हारे में ताकत क्या है।
हनुमान चालीसा।
Navneet Rana's husband Ravi also hit out at the Shiv Sena, adding he'll apprise Home Minister Amit Shah now.
जो हमारे साथ हुआ है वो हम केंद्र से न्याय मांगेंगे। केंद्र से उम्मीद है कि हमारे पे जो अन्याय हुआ है उसके लिए हमको न्याय देंगे और संजय राउत अनिल परब के ऊपर भी कार्रवाई होना चाहिए। उद्धव ठाकरे की जो काले चिट्टा जो है वो भी केंद्र से खुला हुआ है, उस पर भी कार्रवाई होना चाहिए।
संजय राउत ने तो कहा है कि बीजेपी की बैकिंग के जरिए आपने ये सब किया है, इस्तेमाल किया गया है आपका, ये कहा जा रहा है।
संजय राउत मैं बोल दिया है, चवन्नी छाप है, वो कांग्रेस और महाविकास आघाड़ी का दलाल है और दलाली करते करते उन्होंने पूरी शिवसेना डुबाने का काम भी किया है।
The government lawyer has cried violation of the bail condition after Rana's fresh outburst. What will be the Rana's couple next course of action in the Hanuman Chalisa controversy? With Pankaj Upadhyay in Mumbai, Bureau Report, India Today.
The showdown over Bagga's arrest continues. Delhi court is likely to hear a case of abduction today. The court registered a case of kidnapping based on a complaint filed by Tajinder Singh Bagga's father, Preetpal Singh. On Saturday, Punjab and Haryana High Court granted relief to Tajinder Bagga in a midnight hearing. The court ordered stay on any course of action against Bagga till the next hearing on the 10th of May. This after a fresh arrest warrant was issued against Bagga.
After days of cat and mouse and a raging political storm, where the police from 3 states clashed over him, Bharatiya Janata Party's Tajinder Pal Singh Bagga got a massive midnight respite from the Punjab and Haryana High Court. On wee hours on Sunday, Punjab and Haryana High Court held an urgent post-midnight hearing and granted him relief. The High Court asked the Punjab police not to arrest Bagga till 10th of May, the next date of hearing on his plea for the respite.
The question petition is filed by Tajinder Singh Bagga against that FIR, that the FIR is politically motivated and he has been falsely implicated in the FIR, and there is no iota of allegations in the FIR which comes under the sections of IPC mentioned in the FIR.
After the High Court relief, the firebrand BJP leader hit out at Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal again, accusing him of pursuing vendetta politics and being soft on the desecration case accused.
अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल सोचते हैं कि एफआईआर करके हमें डरा सकते हैं, गिरफ्तारियां करके हमें डरा सकते हैं, तो हम उन्हें कहना चाहते हैं आप एक नहीं 100 एफआईआर करिए। हम जिस ताकत से इस लड़ाई को लड़ रहे हैं उससे ज्यादा ताकत से लड़ेंगे और हमारे हौसले अब और भी बुलंद हुए हैं।
केजरीवाल शुरू से ही डरता है, घबराता है तेजिंदर से, और आज से नहीं, जब से पहली बार चीफ मिनिस्टर बना था उसके पहले से ही। उस समय के आपके कार्यकर्ता कहते थे कि केजरीवाल साहब को रात में भी तेजिंदर आता है सपने में।
The BJP, which staged a protest at Kejriwal's house, had a political face-off with the Aam Aadmi Party. Kejriwal's party accused the BJP of harboring goons.
FIR was filed in Punjab. While the contents of the complaint, the complainant, the victim, as well as the alleged perpetrator, all of them reside in Delhi. But the jurisdiction, strangely, was with Punjab. And the reason was because they wanted to misuse the powers of Punjab police and curb Tajinder Bagga's freedom of expression.
मोहाली कोर्ट का जो आदेश है वो अब आप देखिए, उसमें साफ तौर पे अरेस्ट वारंट जारी हुआ है। पंजाब की सरकार ने कहा है कि जब हाई कोर्ट की सुनवाई होगी उस वक्त पूरा मामला सामने रखा जाएगा। इस पे हाई कोर्ट ने कल रात को सुन के अब आगे जो सुनवाई होगी उस पर तस्वीर साफ होगी कि क्या होता है। तो ये जरूर साबित हो गया बीजेपी की इतनी पूरी भाग दौड़ और पूरी प्रक्रिया से कि एक गुंडे को बचाने के लिए किसी भी हद तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी जा सकती है।
Bagga is a vocal critic of Arvind Kejriwal and was booked by the police of Aam Aadmi Party ruled Punjab for allegedly making provocative comments, promoting enmity and criminal intimidation. He was rounded up by the Punjab police but was seized by the Haryana police after a kidnapping case was lodged with Delhi police by the BJP Neta's father.
A politics that has erupted where we see that the Congress leaders like P. Chidambaram has hit out to the police, calling that they're serving their political masters. On the other hand, the BJP is accusing that Arvind Kejriwal is afraid of Tejinder Bagga. With video journalist Ravi, this is Shreya Chatterjee for India Today.
With that, it's time for a quick break. Here on the other side, biggest NIA crackdown on the Dawood gang. Raids at 20 locations in Mumbai. Modus operandi of D Company to create unrest in India stands exposed.
Фермери повинні працювати під час війни, тому що фермери забезпечують країну продовольством. Коли мінується поле, їх видно. Тому на цьому полі тут все було очевидно, що один заряд лежить, більш немає. Якщо ж взяти от сусідне поле, де пшениця, то там уже проблематично побачити ці заряди. Навіть таку ракету там її практично неможливо знайти. І це буде дуже велика проблема під час уборки урожаю. Фермери повинні працювати під час війни, тому що фермери забезпечують країну продовольчою безпекою. І якщо ми сьогодні вчасно не посіємо, ми не отримаємо урожаю. А ви ж бачите, що яка твориться ситуація в нас в південних районах нашої України, в нашій Запорізькій, Херсонській, Миколаївській області. Уже орки вивезли більшу половину врожаю.
Це, виходить, сама бойова частина, де в ній знаходиться 30 касетних елементів, які призначені для знищення живої сили противника, які повинні відкриватися сам касетний блок бойової частини на висоті, але
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Well, National Investigative Agency's biggest ever crackdown on Dawood's company in Mumbai. Multiple raids are being conducted on associates of Dawood, which include sharpshooters, drug traffickers, real estate managers of Dawood and Hawala operators. NIA in February this year registered a case pertaining to the involvement of top leadership and operatives of D company in terrorist activities, organized crime and acts aimed at creating unrest in India. Dawood was designated as a global terrorist in the year 2003 by India and the United States with a reward of $25 million on his head for his involvement in the 1993 Bombay serial blasts. The Gyanvapi mosque issue has gotten bigger. The team carrying out court-ordered survey was stopped for the second time in a row. The team will submit the incomplete report to the court, which had set the deadline of today. The court is also going to hear the petition for the removal of Commissioner, who has been accused of bias by the Muslim community. Meanwhile, one of the petitioners have withdrawn from the case. A war of words has erupted over the issue. AIMIM Chief Asauddin Owaisi has condemned Varanasi court's order on surveying the Gyanvapi Shringar Gauri complex and alleged that the court was opening way for anti-Muslim violence. BJP has hit out at Owaisi over his comments. And the ongoing tussle in Kashi over the Gyanvapi mosque is just not the only controversy. A new demand for a similar survey at Taj Mahal has now emerged. Here's more.
Amid the ongoing tussle in Kashi over the Gyanvapi mosque, a new demand for a similar survey at the Taj Mahal has entered the showdown. A BJP leader from Ayodhya has now filed a petition demanding videography of the 22 rooms closed to the public in the historic monument.
ताजमहल के उन्हीं 22 कमरों के पीछे हिंदू धर्मगुरु कहते हैं वो शिव मंदिर है, मुस्लिम कहते हैं कि इबादत गाह है। और अब देश में तमाम इससे पीछे भी आपने देखा होगा हिंदू मुस्लिम बहुत हुआ। मैंने आरटीआई लगाई, आरटीआई से भी मुझको संतोषजनक जवाब नहीं मिला। बताया गया कि 22 कमरे सुरक्षा कारणों से बंद हैं। तब मैंने माननीय न्यायालय का सहारा लिया और माननीय न्यायालय से यही मांग की कि इन 22 कमरों को खोल दीजिए, कमेटी गठित कर दीजिए, इसकी वीडियोग्राफी करा दीजिए, जो भी फाइंडिंग आए उसको जो है पब्लिक डोमेन में कर दीजिए ताकि ये विवाद सदा सदा के लिए खत्म हो जाए।
The applicant has sought a committee by the state government to look for Hindu idols or scriptures in the premises of the Taj Mahal. The Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party had a massive showdown over this issue.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी को चाहिए कि मुख्य मुद्दों पर बात करें, महंगाई कैसे कम हो इस पर याचिका दायर करें, बेरोजगारी कैसे खत्म हो इस पर याचिका दायर करें। इसकी जगह ये लोग सिर्फ हिंदू मुसलमान की बात करते नजर आते हैं जो संविधान के विरुद्ध है।
कोर्ट को यह अधिकार है कि उसकी याचिका को स्वीकार करे या उसको खारिज करे। कोर्ट अगर किसी की याचिका को स्वीकार करके उसको अनुत्तोषित देने की बात कर रहा है तो इस बात को लेकर के कांग्रेस पार्टी को समस्या क्यों हो रही है? क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी इस देश में एक स्वतंत्र न्यायपालिका नहीं होने देना चाहती? न्यायपालिका के पास अपना विवेक है, वो कानून की परिधि के दायरे में ही कोई निर्णय कर रही है और किसी भी व्यक्ति को आजादी है कि वो कोर्ट का दरवाजा खटखटा सकता है।
Back in Kashi, the court-appointed survey team for the Gyanvapi mosque is facing resistance from the Muslim community, forcing it to stop the survey.
कमिश्नर महोदय को और अधिवक्तावादी को काफी रिसीव कराने। हम कार्रवाई में पार्टिसिपेट करने नहीं आए।
क्यों आपने कार्रवाई का बहिष्कार कर दिया है?
क्योंकि हमें कमिश्नर साहब की निष्पक्षता पर हमें संदेह था।
तो ये संदेह आपने अदालत में नहीं कही?
नहीं, आज कही है, आज भी कही, इसी हमारे एप्लीकेशन पर ऑर्डर हुआ।
कमिश्नर को कार्रवाई करने के तो निर्देश है, उसमें कोई मनाही तो है?
तो निर्देश है तो मनमाना करेंगे निर्देश।
सेंटर से हम लोग को सहयोग नहीं मिला। पुलिस ने तो पूरी सहायता किया है, लेकिन आगे हम
अंदर हुआ क्या? जब आप लोग गई तो अंदर क्या हुआ?
बहुत ज्यादा की संख्या में उधर से जो है कि लोग आ गए।
Going across straight to Navneet Rana, MP from Amaravati, who's speaking right now. Let's go straight to that.
दादा पूर्ण महाराष्ट्र बोलते आणि त्यांना आम्ही सुद्धा रिस्पेक्ट करतो आणि दादा आम्हाला ओळखते. दादासारखी एक सेकंड ना, दादासारखी व्यक्तीनी असं भाष्य करणं मला वाटते आमच्यासारखे लोकांना डिमॉरलाइज करण्याचं काम करत आहे. तो पण मी दादांना एक रिक्वेस्ट करन, दादांनी पोलीस स्टेशनची गोष्ट केली, ठीक आहे, ते व्हिडिओ व्हायरल केला, पण दादा एक महिला सोबत तुम्ही असताना या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये मुख्यमंत्री काही कामाचे नाही आहे, ते आपल्यालाही माहिती आहे आणि तुम्हीच मुख्यमंत्रीचे पदापेक्षा जास्त कामं करतात. तर आपण सुद्धा याची माहिती घ्यावं की लॉकअप पासून आणि जेलापर्यंत कोणत्या पद्धतीने आमच्यासोबत व्यवहार झाला त्याची चौकशी जर आपण केली तर आपल्याला माहित पडेल. कारण आपण ठोक रोक बोलणारे व्यक्ती आहे, तर त्याची माहिती घेऊन त्याच्यावर सुद्धा आपण बोललो पाहिजे, एवढी विनंती करते. आज मैं दिल्ली जाने वाली हूँ और दिल्ली जाके पहले तो मैं बार बार यही कह रही हूँ कि हमने कोर्ट का हमेशा सम्मान किया है और मैं करती आ रही हूँ. और ये भारतीय नागरिक होने के नाते हमारे इस देश में रहने वाला हर एक व्यक्ति कोर्ट का सम्मान करता, उसी तरीके से हम भी करते हैं. कोर्ट हैज गिवन स्पेशल लाइन ऑर्डर्स कि वो सब्जेक्ट पर हम कोई भी बात नहीं करेंगे. हमने ऑफेंस के बारे में बात नहीं की, हमने किस तरीके से ऑफेंस लगाया उसके बारे में बात नहीं की. वो सब बातें बाजू में रख के जो मेरे साथ लॉकअप से लेके जेल में हुआ, मेरी हेल्थ इश्यू को लेके जिस तरीके से उन्होंने अवॉइड किया, वो सब चीजों पे मेरा बात करना, लोगों को सामने लाके बताना. अगर एक लोक प्रतिनिधि के साथ में ऐसा हो सकता है तो एक आम पब्लिक के साथ में किस तरीके से व्यवहार होता है, ये मेरा बोलना बहुत जरूरी है. और एज ए लोक प्रतिनिधि ये संविधान ने मुझे अधिकार दिया है, मेरा अधिकार मुझसे किसी ने नहीं छीनना चाहिए. मैं आपको ये बताती हूँ कि दिल्ली जाकर मेरे देश के, हमारे देश के जो महिलाओं को रिस्पेक्ट करने वाले, जो महिलाओं के प्रति भावना रखने वाले, ऐसे हमारे देश के गृह मंत्री, हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री और हम जिस सभागृह के मेंबर हैं, ऐसे लोकसभा अध्यक्ष हमारे ओम बिरला साहब, इनको जाके जो चीजें मेरे साथ हुई हैं उनके अगेंस्ट कंप्लेंट देने वाली. क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में मैंने कंप्लेंट दे के भी जिन्होंने खुलेआम गुंडेशाही के शब्दों में मुझे कहा कि इनको 20 फुट गाड़ देंगे और शमशान में इनके जलाने के लिए सामग्री भी पहुंचा दी गई है. तो मुझे लगता है इसके अगेंस्ट में दिल्ली जाके, जहां मेरा घर है, वो पुलिस स्टेशन जाके हम कंप्लेन करेंगे और जितनी भी चीजें लॉकअप से जेल तक हुई है उसके अगेंस्ट में कार्रवाई की मांग करूंगी मैं. और ऐसे कोई भी लोक प्रतिनिधि हो या आम व्यक्ति, नागरिक हो या महाराष्ट्र के या देश का, उसके साथ ऐसी दुर्घटना नहीं होनी चाहिए.
सरकार डर गई और इसीलिए जमानत रद्द कराने जा रही है.
मुझे लगता है कि जो मैंने उनको चेतावनी दी है, किसी के नाम पे बैठकर खाना बहुत अच्छा है, पर खुद के हिम्मत पर खुद के पसीना निकाल के काम करने में बहुत अंतर है.
लीलावती हॉस्पिटल
और जिस तरीके से उद्धव ठाकरे बहुत ज्ञान की बातें करते हैं, मुझे उनको एक प्रश्न है. बीजेपी के पीठ पे खंजर घोंपने वाले ने सिद्धांतों की बात नहीं करनी चाहिए. सिद्धांत उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ में नहीं, बाड़ा साहब के साथ थे. सिद्धांत बाड़ा साहब के साथ चले गए और उद्धव ठाकरे ने जिस तरीके से धोखा देके बीजेपी के पीठ में खंजर खोपाए, उन्होंने हमको सिद्धांतों का ज्ञान नहीं देना चाहिए. सिद्धांतों का ज्ञान हम लेके चलते हैं, तो उन्होंने नहीं सिखाना चाहिए. मला असं वाटते ज्या लोकांनी मला असं वाटते की आम्ही लढणारे लोक, घाबरणारे लोक नाही. और जो भी लीलावती का जो भी चीजें ये बात कर रहे हैं, इनको कोई काम नहीं है। अगर काम होता तो हमारे एक एक व्यक्ति नारायण राणे साहब का हो गए, बाकी जितने भी जन हैं जो इनके विरोध में बोलते हैं, घरों पे कार्रवाई करते हैं, घर तोड़ते हैं या उनको अंदर डालते हैं, यही काम उद्धव ठाकरे के और उनके आजू बाजू जो पिलांटू हैं, जो उनके सलाहकार हैं, जिन्होंने बीजेपी के पीठ में खंजर कैसे घोंपना जो सिखाया, तो मुझे लगता है कि उन पे बात करना और ये सब उचित नहीं। और उद्धव मैं एक चीज बता सकती हूँ कि 5 साल देवेंद्र साहब ने भी राज्य चलाया है। ऐसी श्रूड की राजनीति कहीं पर भी महाराष्ट्र में कभी नहीं हुई। अगर सीखना है उद्धव ठाकरे जी को तो उन्होंने देवेंद्र साहब से सीखना चाहिए कि महाराष्ट्र किस तरीके से चलाना चाहिए और किस भावना से चलाना चाहिए। श्रूड बुद्धि I'll tell you one thing. I'm going to go Delhi and meet all the leaders who respect women. I'm going to meet them, the respected HM, the respected Prime Minister of this India, the respected the Lok Sabha Speaker. I'm going to meet him and I'm going to tell him what happened from jail to the lockup, from lockup to the jail. I'm going to request him, and if he gives me time, I'm going to meet and give him all the details what happened with me as a female. I am the first female in Maharashtra who's gone to jail as a representative, and that too which subject I have gone to jail. That is my question. I'm going to go and ask him to inquire about this. Whatever happened with me, it is not justice, it is injustice. It has happened to me and to MLA. If it is this kind of action is happening against this kind of people, I think this is not the way the Maharashtra has seen before. So, see, I have spoken to everyone. Yes. See, I have spoken to Om Birla Sahib also. I have spoken to him also. And we'll see you in Delhi. Madam, photo.
Because with us on that big story, Navneet Rana is making it clear, Dev, that they are not relenting, taking the fight to the national capital, wants to meet the Home Minister, also says we'll meet the Prime Minister.
Yes, that's correct. This is mainly to complain against the kind of atrocities is something that Navneet Rana has claimed that she was meted out with while she was in jail. So not being given something like something as basic as water, or even uttering caste slurs against her. The reason why she even contracted spondylosis and the problem got aggravated because she said that I was made to sleep on the floor despite my medical conditions. I was not granted access to a doctor only after she wrote the letter to the Honorable Lok Sabha Speaker, Mr. Om Birla. After that, basically, she is going to be going to Delhi today, and later during the day, she is going to be meeting Union Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah, also to complain against the kind of treatment that she was given. She is like, I'm an honorable member of Parliament, and I cannot be given this kind of treatment. So this is why she wants to complain against the honorable ruling Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and she is currently on her way to the Mumbai airport. She will be reaching Delhi today afternoon and be meeting with, like I said, Mr. Om Birla as well as Mr. Amit Shah later in the evening. So these are the kind of latest updates and developments that we have for now. We'll also try and track her at the airport.
They be with us. Just coming back to you for more on that. Navneet Rana, in fact, is still speaking to the press.
Happened with injustice with me. It should not happen with any other person who is living in Maharashtra or anywhere. So I think मैंने सब कह दिया है. So I think we'll meet in Delhi.
Dev Kotak continues to be with us. Dev, in fact, Navneet Rana, they're making it clear what has been the kind of reaction coming in from the Shiv Sena. Okay, we'll just go back to Dev. Navneet Rana throwing an open challenge to Uddhav Thackeray. She's gone on to say that the ethics of the Shiv Sena essentially has
any opposition. So you should take a class from Devendra Sahib.
Navneet Rana, they're speaking to the press saying that she is in fact going to Delhi to meet the Prime Minister. She's also going to be meeting the Home Minister, tell them about the situation in Maharashtra, taking on the Uddhav Thackeray government and Uddhav Thackeray. She gone on to say that this is the party that betrayed the BJP essentially, referring to the fact that the Shiv Sena joined hands with the Congress and the NCP to form the Mahavikas Aghadi government in Maharashtra. Navneet Rana is saying that she is going to take this issue up with the Home Ministry, asking whether reciting the Hanuman Chalisa is a crime, talking about the so-called injustice that was meted out during her time in jail, including the medical problems that she had to deal with, including the fact that basic human rights, she says, was denied to her. She's also in fact meeting, she says, is meeting the Speaker, the Lok Sabha Speaker as well, is what Navneet Rana has said. This controversy is unlikely to die down any further. Remember, Navneet Rana and her husband, MLA Ravi Rana, are out on bail on certain bail conditions which seems to have been violated by both Navneet Rana and Ravi Rana, talking about the Hanuman Chalisa controversy. Navneet Rana, however, said that it is not violated, and she's talking about the issue in general and about the Uddhav Thackeray government and not about the case per se. She's also gone on to say that the Shiv Sena backstabbed, cheated the BJP, joining hands with the Congress and the NCP to form the government in the state of Maharashtra. Let's try and go across once again to what Navneet Rana said. We'll just play out those sound bites for our viewers, the manner in which she was mocking the Chief Minister. We'll just play that sound bite. But she's taken on Uddhav Thackeray, saying that these aren't the values of Shiv Sena, and the values have died along with Bala Sahib Thackeray, is what she said. Uddhav Thackeray has cheated BJP, is what Navneet Rana said. Taking a fight to the national capital, she says she's going to be meeting the Lok Sabha Speaker. She's also going to be meeting the Home Minister, talking about the kind of problems she faced in jail. Not just that, she will also raise the issues of denial of basic human rights in jail. Navneet Rana is mocking Uddhav Thackeray. Listen in to what she said.
के नाते हमारे इस देश में रहने वाला हर एक व्यक्ति कोर्ट का सम्मान करता है, उसी तरीके से हम भी करते हैं. कोर्ट हैज गिवन स्पेशल लाइन ऑर्डर्स कि वो सब्जेक्ट पर हम कोई भी बात नहीं करेंगे. हमने ऑफेंस के बारे में बात नहीं की, हमने किस तरीके से ऑफेंस लगाया उसके बारे में बात नहीं की. वो सब बातें बाजू में रख के जो मेरे साथ लॉकअप से लेके जेल में हुआ, मेरी हेल्थ इश्यू को लेके जिस तरीके से उन्होंने अवॉइड किया, वो सब चीजों पे मेरा बात करना, लोगों को सामने लाके बताना. अगर एक लोक प्रतिनिधि के साथ में ऐसा हो सकता है तो एक आम पब्लिक के साथ में किस तरीके से व्यवहार होता है, ये मेरा बोलना बहुत जरूरी है. और एज ए लोक प्रतिनिधि ये संविधान ने मुझे अधिकार दिया है, मेरा अधिकार मुझसे किसी ने नहीं छीनना चाहिए. मैं आपको ये बताती हूँ कि
talking about the fact that she is going to be taking this entire controversy to the national capital. Dev, she's also gone on to say that there's been no contempt of court. We'll just go back to Dev in a bit. Navneet Rana there mocking Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, saying that she is going to be taking this fight to the national capital. There's been no contempt of court. She's not spoken about the case per se. She's only spoken about the fact that Uddhav Thackeray has cheated the BJP, and she's spoken about the Hanuman Chalisa controversy. She says she's going to be asking the Home Minister if reciting the Hanuman Chalisa is a crime. Remember, this is the same Navneet Rana who's also received support from former Chief Minister, BJP leader Devendra Fadnavis. With that, it's time for a quick break. Here on the other side, amid the war with Ukraine, Russia to celebrate its Victory Day. Mega military might on display.
On average, global temperatures have already increased by 0.8 degrees Celsius since the onset of industrialization. The concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere is at its highest level for at least 800 years. Depending on how we manage future emissions, thermometers could climb another 5 degrees Celsius by 2100, which would have a devastating impact on life on Earth. Even in the most optimistic scenarios, the acceleration of global warming threatens available resources of drinking water and food security for millions of people. Production of the world's 4 major food crops, wheat, maize, rice and soybean, will be reduced. And yet by 2050, food production will need to be doubled to feed the 9 billion people populating the planet. Simultaneously, 20 to 30% of animal and vegetable spices are facing extinction because temperatures are changing too fast for them to be able to adapt. Sea level is predicted to rise between 26 and 98 centimeters by the end of the 21st century due to melting glaciers and thermal expansion of ocean water. This is likely to trigger large-scale migrations of people around the world currently living in low-lying river deltas. Even a 30-centimeter increase could considerably aggravate extreme climate events, with storms, drought, flood and landslide increasing in frequency. Freshwater reserves held in glaciers will become scarcer and river flow will diminish, leading to knock-on effect on the hydroelectric production and agriculture. Oceans will continue to acidify and climate-driven migration of fish stocks towards freshwater will have an impact on fishing zones, depriving certain populations of an essential food source. The cumulative effects of global warming will also exacerbate violent conflicts in certain countries over territory or water supplies. Many of these impacts may already be locked in because CO2 lingers on in the atmosphere for centuries. But the full scope and impact of these changes depend upon the choices made now.
We have some news from Ukraine, where 2 Ukrainian Su-27s bomb Russian assets in Black Sea. It's a sensational drone footage of Ukraine fight back. These are Russian assets destroyed on Snake Island, a mega Ukraine strike in Black Sea. This comes on a day when Russia is expected to up the ante as far as its offensive in Ukraine is concerned. But these are Russian assets that we're talking about, destroyed by Ukraine. 2 Ukrainian Su-27s bomb Russian assets in the Black Sea. It's a sensational drone footage of the Ukraine fight back, where there's a major destruction that has been caused by Ukraine. Russian assets have been destroyed on Snake Island, a mega Ukraine strike in the Black Sea. We have more news coming in, and this has got to do with Vladimir Putin. All eyes, of course, on Putin's speech on Russia's Victory Day. Western officials have suggested that Putin may use the mega event to repackage the war in Ukraine. Dramatic options include escalation through a formal declaration of war, general mobilization, or de-escalation by proclaiming victory. Alternatively, Putin could offer up a sandwich that praises the Russian army's victory while preparing the population for a grinding and painful conflict as status quo. Ukrainian officials in particular have warned that Putin is planning to announce a mass mobilization or even dare the Ukrainians once again. Pictures on your screen are of the 2 Ukrainian Su-27 bombing Russian assets in the Black Sea. Sensational drone footage of the Ukraine fight back. Russian assets have been destroyed on Snake Island. It's a mega Ukraine strike in Black Sea. All eyes on Vladimir Putin's speech on Russia's Victory Day. Western officials have suggested that Putin may use the mega event to repackage the war in Ukraine. Dramatic options could include escalation through a formal declaration of war or general mobilization, or de-escalation by proclaiming victory. Alternatively, Putin could offer up a sandwich that praises the Russian army's victory while preparing the population for a grinding and painful conflict as status quo. Ukrainian officials in particular have warned that Putin is planning to announce a mass mobilization or even to declare war against Ukraine. Putin may also call up personnel and resources that were untapped so far. The move can come under Russia's so-called special operation that began on the 24th of February. Putin may also use the opportunity to issue a fresh nuclear dare to the West. Geeta Mohan is getting us more details. She joins us from Moscow. I'm also going to go across to my colleague Rajesh Pawar, who continues to be in Ukraine. Geeta, first, a lot of speculation about what Putin essentially is going to talk about today, because that message really from the president of Russia is going to give a direction about the trajectory of this invasion that began on the 24th of February. Just going to go across to Geeta in a bit from now. I don't think Geeta can hear us, but also if I can try to go across to Rajesh Pawar. Rajesh, Ukraine, like the rest of the world, is going to watch today's developments very closely, because the message from Russian president essentially is going to be directing the trajectory of this invasion and what to expect next.
True. What Mr. Putin will say today after this victory parade will be very important, and it will be watched by everyone in Ukraine, across the world, in fact, because this war is not only affecting Ukraine, it is affecting the whole world, be it the price rise, be it petroleum, be it everything, and the security of Europe and the whole world, in fact. And what is expected is maybe that from special operations which Russia launched on 24th of Feb, there are chances that Putin might declare war on Ukraine in this speech. This is what is expected. Also, we are seeing that it is a huge celebration, but the number of vehicles and people participating in this victory parade today is little less than what it was last year. And the reason for that is probably that a lot of these troops and this equipment, military equipment, is right now on the front lines involved in the war effort. Over to you.
Yes. Also do talk to us a little about the situation as far as Ukraine is concerned, how Kyiv stands tall and how the strategic port city of Mariupol is in complete shambles. It's in a rubble. The people had to be evacuated. The civilians had to be evacuated. Yesterday, Zelensky spoke about it. Give us an idea of the current situation as we speak, Rajesh.
Russians are organizing some kind of victory parade, and this is the biggest prize so far in this war for Mr. Putin. As far as Azovstal, the steel plant, where some civilians and Ukrainian forces were stuck, it's still under siege. Heavy bombardment is going on the steel plant, but all the civilians, elderly, children have been evacuated from that steel plant as confirmed by the Ukrainian authorities. But a lot of fighters from Azov battalion and Ukrainian army are still stuck in that plant, and there have been appeals by these people through their Facebook posts, and they conduct a kind of press conference yesterday through Zoom. And they have made an appeal that all their wounded and medics should be at least allowed to leave this Azovstal steel plant. Over to you.
Rajesh, be with us. I'll just come back to you. Geeta Mohan is with us from Moscow as well, getting us more on that story. Geeta, like we've been talking about since yesterday, the victory day is an important day and also marks this time around. It assumes a greater amount of significance given the situation in Ukraine and the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Whatever the president essentially of Russia, Vladimir Putin, says today is going to be giving the world a sense of direction, an idea about what to expect next as far as the invasion of Ukraine is concerned.
Well, that's right, Sneha. In Moscow over here, the scenes are quite different from that of Ukraine. We are looking at people over here who are lining up to just enter the Red Square. You see security clearances, and only those with passes are being allowed in. So the Red Square is still not filled up. Slowly but steadily, people entering, whether they're officials, generals, local people, young cadets, all of them trying to enter the Red Square, those who have permissions. The rest of them will be in the streets of Moscow and will witness the parade, because the parade is going to go through some very key important roads, and the routes are specified. So preparations and all set to witness the Victory Day parade. And like you said, it is a very significant one this year, because Russia is at war, and is the reason why the military vehicles and the personnel this time around are lesser than last time, according to the Russian Defense Ministry. There were 12,000 last time. This time around 10,000 are participating. 191 military vehicles last time, around 129 this time. And that shows that yes, the military force is pressed into action and is at the borders. So that's why lesser numbers, but not significantly less. On the question of what President Putin is going to say, there is a lot of speculation. Some say that he is going to declare war, that there is going to be some announcement about further action against Ukraine. But yes, the gains have not been significant. They, according to the Ukrainian side, or for that matter the West, Neha. But if you look at the situation on the ground, either which way, there is a lot of loss of land for Ukraine. Will Russia return that land? That's the big question. And in that, President Putin will certainly be mentioning Ukraine and the war with Ukraine, but there is going to be a lot of conversation. He is going to reassert the idea of the Soviet Union, and it's the reason why I have been saying this all along, that if you see all the flags over here are not just Russian flag, they're also the Soviet victory flag, reasserting that they were part of the Soviet Union. So he is going to make some significant statements on the idea of the Soviet Union. And beyond that, we will again have to wait and see whether if there's going to be some major announcement with regards to the war. There certainly is going to be some major conversation or statements with regards to the war, but whether there's going to be declaration or further action, that we'll have to wait and see.
You know, Geeta, as far as Russia's own population is concerned, a huge chunk of people there believe from, and this is what I understand from the reports that all of you have been sending, that many people are against Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the kind of human devastation this war has led to, essentially. Do you think that Putin is going to be using this as an opportunity to talk about the West and the manner in which the West has been keeping its eyes on Ukraine? Or is Putin going to essentially go ahead and justify why this invasion was important to its own population?
Both, Sneha. In a way, yes, he is going to talk about why this was essential. He will be talking about, could mention NATO and the expansion, which puts Russia's existence at risk. And when you talk about your country being at risk, the country's existence being at risk, you do see people come together, rally behind the leader. But yes, there are mixed feelings over here. While they say, most of them you speak to over here on the ground, say that yes, NATO expansion or any military bloc expanding into Ukraine is a concern for Russia, and these are legitimate security concerns. But most of the youngsters over here have also said that in the 21st century, no country should be going to war. That war is not a justifiable act, no matter what the other country or the neighbor is doing. There could have been other means. So yes, there are varied points. There have been protests in some protests across the city, but they've been in spurts and very small in number. Apart from that, when it comes to the idea of unification of Russia or the idea that Russia is under threat, most of them do believe that any kind of expansion of NATO or any such anti-Soviet military bloc into Eastern Europe, or for that matter Ukraine, is a concern.
All right, Geeta, we leave it at that for the moment. We'll of course keep coming back to you. Remember, Geeta is in Moscow, where the Victory Day parade is taking place. All eyes on what President Vladimir Putin of Russia has to say on this important day for Russia. That brings us to the end of this edition. For all news and updates, do log on to our website, That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thank you for watching.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Hello there, very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Murdani. The top stories first. After Maharashtra loudspeaker controversy hits Karnataka, loudspeakers blare Chalisa to counter Azan. Shiv Sena activists up the ante, hit out at Chief Minister Uddhav for inaction. Navneet Rana slams Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, says he came to power due to Bala Sahib. Rana duo will be camping in Delhi now to up the ante against the Maha Vikas Aghadi government. Court to hear Delhi police case alleging abduction of BJP leader Tajinder Bagga by Punjab police. The High Court has restrained cops to take coercive action against Bagga till tomorrow. Big Gyan Vapi Masjid controversy. Plea in court to remove commissioner appointed to study the premises, alleging bias. One of the petitioners to withdraw plea seeking not to offer prayers at the disputed site. Biggest NIA crackdown on Dawood gang. Raids at 20 locations in Mumbai. Modus operandi of D company to create unrest in India stands exposed. Amid the war with Ukraine, Russia to celebrate its Victory Day. Mega military might on display. Putin likely to address the country in what is expected to be the most watched event. Big story breaking at this hour, and the story is coming in from the national capital. Bulldozers are to roll in Shaheen Bagh as is expected. Illegal constructions will be demolished by the MCD. These are pictures on your screen from Shaheen Bagh. It's the demolition drive that is being carried out by the Municipal Corporation of Delhi. Shaheen Bagh is a neighborhood in the South Delhi district of the national capital. It's on the border with UP essentially. And the southernmost colony of the Okla area dominated essentially as far as the residents go by minorities. This comes at a time when a warning was issued by the MCD. Previously, the Municipal Corporation of Delhi had carried out similar drives in Jahangirpuri as well. This time around, it's in Delhi's Shaheen Bagh. Remember, this was the epicenter of the Anti-Citizenship Amendment Act protest. Bulldozers are rolling in Shaheen Bagh to demolish illegal constructions. The warning had come in from the Municipal Corporation of Delhi that between the 9th of May to the 13th of May, a similar demolition drive is going to be carried out in Shaheen Bagh, even as a plea by the CPM is pending in the Supreme Court of India against the demolition drive in Delhi's Shaheen Bagh. The South Delhi Municipal Corporation is beginning the first phase of the drive again here. This is going to continue till the 13th of May. It is expected that today the demolition drive is going to take place in Shaheen Bagh, G block to Jasola Vihar and Jasola Nale. Up until the Kalandi Kunj Park is what is expected, all of them in this vicinity. सुशांत is with us for more details on that. सुशांत, ये एमसीडी ने पहले ही क्लियर कर दिया था कि इस तरह का डेमोलिशन ड्राइव जो है वो 13 मई तक इस एरिया में जसोला विहार में भी कैरी आउट किया जाएगा. सुशांत, वो यहाँ मौके पर पहुंच चुके हैं. अब जो कार्रवाई होगी आज आप तक. We'll just go across to Sushant in a bit from now, but we're getting you these pictures coming in from Delhi's South Delhi Shaheen Bagh area, which is in border with Uttar Pradesh, and it extends up to Jasola Vihar and the Jasola Nale, where the demolition drive by the South Delhi Municipal Corporation is being carried out. Shaheen Bagh was in news 2 years ago. This was the epicenter, remember, of the Anti-Citizenship Amendment Act protests that had broken out in this particular area, which is blocked by residents in this area for days and weeks together until the time the court had to intervene. Sushant is with us for more details on that. Sushant, ये एक्सपेक्टेड था, म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन में कहा था कि शाहीन बाग में और जसोला विहार में जो कि आसपास है ये डेमोलिशन ड्राइव कैरी आउट किया जाएगा।
देखिए स्नेहा, मैं आपको बताऊं कि एमसीडी की जो ट्रक्स हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुंच चुके हैं। अब से थोड़ी देर बाद इस पूरे इलाके में, जहाँ पर जिक्र चल रहा था कि इस पूरे इलाके में एमसीडी की तरफ से जो ड्राइव जो है वो किया जाएगा। आप देखिए ये तस्वीरें, ये तमाम जो दुकानें, इनके बाहर जिस तरीके का अतिक्रमण लगातार हुआ है उसके खिलाफ अब एमसीडी का बुलडोजर की कार्रवाई जो है वो की जाएगी, जिसका जिक्र लगातार जो एमसीडी के मेयर हैं उन्होंने किया था। तमाम जो आलाधिकारी है उनकी तरफ से सर्वे किया गया था। अब ये देखिए एमसीडी की जो ट्रक्स है वो यहाँ पर पहुंच चुके हैं। इन पर अब इसके बाद जो यहाँ पर एनक्रोचमेंट अतिक्रमण जो यहाँ पर बना हुआ है उस पर कार्रवाई होगी। उसके सामानों को यहाँ पर भर करके जो एमसीडी की जो टीमें हैं वो लेकर के जाएंगी और बाहरी पुलिस बल जो है वो यहाँ पर पहुंचने वाला है। और से थोड़ी देर बाद मैं आपको दिखा दूं कि ये वो शोरूम्स हैं जिसको लेकर के यहाँ पर कई किलोमीटर का जो पूरा हिस्सा है, अगर आप देखेंगे वहाँ पर इस तरीके का अतिक्रमण जो है वो बना हुआ है। इलाके के जो निगम पार्षद, ये देखिए ये भारी संख्या में एमसीडी के जो कर्मचारी हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुंचे। ये देखिए ये एमसीडी की ये पूरी टीम है जो इस पूरे इलाके में अतिक्रमण को खिलाफ जो है वो कार्रवाई करेगी। अब से थोड़ी देर में 11 बजे के आसपास ये कार्रवाई जो है वो शुरू होनी है। थोड़ी देर में ये कार्रवाई जो है वो अब शुरू होगी। एमसीडी का बुलडोजर, एमसीडी की जो टीमें हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुंच चुकी हैं। अब यहाँ पर इस पूरे इलाके में जो है वो कार्रवाई जो है वो की जाएगी। मैं कैमरा पर्सन मनीष झा से कहूंगा कि तस्वीरें दिखाएं कि किस तरीके से ये पूरा इलाका, करीब 1 से 1.5 किलोमीटर का ये पूरा इलाका है जहाँ पर अतिक्रमण बना हुआ है। इलाके के निगम पार्षद जो कि ये जो डिवाइडर अगर आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ पर तक पीडब्ल्यूडी का रोड है, इसके बाद जो है वो शोरूम्स की जो प्लॉट एरिया वो है। लेकिन एमसीडी के मुताबिक इन तमाम इलाकों में जो सीढ़ियाँ अगर आप देख रहे हैं वो पूरी तरीके से इनलीगल है और लगातार अगर कहा जाए तो एमसीडी की गाड़ियाँ यहाँ पे एक के बाद एक जो है वो पहुँचती हुई नजर आ रही हैं। थोड़ी देर में यहाँ पर कार्रवाई जो है वो की जाएगी। एक गाड़ी अगर आप देखेंगे तो इलाके के अंदर से और आपको आती हुई नजर आएगी। ये तमाम गाड़ियाँ धीरे धीरे आगे की तरफ जो मेन पॉइंट है जहाँ पर ये कार्रवाई होनी है, शाहीन बाग का इलाका जो कि पिछले दिनों लगातार चर्चाओं में रहा है, इसको लेकर के अब से थोड़ी देर में कार्रवाई जो है वो की जाएगी। तमाम अधिकारी, तमाम जो लोग हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं और कार्रवाई जो है वो की जाएगी। और यहाँ पर आप देखिए कि यहाँ पर अब एरिया के अंदर अगर बात की जाए तो लोग सड़कों पर हैं। यही वजह है जिसको लेकर के एमसीडी की तरफ से अतिरिक्त पुलिस बल जो है वो मांगा गया था कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा पुलिस बल जो है वो उनको दिया जाए ताकि ये पूरा, क्योंकि एरिया काफी ज्यादा सेंसिटिव है। आप ये देखिए 1 ट्रक, 2 ट्रक, 3-4 ट्रक जो है वो यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं। करीबन 2 दर्जन से ज्यादा कर्मचारी जो है वो एमसीडी के यहाँ पर नजर आ रहे हैं और इसके बाद अब यहाँ पर कार्रवाई जो है वो की जाएगी। ये देखिए ये पूरा एरिया, ये डिवाइडर है, इसके अलावा ये आप जो सीढ़ियाँ देख रही है 1, 2, 3, ये हिस्सा जो है अगर कहा जाए तो जो इलाके के निगम पार्षद है 1 से 2 सीढ़ियाँ जो है वो इलीगल है, लेकिन बाकी का हिस्सा जो है वो प्लॉट एरिया जिस पर कार्रवाई नहीं होनी चाहिए। इलाके के निगम पार्षद साफ तौर पे कह रहे हैं अगर इसके खिलाफ अगर कोई गलत कार्रवाई होती है तो उसके खिलाफ वो खड़े होंगे। अब आप देखिए कि यहाँ पर लोगों जो यहाँ पे दुकानदार हैं उन्होंने अब तक दुकानें जो है वो नहीं खोली हैं। लगभग 11 बजे के आसपास जो है वो दुकानें खुल जाती हैं। अभी देखिए एक गाड़ी जो है वो अंदर इलाके से एमसीडी की और आई है बाहर की तरफ। आप देखिए कि एक एक करके जो गाड़ियां हैं वो लगातार इकट्ठी होंगी, उसके बाद यहाँ पर कार्रवाई जो है वो की जाएगी। जहांगीरपुरी में भी देखने को मिला था कि किस तरीके से 11 बुलडोजर जो है वो आए थे और उसके बाद एमसीडी के बड़े बड़े ट्रक जो है वो यहाँ पर देखने को मिले थे। उसके बाद कार्रवाई जो है वो की गई थी। एक के एक गाड़ियां जो है वो यहाँ पर नजर आ रही हैं और एमसीडी की कार्रवाई अब से थोड़ी देर में यहाँ पर जो है वो अगर कहा जाए तो शुरू होगी और उसके बाद यहाँ पर एमसीडी का बुलडोजर जो है वो चलता हुआ नजर आएगा। ये देखिए ये तमाम कर्मचारी हैं जो कि इंतजार कर रहे हैं इंस्ट्रक्शंस का कि जैसे इंस्ट्रक्शंस होंगी उसके बाद यहाँ पर कार्रवाई जो है वो की जाएगी। ये आप देखिए कि ये शायद एमसीडी की टीमें हैं, शायद यहाँ पर अभी फिलहाल एमसीडी की टीमें है। देखिए मैं आपको तस्वीरें दिखाना चाहूंगा। मनीष झा मेरे कैमरा पर्सन कहाँ है, मैं दिखाऊंगा कि देखिए कि एमसीडी की एक टीम है जो जहांगीरपुरी में आला अधिकारी हैं जो यहाँ पर पहुंच चुके हैं। एमसीडी की एक टीमें हैं जो कि अभी एमजी रोड पर भी नजर आई थी कार्रवाई करते हुए। तमाम आला अधिकारी यहाँ पर पहुंच चुके हैं। कोशिश करेंगे हम उनसे बातचीत करने की कि क्या कुछ ये कार्रवाई है, कब तक हो सकती है। सर ये कब तक कार्रवाई जो है वो हो सकती है? अभी फिलहाल
पता नहीं
कब सकता मतलब कि अगरावी किस एरिया में होगी, क्या
पता चल जाएगा प्लीज, आई एम नॉट ऑथराइज्ड टू स्पीक, आपको पता चल जाएगा।
एमसीडी के अधिकारी जो है वो यहाँ पर पहुंच चुके हैं। आपसे थोड़ी देर में ये कार्रवाई जो है वो शुरू होगी। सीधे तौर पर आप देखिए ये एक के बाद एक ट्रक और क्रेनें जो है वो यहाँ पर पहुंच रही है। सड़कों पर जिस तरीके से गाड़ियां यहाँ पे खड़ी हैं की तरफ से क्या रेड रिबन बांध के कार्रवाई करें। हमारे फोटो ले रहे हैं
Just go back to Sushant getting us all of those details. Remember, these are pictures on your screen from Delhi's Shaheen Bagh area. This is South Delhi. And essentially, the South Delhi Municipal Corporation is carrying out a demolition drive that it had warned about in the past as well. The demolition drive is expected to be over by the 13th of May. 9th of May was when this drive was expected to be carried out in Delhi's Shaheen Bagh. Remember, Shaheen Bagh added the headlines as 2 years ago. It was the epicenter of the Anti-Citizenship Amendment Act. And now the drive is being carried out over here. While the matter is pending in court, the CPM essentially had moved court, challenging this drive being carried out by the Municipal Corporation of Delhi. Previously, 3 weeks ago, a drive was carried out in Delhi's Jahangir Puri. Now it's being carried out in Shaheen Bagh, and next is going to be Jasola Vihar, all of these areas dominated by minorities. Kumar Kunal will be joining us with the very latest from the demolition drive site. The people that previously complained, remember, about no notice being given. Kumar is with us. Kumar Kunal, ये बताइए हमें whether this is a concern that remains. The people that had said that हमें तो मौका ही नहीं दे गया. Opportunity कहाँ थी? Papers produce करने के लिए कोई warning भी नहीं था. क्या वो complaint इस समय भी है?
इसके पीछे ले चलो आप आगे बैठ जाते ना।
We'll go across to Kumar Kunal, but the last time around, the people living in Jahangir Puri had complained that no prior warning had been given before the demolition drive started. Is there a complaint even now is the big question. Remember, this matter is also pending in the Supreme Court of India. The plea is by the CPIM. Brinda Karat has in fact moved Supreme Court over the demolition drive. I'm going to go across to Kumar Kunal from what he's really seeing on ground. Kumar, over to you. आप क्या देख रहे हैं? आपके आगे बुलडोजर देखा जा रहा है. क्या ये डेमोलिशन ड्राइव की शुरुआत हो गई है या होने वाली है?
Exactly, this is the enforcement department's bulldozer which is going towards Shaheen Bagh E-block, from where this anti-encroachment drive will start. We are just behind the bulldozer which is going towards Shaheen Bagh, and as of now there is only a single bulldozer. I can show you from here that how the bulldozer is moving and moving quite fast towards Shaheen Bagh, and almost we have reached the area from where this anti-encroachment drive will start, is going to start. So this is the live pictures which we are bringing.
ये कार्रवाई अब से थोड़ी देर में अब जो शुरू होने वाली थी, वो बुलडोजर अब यहाँ पर शाहीन बाग इलाके में पहुँच चुका है. अब यहाँ पर वो की जाएगी, जिसको लेकर के लगातार शाहीन बाग इलाके के अंदर यहाँ पर कार्रवाई की बात एमसीडी की तरफ से की जा रही थी. ये बुलडोजर अब शाहीन बाग इलाके के अंदर जो है वो चलेगा. जहांगीरपुरी के बाद आप ये तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं कि ये एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें बुलडोजर की, जो कि शाहीन बाग इलाके के अंदर अब पहुंच चुका है. अब इस यहाँ पर ये बुलडोजर की कार्रवाई जो है वो एमसीडी की तरफ से की जाएगी, और लगातार इस पूरे इलाके में तस्वीरें देखिए, ये एमसीडी का तस्वीरें बुलडोजर की यहाँ पर आपको शाहीन बाग इलाके में नजर आएंगी, जहाँ पर ये कार्रवाई जो है वो की जाएगी. यहाँ पर आप देखिए ये तमाम दुकानें जो है वो आप देख रहे होंगे, इन दुकानों के पास जो अतिक्रमण है वो अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए इस बुलडोजर का इस्तेमाल जो है वो एमसीडी की तरफ से यहाँ पर किया जाएगा. ये तस्वीरें एमसीडी की आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर एमसीडी का जो बुलडोजर है वो यहाँ पर पहुँच चुका है, और अब से थोड़ी देर में यहाँ पर कार्रवाई जो है वो फिलहाल की जाएगी.
Kumar Kunal continues to be with us. Kunal, if you could give us an idea about the current situation and telling us about the demolition drive which is about to start.
Yeah, I am just on board the bulldozer which is going to remove encroachment from Shaheen Bagh, and I can show you that this is the area where anti-CAA protest took place a few years ago, and now the bulldozer along with STMC team officials, it has reached right at the location. This is E block of Shaheen Bagh from where the anti-encroachment drive will start. Bulldozer has already arrived, and in some time now the anti-encroachment drive will start here. What the local STMC officials are saying that this drive can start anytime now as it has reached ground zero. But I can show you that quite a few shops are here. But right now we can't say exactly that how much of these shops are being encroached, are encroachment on public land. So this is the live visuals I am getting you for our audience, for our viewers from Shaheen Bagh. The latest which is happening here, even a lot of crowd has been gathered in the vicinity. The situation is tense, and definitely the police protection which is required, that is being provided to the MCD team as well. So in some time now, you can see that how one of the leader, it has been stopped by the Congress leaders. I can show you the live pictures that how Congress leaders have sat on dharna in front of the bulldozer. They are now claiming that they won't allow the MCD to carry out the anti-encroachment drive, and this is the situation. You can see that how this drive is going to start, but local leaders, they are standing, they are sitting before the bulldozer, and
हम ये बुलडोजर नहीं चलने देंगे, हम ये बुलडोजर शाहीन बाग के लोगों पे नहीं चलने देंगे। आ गया देश
factors will play out in some time now. STMC officials will also reach mayor and zonal committee chairman. They are expected to arrive in some time now. But I can show you that how the different MCD vehicles have reached the area. This is the MCD vehicle on which the
नफरती बुलडोजर शाहीन बाग और गरीबों को उजाड़ने की कोशिश कर रही है। कांग्रेस पार्टी ये बिल्कुल नहीं होने देगी। कांग्रेस पार्टी इस नफरती बुलडोजर के खिलाफ आज कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पे लेटे हुए हैं। हम गरीबों को नहीं उजाड़ने देंगे। दिल्ली के गरीबों ने दिल्ली को बनाया है, मेहनतकश लोगों ने। आज गरीबों को उजाड़ने की कोशिश भाजपा और आदेश गुप्ता कर रहे हैं। हम ये उजाड़ने नहीं देंगे। दिल्ली पुलिस
बैठे रहेंगे हम तो, लोगों की दुकान और मकानों के आगे बुलडोजर नहीं चलने देंगे।
ये निकाल दो।
Shaheen Bagh, where the Congress is on dharna right now, saying that they're not going to allow the MCD to carry out this drive. Remember, the Municipal Corporation of Delhi is carrying out a demolition drive to destroy, in fact, illegal structures that have come up in various parts of the national capital.
जो अतिक्रमण है मानते बुलडोजर यहाँ पे क्यों नारेबाजी जो है वो एमसीडी के खिलाफ यहाँ पर तमाम कांग्रेस के लीडर्स जो है वो यहाँ पर करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। लोकल लीडर्स है जेसीबी के आगे जो है वो यहाँ पर खड़े हो गए। उनका साफ तौर पर कहना है कि वो इस पूरे इलाके में बुलडोजर जो है वो चलने नहीं देंगे। यहाँ
दिखाई देता है 18 तारीख को जो एमसीडी में खत्म।
Pictures of the demolition drive being carried out in Delhi's Shaheen Bagh, which is the epicenter of the Anti-Citizenship Amendment Act protest. Kumar Kunal is with us for more on that. Kumar, over to you for the very latest. These are pictures of Congress leaders, workers protesting at Shaheen Bagh and disrupting the work that is being carried out by the MCD. Kunal, if you can hear me, the demolition drive is started by the MCD and the warning for the same had come in. The notice for the same has come in the past, but we have Congress workers disrupting this drive right now.
Yeah, exactly. The situation is quite volatile here. The bulldozer has arrived at Shaheen Bagh, but the bulldozer is not being allowed to move. Congress workers have sat on dharna just in front of the bulldozer, and they are claiming that they won't allow any kind of anti-encroachment drive to start. So all at standstill as of now. The MCD team is here to carry out the anti-encroachment drive. But that has not started as of now. You can see there are two vehicles which have come along with. One is the bulldozer and another one is truck, which is being brought out by the local MCD department. But nothing is happening as the local leaders are protesting against the anti-encroachment drive. That's why the drive could not be started. Even you can see, आप क्या रिकॉर्ड कर रहे हैं? आप एमसीडी से क्या आप लोगों को करना है यहाँ पर?
हमारी तो गाड़ी भेजी है, ड्यूटी है, यहाँ गए थे वहाँ जाओ एमसीडी.
So these are the workers, MCD workers who have reached at ground zero, but nothing has started as of now. I can show you there are many showrooms out here at Shaheen Bagh E block, and those who are owners of these showrooms, they have come out in anticipation that there will be an anti-encroachment drive which can start anytime now. But things are not.
मीडिया के अलावा कोई चीज है यहाँ पर? आप बता दीजिए मुझे.
आपके इलाके में कार्रवाई होनी है?
नहीं होगी अभी. ये तो मीडिया ने बुलाया कि बिल्डोजर वीडियो बनाने के लिए.
आज पब्लिक ट्राई मांग रही है. महंगाई पर कोई सवाल नहीं होगा. महंगाई पर कोई सवाल नहीं होगा.
वीडियो बनाने के लिए.
लेकिन आज किस तरीके से
normally police force have been sent to the location where such kind of drive has to take place, but nothing as of now can be seen. I can show you only a few traffic police officials they are being seen here. They are clearing the traffic, which is quite heavy as people are standing on the roads. But as far as the anti-encroachment drive is concerned, nothing has been started here, and it is still not clear that from which area, from which spot the encroachment removal drive will start. But things are quite tense. I can show you that how people are standing before their shops. I can take you to a few locals as well. क्या यहाँ बताया गया है कि किस होने वाला है इस तरीके का? कुछ बताया गया है
जी?
यहाँ पर कोई इस तरीके का ड्राइव होगा, कुछ बताया गया था?
कुछ भी नहीं होने का सर, ये तो नाम के लिए आई हुई है बस।
नाम के लिए आई?
जब क्योंकि कुछ है ही नहीं यहाँ पर।
कुछ नहीं है। So people are standing. I can show you. There are two type of pictures. One is the protest which is going on in front of the bulldozer which has arrived just a few minutes ago. And on the other hand, on the other side, I can show you the people who are the local residents, the local shopkeepers. They are standing just before shops, and obviously they are quite amused that what kind of action is going to take place in some time now. I will ask, आप लोगों को कोई नोटिस या कुछ मिला है क्या? कुछ नहीं मिला है. So even people are evading questions. They are not quite enthusiastic about answering the questions from the media. But since the bulldozer is here, there is quite a few people who are claiming. कुछ आप लोगों को कोई बात हुई थी आप लोगों को कि यहाँ पर बुलडोजर आएगा?
हाँ, बता तो रहे थे बुलडोजर आएगा।
तो कुछ यहाँ पर क्या लगता है, कुछ गड़बड़ी है इसलिए बुलडोजर आया है, क्या वजह लगता है?
हाँ, ये फुटपाथ वगैरह तोड़ ताड़ने की।
फुटपाथ पे encroachment.
हाँ।
So people are also claiming that there is some kind of encroachment on the footpath which needs to be removed. So although there is obviously some kind of encroachment, even a survey was held by the local MCD, the local councillor, the local unit of South MCD, and that's why this area
कोर्ट ने भी कहा है कि इंक्रोचमेंट हटाने के लिए आपको बुलडोजर की जरूरत नहीं है, आप हटाइए ना, लेकिन इस बुलडोजर के नाम से दिल्ली के गरीबों को उजाड़ना चाहते हैं। ये शाहीन बाग के लोगों को नहीं परेशान कर रहे हैं, ये एक माहौल बनाया जा रहा है दिल्ली के लोगों को बर्बाद करने के लिए।
ये देखिए और भी महिलाएं हैं, उनसे हम बातचीत करेंगे। इलाके में बुलडोजर चल रहा है, क्यों कार्रवाई को रोका रहे हैं आप, क्यों आप विरोध कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, हम असंवैधानिक बुलडोजर को नहीं चलने देंगे यहाँ पर। अगर आप 15 सालों से एमसीडी के अंदर भाजपा थी, अचानक आप ये कहते हैं, अचानक आपको याद आया कि शाहीन बाग में अतिक्रमण है, अवैध अतिक्रमण है। अगर आप किसी अमीर की लग्जरी को अगर आप हटाते हैं, हम वेलकम करते हैं। अमीर की लग्जरी को हटाइए, गरीब का रोजगार और छत देंगे, हमारे ऊपर पहले चलाइए, पहले हमारे ऊपर चलाना होगा, उसके बाद आप किसी के ऊपर चलाइएगा।
आप भी यहाँ पर बैठे हुए दुकानदार हैं जी? दुकानदार
नहीं, दुकानदार मैं रहने वाला हूँ यहाँ का, मैं शाहीन बाग होलसेल के रहने वाला हूँ।
कार्रवाई अगर गलत के खिलाफ है तो उसमें गलत क्या है? कार्रवाई तो होनी चाहिए। अगर अवैध निर्माण है तो
देखिए ऐसा है, देश चलेगी कानून से या बुलडोजर से? कानून से चलेगी देश या बुलडोजर से चलेगी? कानून की राज चलेगा, बुलडोजर की राज नहीं चलेगा। सबकी स्वागत है इंक्रोचमेंट हटाने के लिए, इतना प्रगंडा करने क्या से एक महीने से बुलडोजर प्रशासन हर तरफ प्रगंडा करने, शाहीन बाग को बदनाम करने के लिए आप इंक्रोचमेंट हटाए। इंक्रोचमेंट हटाने के लिए इससे पहले भी हटी है, लेकिन आप जो है
यहाँ पर भी जो लोग हैं अब लगातार बुलडोजर के आगे बैठ गए हैं। लेकिन बात यह है कि कैसे यहाँ पर लोगों को हटाया जाएगा, क्योंकि दिल्ली पुलिस फिलहाल यहाँ पर मौजूद नहीं है। जब तक दिल्ली पुलिस यहाँ पर नहीं पहुंचेगी तब तक ये लोग यहाँ से नहीं हटेंगे और उसके बाद ही कार्रवाई जो एमसीडी की हो सकती है। आप देख सकते हैं कि दिल्ली पुलिस के जो अधिकारी हैं वो धीरे धीरे यहाँ पर पहुंचते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। ये आप तस्वीरें देखिए, ये बुलडोजर एमसीडी का
Many of the residents saying that you can in fact remove the encroachments, but what is the need to bring in these bulldozers is the question that many are asking. However, remember the South Delhi Municipal Corporation had indicated that the illegal construction demolition drive is going to continue, and 9th is when the bulldozers are going to be rolled into Shaheen Bagh. So no surprises there. What about the opportunity to those who would put up these illegal constructions to produce papers and to give out details on whether this was legal or not? That question remains unanswered. We'll try and get more details on that in a bit from now. Going across to Kumar Kunal, who has more on that story. Kumar Kunal continues to be with us. Kumar Kunal, were the people given adequate notice? Was an opportunity given to all of these people to provide the documents, all of those people who are opposing the drive today?
See, what actually the locals are telling that they have not been given any notice, but the anti-encroachment drive is a continuous process, and for anti-encroachment drive, legally there should not be any notice which has to be served. So the situation is quite clear. आप लोगों को क्या कोई नोटिस मिला था? क्या मिला?
नोटिस के बारे में
नोटिस कोई मिला है?
नोटिस यहाँ पे कोई नहीं मिला। नोटिस मिला था कि एनक्रोचमेंट हटेगा, लेकिन यहाँ के जो रिप्रेजेंटेटिव हैं एमएलए साहब, उन्होंने एक हफ्ते पहले ही सारा इंक्रोचमेंट हटा दिया। क्या था इंक्रोचमेंट? था यहाँ पे जो है रेडी लगा के कपड़े बेचते थे लोग, वहाँ तक एक लाइन से। वहाँ कबाड़ी की दुकान है, रोड जो कालिंदी कुंज से लेके जामिया थाने तक था, तो वहाँ कबाड़ियों ने आगे निकाल दी, वो तमाम उनको अंदर खिसका दिए।
तो अभी आज बुलडोजर आने का क्या मकसद लगता है?
कोई वो एक सर्वे के तौर पे आए थे, लोगों ने बिलावजा में हवा बना के बुलडोजर चलेगा। देखिए कितनी शांति से बैठे हुए।
कुछ हम अवैध निर्माण को हटाने के लिए ये कर रहे हैं। अवैध निर्माण बताइए ना कहाँ पर है? दिल्ली के अंदर शाहीन बाग में, और जगह पे नहीं है। हम ये कहते हैं जिस अमीर की लग्जरी है उसको तोड़ दीजिए, लेकिन जिस गरीब का रोजगार है, जिस गरीब की छत को आप रोड़ना चाहते हैं, जैसे आपने जहांगीरपुरी में किया और जगहों पे किया, असंवैधानिक बुलडोजर ये नहीं होने देंगे। संविधान के दायरे में नोटिस दीजिए, प्रोसीजर है। भाजपा के ऑफिस को तोड़िए पहले, उसके बाद शाहीन बाग में आइएगा। सिलेक्टिव होकर चिन्हित करके आप जिस तरीके से बुलडोजर लेकर आए हैं यहाँ पर, सबसे पहले गरीबों के ऊपर, गरीबों के ठेले।
मैडम, मैं अंजना जी आपसे एक सवाल करना चाहता हूँ। दिल्ली के अंदर 1639 कॉलोनी है, भारत सरकार हमेशा शाहीन बाग पर प्रोटेक्ट करती है। मेरा सवाल ये
दिखाइए आगे की तस्वीर, थोड़ा सा साइड हो जाइए। तमाम जो नेता हैं, महिलाएं हैं, वो धीरे धीरे विरोध में यहाँ पर मुश्किल हो रहा है। चलिए यहाँ पे लोग बैठ गए, इधर वाले हिस्से में आइए, इधर से आइए और यहाँ पर दिखाते हैं बुलडोजर का सामने से नजारा दिखाइए। यहाँ पर कई लोग प्रोटेस्ट करने के लिए विरोध में खड़े हुए, थोड़ा साइड हो जाइए। प्रोटेस्ट करने के लिए यहाँ सामने में बैठ गए हैं। आप देख रहे हैं कुछ महिलाएं भी मौजूद हैं, और कुछ पुरुष भी हैं, कुछ कांग्रेस पार्टी के भी कार्यकर्ता हैं जो यहाँ पर पहुंच गए हैं। यहाँ से आपको दिखाएंगे, ये देखिए सामने जो शाहीन बाग में चल रहा है। आप बताइए क्या बोलिएगा? यहाँ बुलडोजर शाहीन बाग में इंक्रोचमेंट हटाना है, बट हमें नहीं लगता कि इंक्रोचमेंट हटाने के लिए बुलडोजर आ गया है। क्यों नहीं चलने दे रहे?
ये इंक्रोचमेंट ड्राइव नहीं है, ये बुलडोजर ड्राइव है। एक मिनट रुक जाओ, रोको। ये बुलडोजर ड्राइव है। बुलडोजर ड्राइव पर्टिकुलरली एक कम्युनिटी के खिलाफ भाजपा सरकार दिमाग पे बुलडोजर चलाना चाह रही है। हमारे घरों पे, मस्जिदों पे नहीं, बल्कि दिमाग पे। लेकिन हम बताना चाहते हैं कि हिंदुस्तान में मुस्लिम वर्ग जो है वो सेकंड लार्जेस्ट पॉपुलेशन है। हम किसी भी तरीके से डरेंगे नहीं। हम इंक्रोचमेंट के खिलाफ हैं, लेकिन बुलडोजर से जिस तरीके से डराया जा रहा है, यहाँ के लोग डरने वाले नहीं, यहाँ के अवाम डरने वाले नहीं। जब तक बुलडोजर है हम भी हैं। हमारे लाश के ऊपर से बुलडोजर गुजर सकता है, ऐसे नहीं गुजर सकता।
मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ, हम इंक्रोचमेंट के खिलाफ नहीं है, हम बुलडोजर के खिलाफ नहीं है, लेकिन हम उनकी उस चीज के खिलाफ है कि कानून उड़ाई चाहिए। नोटिस तो यहाँ दिया गया है, नहीं दिया गया नोटिस तो नोटिस से कोई, जब पार्लियामेंट ने इतना बड़ा फैसला ले लिया गया है कि दिल्ली में अवैध निर्माण हजारों की तादाद में है, उसके लिए एक बड़ा निर्णय लेके यूपी में, गुजरात में कि लोग
जब भाई तू सामने से
Staying on the story from Delhi's Shaheen Bagh, where the MCD is carrying out a demolition drive essentially to break down illegal structures and constructions, including shops. The people living in this area have said, again the allegation is that no prior notice was given, but the MCD had indicated earlier that on the 9th of May, a demolition drive is going to be carried out in Shaheen Bagh, and this is going to continue till the 13th of May. This is also going to include the Jasola Vihar area and the Jasola Nale area. Anticipating a possible problem in law and order situation in Delhi city right now, you see the police bandobast on your screen right now. Meanwhile, Congress workers are with the ground, as you can see in these pictures, protesting against the MCD, saying that illegal encroachment should be removed in other areas as well. Take a look at this ground report.
नोट होगा, ये सामने हुजूम देखिए, लोगों का हुजूम यहाँ पर इकट्ठा हो गया है चारों तरफ। ये चारों तरफ शाहीन बाग में जो लोग इसके खिलाफ हैं, अवैध निर्माण को बुलडोजर अगर गिराने आया है उसके खिलाफ जो लोग हैं वो अब धीरे धीरे सड़कों पर इकट्ठा हो रहे हैं। दिल्ली पुलिस के जिस फोर्स का इंतजार है उसके लिए थोड़ी देर मुझे लगता है और रुकना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि अभी उस तरह की तैनाती नहीं दिख रही है। एक बार फिर से शाहीन बाग का ये पूरा इलाका आपको दिखाते हैं, घरों के बाहर, छतों पर
जवान है जो
देखिए मेरे कैमरा पर्सन अगर आपको दिख रहे हो,
Shaheen Bagh in Delhi city, the epicenter of the Anti-Citizenship Amendment Act. Today in news again for the MCD, which has rolled in bulldozers here to break down the illegal structures and encroachments here.
One of the leaders, it has
The people living in this area say again that prior warning was not given. They've also gone on to say that you can in fact do away with the encroachments. There is no need to bring in bulldozers. This is giving Shaheen Bagh a bad name, is what some of the residents told India Today and Aaj Tak. Congress workers are with the streets as well, protesting against the encroachment drive, saying that these areas should not be targeted and that there are illegal encroachments to the tune of thousands in the national capital, and that the rich also must be brought to justice when it comes to the illegal structures and encroachments that they put up.
पूरी तैयारी के साथ है। ये देखिए जो बकायदा स्मोक गन होती है, टीयर गैस की शेल, वो टीयर गैस की शेल के साथ यहाँ पर धीरे धीरे करके जो फोर्स है वो बस में भरकर यहाँ पर पहुंची है। सीआरपीएफ के जवान हैं, इसके अलावा भारी फोर्स की तैनाती यहाँ पर अब आ चुकी है। जिस फोर्स की कमी की वजह से सगुन जरा आपको तस्वीरें दिखाते रहेंगे, जिस फोर्स की कमी की वजह से बुलडोजर जो यहाँ पर आया हुआ था रुका हुआ था, लेकिन अब पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस के जवान है, दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान है, तमाम जो फोर्स है वो पूरी तैयारी के साथ यहाँ पर पहुँच गई है। यानी जो डेमोलेशन का कार्यक्रम था, जो प्रोग्राम था, जो शुरू होना था, अब से कुछ देर बाद जो रुका हुआ था वो बहुत मुमकिन है कि वो शुरू हो जाए। और ये देखिए दिल्ली की पुलिस की जो तमाम गाड़ियाँ हैं वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर बढ़ती हुई दिखाई दे रही है। यानी जो फोर्स है वो धीरे धीरे यहाँ पर बढ़ता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है और ये बाकायदा अब तैयारी यहाँ पर शुरू होगी।
के सामने जो लोग मौजूद थे वो महिला को भी दिखाइए, वो दाईं तरफ से कोशिश कर रही हैं, लेकिन इन सबको यहाँ से हटाया जा रहा है। ये महिला आकर इस पर चढ़ गई हैं। देखते हैं, इंतजार करते हैं। पुलिस यहाँ पर लोगों को अब हटाने का काम कर रही है, क्योंकि बुलडोजर के आगे खड़े हो गए थे वो हट नहीं रहे थे। अब दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान उन्हें हटा रहे हैं। कुछ महिलाएं हैं जो यहाँ पर खड़ी हैं और उनको हटाने में दिल्ली पुलिस को मशक्कत करनी पड़ रही है। आप देख रहे हैं, पहले रिक्वेस्ट किया जा रहा है, लेकिन अब यहाँ पर लोग इकट्ठा। बताइए,
15 साल का इंक्रोचमेंट दिखाई देता है। एमसीडी 15 साल से कहां से हो रही थी? 18 तारीख को कार्यकाल खत्म हो रहा है तो इंक्रोचमेंट दिखाई देता है।
लोगों को यहाँ से हिरासत में जो लोग लगातार प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे, बुलडोजर के आगे लेट रहे थे, अब पुलिस बल जो है वो धीरे धीरे यहाँ पर आपको पहुंचता हुआ नजर आएगा। देखिए तमाम जो पुलिसकर्मी हैं वो यहाँ पहुंचे हैं और उसके बाद जो बुलडोजर पर आप देखिए कि कार्रवाई जो है वो यहाँ पर अब शुरू हो चुकी है। अगर कहा जाए तो शुरू हो रही है। अब लगातार यहाँ पर पुलिस बल जो है, जिसकी लगातार ये बात चल रही थी कि वो उनको दिया जाए इस इलाके में, अब उनको मिल चुका है। उस पर कार्रवाई के आगे दिल्ली पुलिस जो है वो करती हुई नजर आ रही है।
Kumar Kunal continues to be with us. Kumar, take us through the details of the kind of police bandobast, the presence that has been visibly beefed up in this area, given that there could be a possible breakdown of law and order. The people are protesting, residents are out on streets, in spite of the fact that warnings have been given by the MCD in the past as well, isn't it?
the warning was given much in advance to the encroachers who are in the area. I can show you, Pooja is also with me. I can show you that how the police bandobast can be seen all around the Shaheen Bagh. Pooja will also explain that what's the situation here, right?
That's right, because Kunal has been reporting since morning. But Prem, see here, I want viewers to take a look. This is how the sector right now. Bulldozers but not moving because there is already outrage. There are a lot of people who are creating and trying to stop this drive. They have been complaining against it. But this is right now just one bulldozer that I see here. Prem, let's take a look and also turn around the camera and show to our viewers what the scenario looks like right now. Prem will show you. Take a look. These are additional forces that have been sent by the Delhi police, and of course the CAPF is also on guard. And right now they want to ensure that it is peacefully done. It's an anti-encroachment drive, Kunal. This anti-encroachment drive was supposed to happen few days ago. Yeah. But today it's happening. What took the delay?
There are a series of anti-encroachment drive in South MCD, and Shaheen Bagh, actually this is the date, 9th was the date which was given for anti-encroachment drive at Shaheen Bagh. And what I have been told by the locals, the local shopkeepers, that mostly there was encroachment on the footpath, and mostly the kind of encroachment which was here by the local shopkeepers, but that has been removed. Now I can show you that all these areas where some of the shops which is known as Rehri Patriwalas, they have been removed from the sidelines, but still what people are saying that these shops, these the big, these shops, actually these are footpaths where these big showrooms are being
and they put their stalls sometimes outside as well.
And many of the shops and
so these big stores are not the problem. The showrooms are not the problem. These are factory outlets. Let me tell you and help you understand the location. When we think of Shaheen Bagh, we think of the anti-CAA protests that had taken place about a year ago. So of course that brings back the memory. But this location is primarily important because this is in line of the Delhi-Noida border. Delhi-Uttar Pradesh border is how it's connected. These are factory outlets, hundreds of them here, hundreds of these stores here. But what we are told, as Kunal is also telling us, these showrooms and stores are not the problem.
बहुत कुछ कहता है. अब ये बुलडोजर स्टार्ट हो चुका है, लेकिन पैमाने को तैयार नहीं है. यहाँ की तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं. ये तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं. पुलिस यहाँ पर पुलिस मौजूद है, पुलिस बल मौजूद है, और ये महिलाएं हटने को तैयार नहीं है, क्योंकि ये क्रेन और उसका मूवमेंट तभी मुमकिन हो पाएगा जब महिलाओं को हटाया जाएगा. एक सेकंड दिख रहा है, जल्दी से दिखाइए. ये देखिए, एक महिला को उतारा गया. ये महिला है जो शुरू से टिकी हुई इस पर अटकी हुई है और वो हटने को तैयार नहीं है. अब उनको जबरन हटाया गया. सभी लोगों को हटाया गया है. सब लोगों को हटाया गया और इन महिलाओं को यहाँ से हटाया जा रहा है. अब देखिए, ये बुलडोजर का ये वाला हिस्सा दिखाइए. अब इसे उठा दे रहे हैं ताकि इस पर कोई फिर से चढ़ नहीं पाए, और ये बुलडोजर अब धीरे धीरे आगे बढ़ेगा. शाहीन बाग में अतिक्रमण को ढाने के अवैध अतिक्रमण को ढाने का काम शुरू हो चुका है. बुलडोजर आगे बढ़ चुका है. जो विरोध था उसे हटा दिया गया है. विरोध के बीच में जो तमाम महिलाएं थी उन्हें हटाया गया पहले, और उसके बाद ये बुलडोजर को आगे लेकर तमाम लोग जा रहे हैं. और ये महिला की तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हैं. इधर आइए, इधर आइए. ये महिलाएं जो सबसे ज्यादा विरोध कर रही थी, ये देखिए, उन्हें अभी भी हटाने में काफी मशक्कत का सामना करना पड़ रहा है. ये महिलाएं जो आगे में उसके सामने हैं, उनको हटाने में काफी मशक्कत का सामना करना पड़ रहा है. सरकार के खिलाफ नारे लगते हुए यहाँ पर फिलहाल ये बुलडोजर अब तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है, और अब जितने भी लोग आसपास हैं उन सबको इसका सामना करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि बुलडोजर में जो डिगिंग पार्ट है वो ऊपर हो चुका है, और जो उसका लक्ष्य है उसकी तरफ बुलडोजर आगे बढ़ रहा है. तो इधर से हम तस्वीरें भी आपको दिखा रहे हैं. इसी बुलडोजर के साथ साथ हम भी आगे बढ़ रहे हैं. जो तमाम महिलाएं थी उनको महिला सुरक्षा कर्मियों ने किसी तरह से हटाया और डिगिंग पार्ट को अब ऊपर उठा दिया गया है, जिसकी वजह से यहाँ पर अब ये बुलडोजर आगे की तरफ बढ़ रहा है. जहाँ भी अवैध अतिक्रमण होगा उसे हटाने के काम की शुरुआत हो चुकी है. औपचारिक रूप से ये कहा जा सकता है कि अतिरिक्त सुरक्षा बल आने के बाद
जो विरोध शाहीन बाग में देखा गया था, खास तौर पर महिलाएं जाकर उस बुलडोजर के आगे बैठ गई थी, उन सबको हटाने में कामयाबी मिली है और बुलडोजर अब आगे धीरे धीरे बढ़ रहा है। याद रखिए ये ट्रैफिक वाला रोड है। एक बार इसी के साथ जरा पूरा इलाके की भीड़ दिखा दीजिए, पूरे इलाके की भीड़ हम आपको दिखाना।
गौतम जाना है इसके साथ में यार, बाइक बैठे भी हो रही है फिर भाई।
Citizens are asking these questions about why encroachments can't be removed without bulldozers. Why make a scene about this? Giving Shaheen Bagh a bad name is what one of the residents told India Today. These are pictures coming in from Shaheen Bagh, where the police bandobast, the presence has been beefed up, anticipating a problem there. Residents blocking bulldozers. The bulldozers have been rolled in to remove illegal structures. It was done in Delhi's Jahangirpuri 3 weeks ago. As per the plan,
महिला थी जो सबसे ज्यादा विरोध कर रही थी, उन्हें बस में बिठा लिया गया है। जितने भी विरोध प्रदर्शनकारी थे उन सबको हटाया गया है, बस से उन्हें ले जाया जा रहा है और फिर ये बुलडोजर आप देख रहे हैं वो धीरे धीरे आगे बढ़ेगा। ये दिल्ली पुलिस की ही बस है। जितनी महिलाएं थी जो विरोध में थी उन सबको यहाँ से हटाया जा रहा है, क्योंकि वही जाकर क्रेन का जो लिफ्टिंग पार्ट होता है उस पर जाकर बैठ गई थी, उसके हैंड पर, और फिर और ये आप देख रहे हैं जितनी महिलाओं का विरोध था उन सबको दिल्ली पुलिस ने बस में बिठा लिया है और अब बस से 1-2 महिलाएं और बची हुई थी, उन सबको लेकर दिल्ली पुलिस यहां से निकल रही है, उन्हें हटाया जा रहा है। और दूसरी तरफ हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं वो बुलडोजर जो विरोध कर रहे थे उन्हें हटाया गया है और जो बुलडोजर इधर सामने है ये निकल रही हैं। दिखाइए, अब इधर बुलडोजर दिखाइए। बुलडोजर अब अपने काम पर लग जाएगा। ये देखिए तस्वीरें, भारी सुरक्षा के इंतजाम अब धीरे धीरे यहाँ पर किए जा रहे हैं। शुरू में जो असमंजस की स्थिति थी, क्योंकि दिल्ली पुलिस ने शुरू में सिपाही नहीं दिए थे, उसकी वजह से एक असमंजस की स्थिति बनी हुई थी, लेकिन अब जाकर वो परिस्थिति साफ हो चुकी है। भारी तादाद में यहाँ पर महिला सुरक्षा कर्मी पहुंचे हुए हैं और ये महिलाएं वहाँ पर जितने भी पुरुष थे या अन्य लोग थे जो विरोध में थे उनको हटाने में वहाँ से कामयाब हुए हैं। तो जैसे जैसे ये बुलडोजर आगे बढ़ेगा कार्रवाई की शुरुआत होगी और हम सीधी तस्वीरें आपको यहाँ पर आज तक पर दिखा रहे हैं। यहाँ
well, there was my colleague Anjana Kashyap getting us an overview of the situation from Shaheen Bagh in South Delhi, connecting with Uttar Pradesh, where legal encroachments have been set up, and the South Delhi MCD had indicated that there is going to be a drive of this nature on the 9th of May, and that is what is happening. This is going to extend up to Jasola Vihar in the vicinity, which is connected to Shaheen Bagh, and the drive is going to be completed on the 13th of May is what the South Delhi Municipal Corporation has said. Congress workers have hit the street saying that they're not going to be allowing the bulldozers to roll in and then bring down the illegal structures. Kumar Kunal has more on that. Pooja Shali also continues to be with him. Kumar, what's the very latest? Has the drive started effectively or are the residents still blocking it?
I can show you the live pictures from Shaheen Bagh. The bulldozer is moving, but quite slowly. It has not started the encroachment drive as of now. The heavy police deployment you can see here just in and around the bulldozer. It's a main road connecting Delhi to Noida as well. So there is a heavy traffic jam on the road as well. But now I can show you the most crucial part of this drive. This bulldozer, this has started moving. Where it will stop, where it will remove the encroachment. All the showrooms I can show you, which is here alongside this road. People are standing in anticipation that from where this anti-encroachment drive will start. But now, earlier the protesters have stopped this bulldozer, but now it has started moving and it is going towards the Kalindi Kunj side. But now all the eyes will be on the police force as well as the bulldozer, that where it is going to stop. So this is the situation at the Kalindi Kunj side right now. The heavy police deployment. The bulldozer is being cordoned off by the police, paramilitary forces as well as Delhi police jawans, they are all moving along with this bulldozer. So quite a few protesters have gathered. They tried to stop the bulldozer, but still now those protesters have been removed forcefully by the police personnel. It is moving. So the bulldozer is slowly but definitely is going to remove the structure which are illegal, which are termed as encroachment. So I will let you know that what actually this encroachment is being made. There are two kinds of drive. One is which is illegal construction, that is demolition drive, and the second one is anti-encroachment drive. The anti-encroachment drive is normally being done at a place where the public place is being occupied by illegal traders, illegal shop owners, or even residents. So this drive is going to start, but right now it is not clear that from where the whole drive will start. I can show you the bulldozer is moving quite fast and moving towards Kalindi Kunj, but it has not stopped here. So which will be the first target, that has to be seen. But I can show you that how police deployment has been increased. Earlier, police has denied any kind of police protection to the South Delhi Municipal Corporation officials who are coming for the official anti-encroachment drive. So it was not clear earlier that will this drive start or not. But now, as the police protection has been provided to the South Delhi anti-encroachment removal squad, so it is now almost certain that the encroachment drive, anti-encroachment drive will take place. But this has moved quite away from Shaheen Bagh. The bulldozer on past from Shaheen Bagh now. So now it is definitely a big question that will the drive take place.
News coming in from Shaheen Bagh, where residents are out on the streets. Delhi police has provided help to the MCD vis-a-vis increasing the police presence and the bandobast there. Congress workers also have hit the street saying that they're not going to be allowing the bulldozers to roll in. The demolition drive is going to extend up to Jasola Vihar, has been indicated by the South Delhi Municipal Corporation in the past as well. These are pictures coming in of chaos from Delhi's Shaheen Bagh, which is of course just next to Noida. It shares its border essentially. Jasola Vihar is in the vicinity, and the MCD has said that illegal encroachments will be removed using bulldozers in this area. This matter is also pending the Supreme Court of India. Now the Congress has hit the streets saying that this is a drive that is being carried out because there is vendetta against a particular community. Residents of this area have in fact gone on to say that there are illegal encroachments, but rolling in bulldozers is just to bring this area, this locality, a bad name. There are different ways of doing away with illegal encroachments, is what residents in this area have said, but these bulldozers have been rolled in. The MCDA says it is a part of the demolition drive that is being carried out in various parts of Delhi city, and of course Jasola Vihar next to Shaheen Bagh is next. Shaheen Bagh, remember, was in news 2 years ago for the Anti-Citizenship Amendment Act protests that were carried out in this locality. Meanwhile, the Delhi police is also ready to use tear gas shells on residents. Many of them have been detained, and the Congress workers have also been detained there. All of those people objecting to the drive being carried out are being detained, is what we know. Anjana Kashyap has more on that.
बुलडोजर की भी तैनाती हो गई है। इधर का इलाका दिखाते हैं, देखिए ये सब जो आप देख रहे हैं अतिक्रमण में, क्या इस घर पर, यहाँ पर ये जो दुकानें हैं, ये दुकानें दिखाई दे रही हैं। यहाँ पर आप देख रहे हैं उनको स्टिल्स के साथ होल्ड करके रखा गया है। क्या इस अवैध निर्माण पर चलेगा, उसके लिए थोड़ा सा इंतजार करना होगा, क्योंकि अभी परिस्थिति साफ नहीं हो रही है कि बुलडोजर कहां पर चलेगा। आप देखिए बुलडोजर एक बार फिर से
आगे बढ़ रहा है, थोड़ा सा इंतजार करना होगा, ये समझ
Shaheen Bagh, the MCD has said they're doing their job and that they're going to continue to roll in these bulldozers in whichever areas where there are illegal encroachments, including Jasola Vihar 3 weeks ago. We have the Congress in fact hitting the ground. Also we have an MLA of the Aam Aadmi Party, Amanatullah Khan, who is in fact currently in Shaheen Bagh. We just put out his pictures for our viewers. There is evidently chaos, confusion on the ground as the police is all set to use even tear gas shells against residents who are preventing the bulldozers from removing these illegal encroachments. These are visuals of residents blocking the bulldozers. Congress workers are there as well. Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan is in fact at Shaheen Bagh right now. He represents Okla, and which falls, Shaheen Bagh falls in this particular constituency, and so does Jasola Vihar, which is next to Shaheen Bagh, where the next demolition drive is expected, is what the MCD has said. All of this as per the rules after giving prior warning is what the MCD says. Why roll in the bulldozers when illegal encroachments can be removed without the bulldozers is the question residents are asking. Is there a deliberate attempt to bring a bad name to Shaheen Bagh is what some of the residents asked. Residents are out on the streets right now preventing the bulldozers from being rolled in. However, the demolition drive as per the plan has started. Remember, this has become a big flashpoint with many claiming and asking why bulldozers were not rolled out in the previous years. Why is it being done right now? Has the BJP sensed a political opportunity? And this is the question that the opposition, particularly the Congress and the CPIM, the left, who have opposed this in court as well, are asking. Bulldozers were rolled in previously in Delhi's Jahangirpuri as well. Now it is in Delhi's Shaheen Bagh. Next is Jasola Vihar. The MCD has come out and said it's also going to be there in Sangam Vihar and New Friends Colony. All of this in the same area. What is going to be the eventual fallout of these bulldozers being rolled into these areas, mostly dominated by the minority community, is the question many are asking. Is this to send out a message? Is this muscle flexing by the BJP, which controls the MCD in Delhi? Pictures of the demolition drive.
अगर यहाँ पे कॉलोनी के अंदर इंक्रोचमेंट है तो उसको हटाया जाए, लेकिन अभी उसमें कोई इंक्रोचमेंट नहीं था. अब ये मंशा क्या है बुलडोजर लाने की?
आप कांग्रेस पार्टी से?
मैं आम आदमी पार्टी से हूँ, काउंसलर हूँ, यहीं से मेरा ही एरिया है ये. मैंने 50 बार लेटर दिया इंक्रोचमेंट हटाने के लिए, लेकिन इंक्रोचमेंट हर वीकली प्रोग्राम होता है एमसीडी का. इंक्रोचमेंट का दस्ता अलग होता है हर वार्ड के अंदर. उसका एक पूरे महीने की लिस्ट होती है कि कब इंक्रोचमेंट.
अमानत जी क्या बोलेंगे इसके बारे में?
किसके?
ये जो बुलडोजर शाहीन बाग में चल रहा है.
अरे कहाँ चल रहा है, देखता हूँ ना अभी कहाँ चल रहा है.
बोल रहे हैं एमसीडी के लोग.
हाँ, मैं आया हूँ ना, उनसे पूछने आया हूँ कहाँ पर है. आइए आप सब लोग आइए.
देखिए अमानतुल्लाह खान जो इलाके के विधायक हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं. अमानत जी क्या? अरे अमानतुल्लाह लाइव है हमारे साथ, आइए.
लेकिन अभी तो चुनौती होगी इन सुरक्षा बलों के लिए, क्योंकि बुलडोजर को आगे हटाना है यहाँ से। जी
Amaravati Khan, the MLA of the area, has spoken to India Today as well as Aaj Tak, talking about the fact that an attempt is being made to disturb the law and order situation of the national capital. Congress has hit the streets as well, asking why similar demolition drives are not carried out at different other colonies where there are illegal encroachments by the rich as well. Why are the poor being targeted is the question that Congress is asking, not talking about minorities, interestingly, but these are areas dominated by minorities, religious minorities in the national capital. We've seen this drive in Jahangirpuri. Now we're seeing it in Shaheen Bagh. Next is Jasola Vihar, right in the vicinity, is what we know. The MCD says this is not illegal. A prior warning had been given in the past as well. Many of these people have been asked to produce papers. The residents say that there are illegal encroachments. There are encroachments, and that this has been dealt with in the past as well without the bulldozers being rolled in. Why the bulldozers being rolled in is the question that residents are asking. Is it to give a bad name to this particular locality, which was in news 2 years ago? It had become the epicenter of the Anti-Citizenship Amendment Act protest. That's the question that the residents there are asking. Meanwhile, the police presence has been beefed up in this area. Delhi police is supporting the MCD to bring the law and order situation under control and to see if things go out of hand, because residents are out on streets and are protesting, are stopping the bulldozers there. The Delhi police is ready with tear gas shells as well, as we put out those pictures for our viewers. But a great deal of chaos and confusion right now in Delhi's Shaheen Bagh area.
जाइए, ये कैमरा है, ये अमरातुल्ला खान साहब हमारे साथ हैं। सर, अब ये तो कह रहे हैं कि हम प्रोसेस से कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं, अनेकों कॉलोनियों में कर रहे हैं, लेकिन आप विक्टिम कार्ड, मुस्लिम कार्ड।
मैं 3 दिन पहले आया था, मैंने खुद आह्वान किया लोगों से, लोगों ने इंक्रोचमेंट को हटा लिया। अब ये मुझे बता दें इंक्रोचमेंट है कहाँ? अगर इंक्रोचमेंट है मैं खुद तुड़वा लूंगा, मैंने खुद तुड़वाया है। एक मस्जिद के आगे वुजू खाना था, 2 टॉयलेट थे, अपनी जेसीबी 2 दिन चलाकर खुद तुड़वाया। इस रोड पर मुझे बता दो यहाँ इंक्रोचमेंट है।
इसका तो इंतजार करना होगा। उन्होंने बताया कि जोनल ऑफिसर आके चिन्हित करेगा।
वो जब आए थे, जोनल ऑफिसर आया था, मैंने सारा हटवा दिया था। जो उन्होंने इंक्रोचमेंट बताया था हमने खुद हटवा दिया था। यहाँ का SHO भी जानता है, DCP भी।
बताइए शाहीन बाग में इस तरह का विरोध क्यों? आखिर सरकारी लोग, एक सेकंड सर, आपको भी पता होगा, आप चुने हुए विधायक हैं, सरकारी काम में दखल अंदाजी कानून के खिलाफ है।
देखिए एक बात सुनिए, ये PWD का रोड है, अगर ये गलत करेंगे तो लोग तो आएंगे ना। मुझे मेरे से बात करें MCD के लोग, यहाँ लोकल पुलिस भी है, आए वो मुझसे बात करे, मुझे बताए ये इंक्रोचमेंट है, मैं खुद तुड़वा लूंगा।
बुलडोजर बिना अवैध जगह देके थोड़ी ना चलेगा। आगे आगे ये बुलडोजर बढ़ रहा है, ये बुलडोजर आगे बढ़ रहा है। और एक बार फिर से आम आदमी पार्टी के तमाम नेता यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, जो उसके विरोध में फिर से यहाँ पर खड़े हो रहे हैं। ये आपने देखा अमारतुल्ला खान को, जो कि विधायक है, वो आए हुए प्रोटेस्ट करने में, और उनका कहना है कि हमने गिराए हैं, पहले हमें पेपर्स दिखाइए। कागज जो नहीं दिखाने की बात करते थे, आज वो कागज मांग रहे हैं। लेकिन ये देखिए, ये बुलडोजर है और यहाँ पर चिन्हित की गई हुई जगह पर ही वो चलेगा। थोड़ा सा इंतजार करना होगा, क्योंकि बार बार यहाँ पर जो MCD के भी अधिकारी हैं वो साफ नहीं कर रहे हैं। ऐसा ही जहांगीरपुरी में भी हुआ था, बताया नहीं जा रहा था कि कहाँ पर चलेगा, उसके बाद अचानक हुआ था। भारी सुरक्षा बलों की तैनाती भी कर दी गई है। ये दिखाइए एक बार, महिलाएं भारी तादाद में यहाँ पर बुलाई गई हैं, क्योंकि महिलाओं का प्रोटेस्ट काफ़ी देखने को मिलता है शाहीन बाग में, और इसीलिए एक तरफ ये पुलिस की गाड़ी है, दूसरी तरफ ये बुलडोजर एक बार फिर से आगे बढ़ रहा है। ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं आज तक पर, आप इधर से आ जाइए तो आप दिखा पाएंगे। बिल्कुल बुलडोजर आगे की तरफ बढ़ रहा है। कौन से घर पर, कौन से कंस्ट्रक्शन पर बुलडोजर चलेगा, उसके लिए थोड़ा सा इंतजार करना होगा, क्योंकि यहाँ की तस्वीर अब यही है कि बुलडोजर धीरे धीरे आगे बढ़ रहा है। भारी सुरक्षा बलों की तैनाती है। कुछ ही देर में मुझे लगता है कार्रवाई जिस घर पर होनी है, जिस दुकान पर होनी है, क्योंकि यहाँ सिर्फ दुकानें शुरू हो जाएगी।
Going across to my colleague Pooja Shali is also getting us the very latest from there. Pooja, encroachments have been there for many years now, and these are removed also periodically. We all know that. Residents say that rolling in bulldozers is just with the intention of creating a law and order situation. The MLA from Okla, Amaravati Khan, has said the same.
Absolutely, Sneha. Unlike Jahangirpuri, where there was an anti-demolition drive, it's complete chaos and confusion here. Sloganeering now being done. As you can see, scuffle looks like it's breaking out. Delhi police is also on the target. Ashok Gehlot is showing how the Delhi police is finding it much more difficult compared to Jahangirpuri to manage people here who are clearly agitated and angry. Remember, in Jahangirpuri, the demolition drive still had been carried out, but here it is clearly breaking out into commotion and scuffle. Amanatullah Khan, who I just spoke to about a short while ago, said that they will stop. He will ensure that the anti-demolition drive, that the demolition drive will be stopped, because he does not believe that there is any illegal encroachment here. As you can see here, his supporters, his people here thronging to get in a word from him, and he clearly, very clearly told me that he's here to stop the demolition drive, and he's demanding where is the illegal encroachment. Now what you see around you, take a look, that is the bulldozer. Ashok Gehlot will show you just one bulldozer for now here, unlike in Jahangirpuri where there were at least 7, and therefore that is the difference, that even one bulldozer is finding it difficult. I've been here for the past few hours. I can tell you that this one bulldozer is also finding it difficult to carry out the drive. One, because it is on the main road. This is the Delhi-Noida border. It is leading to immediate congestion. They have to take care of that as well. Then, as now he's preparing to pull down some of the illegal structures, the anger is among the locals that is showing, unlike in Jahangirpuri where the situation had been calmed down. As you can see, the force has been now deployed here. Anyone is being detained who is trying to stop the demolition drive and taking law into their own hands. Take a look at these. These are the live visuals on your screen. Anyone trying to disrupt this official order of the Municipal Corporation of Delhi are being detained, are being put in buses. This means that the MCD clearly right now is ensuring that the drive will be on. Delhi police has said they are sending additional police force. As you can see, the CRPF has also been deployed. It's a multi-layered security here that you're looking at on your screen, and therefore the situation clearly is to ensure that there is no commotion that takes place. I'm trying to get you as many perspectives and angles. What you see here is a multi-layered security and a bulldozer, and then the illegal structure. So this is the bus where anyone who is going to break law and order will be detained. So multi-layered security of women personnel, male personnel of Delhi police, then the bulldozer, the JCB, and then the illegal structure allegedly that they are going to now start to demolish. So we are trying to show you exactly how Shaheen Bagh area looks like. Now every time you think of Shaheen Bagh, remember, of course, the recent reason it was in news was primarily because of the anti-CAA protest that had been here. Now we'll try and cooperate with the police personnel as well, as they're not letting us go very towards the location of the site. But unlike Jahangirpuri, I can tell you it's complete commotion in Shaheen Bagh. And, you know, a lot of push and shove by the angry locals here. As you can see, again, Ashok, show to our viewers how there is sloganeering taking place as well by the people. People have said they will not let, and bulldozer starts to demolish. Take a look at that. Ashok, show to our viewers of how finally the bulldozer is starting to demolish the first structure. This is under, of course, the orders and the plan of the MCD. Now, according to the MCD, this had been in the plan. It is not immediate. It is not a coincidence. The anti-encroachment drive was being planned for the past few days. But because of looking at law and order situation and whether they had enough deployment as well, they were not yet sure. But right now, they have decided to go ahead with it. That is likely to be the first building that we saw where allegedly the illegal structure is going to be pulled down. There is some conversation that is taking place. Ashok Gehlot will show us the MCD officials who are talking and are discussing how to go ahead with the plan. But the police has tried to barricade the area and have tried to ensure that it does happen as peacefully as possible here. You know, what is interesting here, as Ashok Gehlot will show you also, is that these bulldozers, remember, 7 in Jahangirpuri, right now just 1 in Shaheen Bagh. They are saying these are illegal construction. These are factory outlets. I can tell you this is the Delhi-Noida border. This connects Uttar Pradesh and national capital. These are factory outlets, but it's not the problem. The problem is not the store or the showroom. they've been here for years. They are saying the problem is the encroachments and the illegal constructions that have been here right outside the location here. And as of now, we will try and also get in a view, remember, because in Jahangirpuri, they went about within 1 hour, despite the Supreme Court status quo. They went about, did their work in perhaps 1 hour maximum. Here, one bulldozer is taking time to even initiate because there are angry locals. They're sloganeering. MLA Amanatullah Khan comes down and says, I'm not going to let this work continue. Where is the illegal demolition, illegal construction? Show me. How can that demolition drive be taking place? When I asked him, why are you here? He said, and why is the MCD here? He said, the MCD here this is a deliberate plan to disrupt law and order and the peace in this area, and I'm here, according to him, to stop what he calls is not permissible demolition drive. He believes there is nothing illegal here. MCD says that these are encroachments and illegal extensions that have been done to some of these shops. So remember, why is this political? The Aam Aadmi Party has the MLA here, Amanatullah Khan. The MCD is under the BJP. So this is currently the situation here in Shaheen Bagh. Take a look. All right, so here in Shaheen Bagh, let me speak to someone. All right, because the Aam Aadmi Party has been all guns blazing. क्यों आप यहाँ आज आपको डिटेन भी कर लिया, पर आप क्यों यहाँ प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं? ये कह रहे हैं कि इलीगल है तो डेमोलिश तो होगा ही।
इलीगल है तो आप बिल्कुल डेमोलिश कीजिए ना। आदेश गुप्ता का घर डेमोलिश कीजिए सबसे पहले। इकबाल सिंह जो नॉर्थ एमसीडी के मेयर है उनका घर आप डेमोलिश कीजिए। आप यहाँ प्रोपेगेंडा भाजपा के अध्यक्ष आदेश गुप्ता के इशारे पे दिल्ली का मेयर, एमसीडी का, एसडीएमसी का मेयर अगर प्रोपेगेंडा के इशारे पे एक संवैधानिक पद पे अगर वो उसका
तो आप कह रहे हैं एमसीडी पॉलिटिकल ऑर्डर पे ये नहीं करना चाहिए, आप डिसरप्ट भी तो कर रहे हैं। आम आदमी पार्टी डिसरप्ट कर रही है, माना नहीं।
मैम ये बता रहा हूँ कि 365 दिन ये मेयर क्यों सोते रहे, एमसीडी क्यों सोती रही, अतिक्रमण अगर हुआ है तो क्यों होने दिया, और आपने आदेश गुप्ता का घर क्यों नहीं तोड़ा?
Aam Aadmi Party and some of the supporters here were saying, why not demolish BJP netas? Take a look at this. Take a look on the location. I want you to understand, when you're looking at on your screen, what is the status? A multi-layer security of police on your right. Right, and then there comes the bulldozer. This is because to try and keep the locals away, some of the supporters of the Aam Aadmi Party, and there are many locals. There are many local residents who have gathered, who've been shouting slogans. I want to now go across to my colleague Shreya Chatterjee. Shreya, Shaheen Bagh, of course, has been lately in the news for the anti-CAA protest, but this time MCD says this wasn't the plan. There are illegal encroachments and we have a drive that is expected. Over to you now, Shreya. On which side of Shaheen Bagh are you? What are you picking up from the location?
Pooja, I'm at G block. This is exactly where the encroachment is right now due. You can see the bulldozer, which is actually trying to raise this particular extension of one of the shops in this road. Now, what we do understand that there is these rods that were also here for the construction work, which right now the MCD workers are trying to remove before they go on to raise the extension that they say which is illegal on this stretch. This is the entire G block stretch. Significant to point out, it is exactly here where we saw those anti-CAA protests. And if we talk about these shops, you know, even during that protest, these shops had suffered losses. They had also tried to, get the situation better. And right now, we can see that these are the same shops which are probably under the eye of the MCD for illegal encroachment. We have been told that this particular shop has a portion which is an extended portion. Probably that's what the MCD is aiming at, but they will have to remove these rods which were put in for construction before they could go on with any of the illegal encroachment drive.
Shreya, stay on with me, because here I can tell you I am making a comparison between Jahangirpuri and Shaheen Bagh. In Jahangirpuri, yes, there were angry residents, but they also let the demolition drive continue until Brinda Karat arrived as a political representative. Here in Shaheen Bagh, it's been difficult. It is now beyond 12 p.m. The demolition drive has not yet started. Angry locals, MLA of Aam Aadmi Party has arrived. We can see an Aam Aadmi Party BJP political showdown taking place in Shaheen Bagh. This is the location. This is the location. Our colleagues are there, remember, on different locations as well. And therefore, we are trying to help you understand that once this bulldozer starts to move, they'll first demolish the illegal structure, not the big building. What I'm told right now is the additional outside extensions and any illegal construction that's made beyond the permissible limit, that will be brought down. But why is the MCD not starting it? By 12 p.m. in Jahangirpuri, all was over. What is stopping the MCD currently? Is it the locals' anger? Are they waiting for some official order? We're trying to get those details as well. But clearly a heavy police security. This is among locals. As you can see, a lot of locals there standing, curious to see some of them angry. Amanatullah Khan has been raging since he arrived here, but the demolition drive has not yet started. Let's go across to Tejshri. Tejshri is also here. Tejshri, if you can hear me, what is the status around your location? Why are they not starting it yet? And as you were also there, unlike Jahangirpuri, there is tension in Shaheen Bagh area.
Yes, definitely there is tension in Shaheen Bagh area, and I would like to straight away show you the pictures from where the anti-encroachment drive is going to start. Yes, I can hear you. This is the exact area from where the anti-encroachment drive will take place. This is the area. And what the people are saying that this was built for the renovation, this is not the encroachment, and that is why, as per the instruction of MCD, they are trying to, take out this, they are trying to, evacuate this entire place. We are standing right at this place, and they are trying to evacuate this place. And what MCD is making a point is,
I will just interrupt you there. I will just interrupt you there. Are these people trying to build? Are these individuals, as we can see on our screens, take a look at that. Before the JCB or the bulldozer starts to move, has there been a discussion? Pull down your illegal structures before the MCD has to. I see some of these boys, take a look at that. They are pulling down some of these pillars. These are usually before any construction or renovation starts to be done. These boys are taking that down. Is this perhaps a sort of a compromise that has been reached at that before we decide to pull down the whole building, pull down any renovation, additional construction that you have done or planning to do, before we have to move the JCB? Because once the bulldozer starts to move, then there's nothing stopping it, and then they'll pull down any structure that is on their plan that needs to be pulled down. But this is the first building that it looked like as the bulldozer was set to demolish. Tejshri, over to you now. You're standing next to that bulldozer, where I can see some boys are now pulling down by themselves these pillars, these iron pillars, perhaps to tell the MCD that we are not going to do anything illegal. We are ready beforehand. We will ensure you don't have to use the bulldozer. If you think this is illegal, if it is illegal, we'll pull it down.
See, definitely. These are the live pictures which we are giving you right where from the point from where the action is going to start. Police came over here a while back, and police made a point that this entire area will be brought down. But what these people are saying that this entire area is not illegal is what these people are trying to make a point over here, and trying to say that this area will not be, these people are saying that this area is not illegal and the demolition drive should not take place, and that is why right away at this point of time these people are trying to bring down this entire construction which they have made over here. They are saying that it was just a renovation which we were doing over here, and as soon as the bulldozer has reached over here, they said that we are going to just bring down this area and we are not going to carry out this encroachment. We are not going to let the MCD people carry out the anti-encroachment drive over here. That is why you can see that how people are climbing. Immediately they have climbed there, this entire the part where the renovation was going to take place, and they are now trying to remove this entire iron rods which they have placed over here. Now what?
Tejshri, stay on. आप यहाँ local हैं? Okay, Teshi Shreyan will try and get some voices as well, and we'll try and understand. I want to quickly go across to Shreya. Shreya, if there are locals around, you also ask them. Why are they angry? Why are they not letting an illegal structure, if there is, to be pulled down? What is the status right now? Because I see the driver is ready. The driver of the bulldozer, I can tell you here, has started and has started the ignition of the vehicle, has started the bulldozer. From what I can see as the movement of the driver, it appears that he is all set to go ahead and begin with what they're calling the demolition drive. The bulldozer is set to begin. The police personnel here are ensuring that people are kept at bay. Shreya, over to you.
Well, yes, you can see that the bulldozer is right now, on alert mode. Anytime this structure will be pulled down, the bulldozer will start. But I will get some voices over here who have also gathered of the locals of Shaheen Bagh. Sir, ये जो building है, ये तोड़ने की illegal construction है सर?
लीगल कंस्ट्रक्शन कुछ नहीं है, बस ये रोड पे पाइप आ गए, इस वजह से कह रहे हैं कि अतिक्रमण है। क्या ये तो कंस्ट्रक्शन का काम हो रहा है, रेनोवेटेड का।
ये कोई आप कह रहे हो इलीगल नहीं है, सिर्फ कंस्ट्रक्शन का काम है?
हाँ।
आप लोगों को पता है ये इलीगल?
आप बताइए रोड पे कौन सा इंक्रोचमेंट हो रहा है? आप यहाँ से लेके वहाँ तक जाइए, कहाँ पर आपको दिख रहा है कि इलीगल इंक्रोचमेंट किया हुआ?
आप लोग यहाँ की रेसिडेंट हैं, आप लोगों को पता है यहाँ पे इलीगल?
मैडम, ये तो कंस्ट्रक्शन का ही काम हो रहा है, इसमें बताइए क्या इलीगल है?
तो आप लोग बाधा इसलिए दे रहे हो कि आपको लगता है ये इलीगल नहीं है?
इलीगल नहीं है, बताइए आप इसमें क्या इलीगल है? आपको लग रहा है इलीगल है? मैडम,
बाधा कौन दे रहा है? कौन दे रहा है यहाँ पर बाधा? कोई नहीं दे रहा।
प्रोटेस्ट नहीं कर रहे?
कोई प्रोटेस्ट नहीं कर रहा, सब बेकार
नहीं है, कोई कुछ नहीं है।
Okay, as they're saying, Pooja, that they were not protesting, and right now you can see the bulldozer is moving. The work has started. The bulldozer is moving. They will remove this iron structure which was there for renovation. We spoke with the MCD officials. They also very categorically said that they will be moving the structure, the iron rods that was actually kept in place for renovation, and that is the work that is started. See, the bulldozer is about to move any time right now. The directions are being given by the MCD workers, as you can see, and the bulldozer is ready on the spot. They will remove this iron structure. There were some shades that were kept, which few of the locals, they actually went up and removed. And right now on our screens, on our camera, you can see that any moment this bulldozer will start.
All right, that's Shreya Chatterjee telling us from the other side of the bulldozer. And the one bulldozer here, Ashok Gehnot will show you, is all set to demolish at least these iron pillars to start with. This is in many ways a warning to others that we are not going to stop. What they are telling us, as you can see, that this could actually fall on where I am standing. So I will just go back slightly 2 steps. But here, now that the area is clear, complete road is jammed. This is one of the main intersection points for Delhi and Noida. And here stands a bulldozer in Shaheen Bagh. On your screens, they've asked them, requested them, pull down what you can, otherwise the bulldozer will come and pull. Remember, this was what I have been told is in the past few days there was a demolition drive that was being planned, but looking at the law and order situation, looking at the availability of police personnel on the ground, it was postponed. Today, with the Delhi police providing additional police force as well, the CRPF also are here, have been deployed, and definitely unlike Jahangir Puri, there is some commotion, but at least one push by the bulldozer here. What they are stating is that any illegal encroachment will be pulled down. Why is this important? This is the South Delhi MCD, which was in Jahangir Puri was Northwest MCD. So let's go across now to help understand how Shaheen Bagh really looks like right now. Kumar Kunal is also joining me now on this telecast. We have our reporters spanned out on every location to tell you what this area looks like. Kunal, at this point, the MCD under the BJP, Amanatullah Khan MLA under the Aam Aadmi Party. It's clearly a BJP Aam Aadmi Party political showdown here in Shaheen Bagh. We will just try and get across all our reporters as well. Remember, because this has become BJP Aam Aadmi Party face-off, this has also escalated now beyond what otherwise would have just been an MCD demolition drive. The question is, are these demolition drives regular? Is it being done on purpose? The locals are alleging this is deliberate to create law and order. They are alleging that this is because there were anti-CA protests, but the MCD says that this had to be done. There are illegal encroachments. We have done it in the past as well, and this is just a part of that routine. But as that face-off continues, it's very interesting, I'm telling you, because I'm comparing constantly Jahangirpuri and here. In Jahangirpuri, 7 bulldozers went, did their job. There was not much anger. There was sadness among some of the owners of the shops, but there was no anger on the streets or sloganeering. Here I saw sloganeering, here I saw anger being spilled on the streets, and I see a halted bulldozer. One bulldozer not initiating a drive, heavy police presence, still being very cautious, pushing people away. As you can see, even right now, Ashok Benot will show you, there are people standing on, whether it's the rooftop, whether it's right outside the shut stores, they are still waiting. What I get a feeling is they are not starting because they want to be absolutely sure that the place is calm and ready. They do not want to disturb law and order, because once there is a massive commotion that was about to happen, a stampede-like situation, that could become much worse even for the cops to handle. Kumar Kunal, over to you now. Becoming an Aam Aadmi Party BJP face-off, considering BJP is leading the MCD and the MLA is of the Aam Aadmi Party, Kunal.
Exactly, and I can tell you that the timing of the anti-encroachment drive is also questionable. Now, the MCD has been unified and SDMC will be in place for next 1 week or so, and I can show you the top angle visuals from here that how the traffic has been.
2 दिन खुद दे करके खुद हटवाया. जब यहाँ कोई इंक्रोचमेंट है ही नहीं तो ये आए क्यों हैं? बताओ क्यों आए ये पूरी वार्ड में आप बोल रहे हैं कि इंक्रोचमेंट नहीं. अरे जहाँ है मुझे बताएं, मैं हटवा लूंगा. जहाँ है मुझे बताएं, मैं हटवा लूंगा. मैं लोकल विधायक हूँ. जहाँ है, हाँ बताइए. नहीं अभी आप जी नहीं हटाओ, नहीं ना जाने दें. बताइए. हाँ बताओ, वहीं से बताओ. नहीं वहीं से बताओ. नहीं वहीं से बताओ. वहीं से बताओ. बताइए वहीं से बताइए. थोड़ा अभी ऐसे हैं, उसको हट रहे हैं. हटा लो. बिल्कुल मैं खामोश हूँ. एक लफ्ज कहा, आप लोगों को मालूम है ना, मैंने खुद हटाया. आप यहाँ लोकल थे, SHO साहब मौजूद है, आपसे हटाकर खुद गया मैं. SHO साहब बताओ, मैं खुद आया था, मैंने उस वजू खाने को आपके सामने तुड़वाया, उस बाथरूम को आपके सामने तुड़वाया. मैंने जब सारा इंक्रोचमेंट हटा दिया, आपसे कल मेरी बात हुई कि बिल्कुल हट गया है. अगर कोई है मुझे बताओ, मैं फिर हटा दूंगा. मैं हटा दूंगा. आप है ना, बिल्कुल जाए, बिल्कुल जाए, बिल्कुल जाए. थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू वेरी मच. एक मिनट यार, अभी पुलिस से ये बात हुई. पुलिस के आला अफसर मौजूद हैं, SHO ये आए थे, मेरे साथ खुद थे जब मैंने इंक्रोचमेंट रिमूव किया था. एक मस्जिद के सामने बाथरूम बने हुए थे, टॉयलेट बने हुए थे. मैंने अपनी JCB लगाकर 2 दिन उसको खुद हटाया. जब सारा इंक्रोचमेंट मैंने खुद हटा दिया तो फिर MCD वाले माहौल ख़राब करने तो आए. और क्यों आए? मैंने खुद मार्केट एसोसिएशन मेरे साथ थी, RWA साथ थी, सारे इलाके के. मैं वीडियो दे दूंगा, फोटो दे दूंगा जो हटाया.
आप ये कह रहे हैं कि यहाँ पर किस तरीके का कोई अवैध अतिक्रमण नहीं है?
बिल्कुल नहीं है. अगर है, ये PWD का रोड है. अगर कोई भी अवैध निर्माण मेरी विधानसभा में है तो मुझे बताएं, खुद हटा दूंगा. इसके पीछे आपको मेरी जुबान है, ये मैं खुद हटा दूं. राजनीतिकरण जब यहाँ है ही नहीं. ये PWD का रोड है. ये देखो आप, PWD का रोड है. यहाँ मैं खड़ा हूँ, सारा रोड क्लियर है. ये सारा रोड, ये कहीं पर 100 मीटर है, कहीं पर ये 50 मीटर है. ये खुद मैं काम कर रहा हूँ. ये रेड लाइट मैंने खुद बंद की थी. आगे जो इस रोड को, ये पूरा नोएडा को जाता है, मैंने ट्रैफिक ACP के साथ में, MCD के लोगों के साथ में, यहाँ की लोकल पुलिस के साथ में और यहाँ PWD के लोगों के साथ में मैंने इंस्पेक्शन किया. जो उन्होंने कहा वो काम करा रहा हूँ. एस्टिमेट करा दिया. यहाँ रेड लाइट फ्री कर रहा हूँ.
लोग आपके साथ सहयोग नहीं कर रहे हैं?
नहीं कुछ नहीं. मुझे बता दें आकर, अगर मुझे बता दें आकर के वो कि कोई इंक्रोचमेंट है तो मैं हटा लूंगा. जब मैं मस्जिद का वजू खाना तुड़वा सकता हूँ, मैंने वजू खाना तुड़वाया, मैंने बाथरूम तुड़वाए. तो अगर किसी की कोई पैड़ी अवैध है जिसको ये आकर कहे मैं हटा लूंगा, उसको पीछे करा दूंगा. ये राजनीति क्यों कर रहे हैं? पूरी विधानसभा में जहां भी होगी, जहां इंक्रोचमेंट होगा, मैं खुद हटवाऊंगा. कुछ नहीं है तो बताएं. भाई थोड़ा सा भाई निरंजन और लेना है. और क्या हाल है? सब बढ़िया, ठीक ठाक.
ओके All right, so it appears that they have decided to move on. The bulldozer is not going to pull down the iron pillars. As it appears, the shopkeepers have said we'll pull it down ourselves. There are unauthorized structures, there are illegal structures, but demolish them one by one. What are they waiting for? What is unlike Jahangir Puri, what I see here, is they're taking it slower than usual. They are perhaps talking to the locals, they are talking to the shopkeepers, they are looking for the exact site where they think and are told there is an illegal and an unauthorized structure. As you can see here, the cops still on duty. Around me, this is the CRPF that we can see have been deployed. Male and women police personnel have also been deployed to ensure that law and order is in location. We see that the forces are moving towards another location. We'll try and go with them to try and understand if there is another site that is being decided. And किस तरफ जा रहे हैं अंदर? So we'll try and wait perhaps while I think the bulldozer may just come back after they've spoken to, because it will be slightly difficult to pull down the iron pillars that the shopkeeper says for renovation. But they are on the plan. I know that the MCD is here to demolish the illegal unauthorized structures, to also send out a message that they will ensure that these structures and establishments and constructions will not be allowed to extend. Remember, this is not like an inside of the area. Jahangir Puri was way inside of a colony. This is right on the main road which connects national capital Delhi to Uttar Pradesh. This is one of the biggest intersections and therefore is a very important road for thousands of people, if not lakhs, who take this route every single day. This is the Kalindi Kunj route that is often referred to as commonly here. But as again the deployment increases, let's go across to Shreya Chatterjee joining me. Tejshri, all our colleagues are on the ground. Shreya, at this point, what do you see is perhaps the situation like? Because one JCB, unlike 7 in Jahangir Puri, where they went on the job, had a plan, had a list, did what they were deciding to do, and then they moved back. Here, one bulldozer is also not being given the orders. The driver is sitting here, resting for a while. अभी सर कर नहीं रहे आगे, कभी बोला नहीं है demolish करने का? अभी कोई आदेश नहीं है जी.
अभी आदेश
ऐसे ही आदेश मिलेगा. So what he's telling me, if our viewers didn't hear, that we don't have the orders yet to demolish the illegal unauthorized structure, and clearly they have to wait for that order as a driver of the bulldozer. But is this political face-off? Is this political messaging? Or is this MCD? Remember, Kunal said a very important point. The MCD has now unified, unlike the 3 MCDs earlier. And this South MCD just has about 1 week left before it then combines and becomes one municipal corporation of Delhi. We'll try and get to the mayor also of South Delhi MCD. Over to you now, Shreya. What is the situation like on the ground?
Well, Pooja, you know, if I could just give you the visuals from here, you can see the MCD officials are having a deliberation with the senior Delhi police officials on what exactly to do and how exactly to carry out the drive. If I can just explain it to our viewers, what the MCD suggests is to be an illegal property. See, this US Polo factory outlet, and then you see this particular factory outlet that's been considered to be illegally encroached. There's an extended portion of this outlet is why the MCD suggests that there is an illegal encroachment, and that's the portion that they will be raised. The challenge right now is that because of renovation work, there were iron rods that were put outside this particular factory outlet, and right now on your screens you can see the visuals where senior Delhi police officials and the MCD officials are having a discussion on how to go about this, because you can't really just raise down these iron rods which are also dug in the ground, and that is something that they're deciding before they have a foolproof plan on how to go about the deliberate encroachment drive. But the visuals on your screen, Pooja, you can see that there's a discussion sort of that's happening with the senior Delhi police officials and the MCD officials on how they should carry out. And look on our screens, there are people, there are these locals who I suggest probably they are themselves trying to remove. They are trying to remove portions of this particular building. You can see that is exactly what is happening right now on the ground. On your screens from the balcony, locals are right now again up laptop and they are trying to remove this locally. You can see those visuals on your screens, Pooja. That's probably what the plan is, that they will try to, by hand, first remove the iron structure and then go about raising the extended part of this particular building.
Shreya, it's good to see. It's good to see here that the local residents themselves, some of the workers here of this building, are by themselves removing these iron pillars. This is usually set up for any renovation or construction. So it was a clear sight that there was supposed to be some work happening here. But before the bulldozer pulls it down, they have decided to pull it down themselves. And I hope that our viewers can clearly see that action being done. The question is, why shouldn't this be done in the first place? This could just be a renovation or a construction that they were planning to go ahead. But what about other unauthorized constructions that are here in the Shaheen Bagh area, where they knew that the law will never catch up with them, and perhaps today they could be angry, but they also know that the bulldozer is around in this area. This is of course political messaging. This is of course the BJP ruled MCD trying to send out a message that we will abide by law and order, as they say. Aam Aadmi Party led MLA clearly stating this is vendetta by the BJP. There is nothing illegal here. They just want to come here and disturb law and order. So without a doubt, yes, even if it is removing illegal structures, there is politics majorly to it of the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. That has been there since the inception of Arvind Kejriwal's party between BJP and AAP. Now, it will take some time from what I can see, these young men trying to remove these iron pillars. Now, remember, this is not a sudden demolition drive that has been done. This was in the plan. The locals knew that the bulldozers are set to arrive. It's only been postponed for since the past few days as well. As we stay on with these visuals as well, let's try and talk also to some locals. तो ये बताइए, आप लोग कैसे देखते हैं जिस तरह को आज डेमोलिशन ड्राइव हो रहा है? गुस्सा क्यों है यहाँ पे? जहांगीरपुरी में तो हो गया था आराम से डेमोलिशन. हमें बताएं.
क्या पूछना चाह रही हैं मैडम?
कि यहाँ पे जो हो रहा है डेमोलिशन, क्या आप लोग को ठीक लग रहा है, नहीं लग रहा है?
यहाँ के लोगों ने पूछा था कि इस रोड की चौड़ाई कितनी है, कुछ डिमांड करी थी एमसीडी से, वो पूरी नहीं हो पाई, इस वजह से ये लोग उल्लंघन कर रहे हैं. हाँ जी मैडम, बस ये रिएक्शन है.
यहाँ के लोकल्स हैं?
हम जसोला के हैं.
जसोला के, तो कैसे देखते हैं इस डेमोलिशन को?
मैम सारा का तो यहाँ पे अतिक्रमण नहीं है, क्योंकि आज से 40-50 साल पहले कुछ था ही नहीं, सारा जंगल ही था. अब जो बना है यहाँ पर सारा ही अतिक्रमण में आता है. ज्यादा अगर यहाँ पर आदमी पूछेंगे डॉक्यूमेंट भी नहीं पाएंगे यहाँ पर.
तो आप कह रहे हैं कि ठीक है,
ये सही है मैम.
लोकल्स यहाँ पर गुस्से में भी हैं. अगर आइए किसी से और लोगों से बात करें. इट्स वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग व्हाट ही इज सेइंग. आपके परिवार यहाँ पे बहुत सालों से है क्या, पहले से है? अच्छा. So you know, it's very interesting. This young man is saying that there was almost nothing here in this area, and in the past few years these shops and houses have cropped up as well. But the ones who own these shops say that this is not unauthorized or illegal. So at this point, the demolition drive that is being carried out is. आप कुछ कहना चाहते हैं?
ना.
अच्छा.
ये कह रहा है.
हाँ. So at least they are going to pull it down. Let's go across to Kunal. Kunal, so of course, how do you see this going? This is demolition drive one after another. What started from Uttar Pradesh, went to Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, now in Delhi. I hear some angry sloganeering as well. Amanatullah is trying to speak to his local supporters. Kunal, over to you. What is Amanatullah saying?
See, Pooja, Amanatullah is obviously trying to pacify his supporters, and they are obviously agitated supporters of Aam Aadmi Party, and they are not quite happy with the ongoing anti-encroachment drive. Technically, I want to make two things clear. This is not a demolition drive. This is anti-encroachment drive. Demolition drive is one thing which is being done after giving a certain notice. For anti-encroachment drive, there is no notice required because the encroachment is being done on the public land. As you can see that that road, PWD road is there. And some of the shops are coming out of their boundaries, and they are putting their goods outside their shops as well. So this is a kind of anti-encroachment drive. So this can't be said a demolition drive, and that's why all the illegal structures, they are not being raised. Only those structures are being raised which are actually on the public land, on the road, or on the drains as well. So this is one thing which I want to make it clear. Secondly, what what is actually MCD, why this drive is taking place just now. It is all about timing. As I told you earlier also, the 3 MCDs will remain in existence for next 1 week or so, and that's why all the local councillors, mostly are from BJP, they are trying to put a point that they are dead against this kind of encroachment. Although for the last 15 years BJP is in the power at MCD, despite them being in power, all these encroachments have cropped up on the main road. So if the responsibilities will be fixed, then mostly the BJP-led MCD will be responsible for all these encroachments. So this is one point. And as of now, you were comparing this with the UP MP. But in UP or at Madhya Pradesh, the action was taken against the Reuters or against the mafias. But nothing like that is happening in Delhi.
Correct,
So,
yes.
this kind of agitation is taking place. People are claiming that this is completely a pick and choose, and they are not just dealing with the encroachment, but they are identifying, targeting a particular locality which is Muslim dominated, and that's why this kind of agitation is happening at Shahin Bagh.
Important. So Kunal is saying you don't have to give a notice if your encroachment is on the public land. It's the responsibility of the MCD to come and demolish it. It's not like they're going to request you to pull it down. It's great if someone is doing it by themselves and removing it. But we see a lot of commotion here. While I stand right next to the bulldozer, it's not moving. The driver has told me he's not got the orders yet to start with the demolition. As you can see, the CRPF also has been deployed on different corners. Ashok, can we just take a quick look at the location here? The location of this Kalindi Kunj route, as it is called. As you can see, one of the biggest intersections for Delhi and Noida. There's traffic snarl, there are crowds all here. There are the factory outlets that have been shut for now, while some are pulling down the pillars, or the JCB says, we will go ahead and then pull down the illegal structures. But this is different. This is not exactly about taking any action against arsonists and rioters. And while, of course, people in Shahin Bagh are alleging this is deliberate, this is a Muslim-dominated locality, so it appears the action is against the community. But MCD says we have to go and demolish illegal structures. Sloganeering taking place here. What happened? We'll try and speak to some angry residents as well. So here the JCB stands waiting for the orders of perhaps the top officials. But the question is your list not ready, MCD? You should have a list knowing fairly well about which is the illegal construction which needs to be demolished. Why is that not being done? We'll try and go closer. We'll try and assess the situation here. And that at this point, the area is now calm. I think perhaps the cops are also waiting for some action only to be taken once they have exact details of the area. Because what if unauthorized locations are inside the colony? There are narrow lanes inside Shahin Bagh. It would not be really possible for bulldozers to venture into that area. But I can tell you that at this point, they're waiting. They're not starting the demolition. We'll try and get more reactions. We'll try and listen again. I'll request our producers to again play what Amanatullah Khan, the Aam Aadmi Party MLA, has said, because he's alleging politics. He's stating that this is primarily because the BJP is leading the MCD. They want to go after Muslim-dominated localities, and they want to go after the Aam Aadmi Party MLA as well. So we'll try and continue to bring you telecast as well. Shreya, if you can hear me. At this point, we see that, every few minutes there's sloganeering, there's anger, and with MLA himself present, clearly that is going to push the tempers further. Just hang on there, Shreya. I want our viewers to listen in. If you've just tuned into India Today, Amanatullah Khan, who's the Aam Aadmi Party MLA, is here. Unlike in Jahangirpuri, where only Brinda Karat had come much later, the MLA is here. He's alleging vendetta. He's demanding action and saying that there is nothing there's nothing illegal here. What do you want to demolish? You're here clearly for a reason. Listen into what Amanatullah Khan has said.
इंक्रोचमेंट को हटा लिया. अब ये मुझे बता दें इंक्रोचमेंट है कहाँ? अगर इंक्रोचमेंट है मैं खुद तुड़वा लूंगा. मैंने खुद तुड़वाया है. एक मस्जिद के आगे वुजू खाना था, 2 टॉयलेट थे, अपनी जेसीबी 2 दिन चलाकर खुद तुड़वाया है। इस रोड पर मुझे बता दो यहाँ इंक्रोचमेंट है।
इसका तो इंतजार करना होगा। उन्होंने बताया कि जोनल ऑफिसर आके चिन्हित करेगा।
वो जब आए थे, जोनल ऑफिसर आया था, मैंने सारा हटवा दिया था। जो उन्होंने इंक्रोचमेंट बताया था हमने खुद हटवा दिया था। यहाँ का SHO भी जानता है, DCP भी।
बताइए शाहीन बाग में इस तरह का विरोध क्यों? आखिर सरकारी लोग, एक सेकंड सर, आपको भी पता होगा, आप चुने हुए विधायक है, सरकारी काम में दखल अंदाजी कानून के खिलाफ है।
देखिए एक बात सुनिए, ये PWD का रोड है, अगर ये गलत करेंगे तो लोग तो आएंगे ना। मुझे मेरे से बात करें MCD के लोग, यहाँ लोकल पुलिस भी है, आए वो मुझसे बात करें, मुझे बताए ये इंक्रोचमेंट है, मैं खुद।
And the bulldozer is ready at the spot. They will.
All right, so that was Amanatullah Khan, the member of Legislative Assembly of the Aam Aadmi Party. And now that the area is comparatively clear, I'll come and show you that what does the location look like. So this is how the area has been barricaded. Take a look at that. The Delhi police, the CRPF have barricaded this area. And this is also because they're trying to pull down the iron pillars and it may fall on someone, as you can see. And therefore, because of that, they just want to barricade the area. But the locals are here. The locals are not leaving. Curious onlookers, angry local residents, supporters of Amanatullah Khan, supporters of the Aam Aadmi Party. Sir, आप तो senior of यहाँ पे है MCD से, क्यों start नहीं कर रहे हैं? क्या plan है अभी के लिए? बुला रहे हैं आप किसी को? अच्छा, अब बात नहीं करेंगे सर। अच्छा, हम सर से बात करते हैं। सर, if you can talk, why are we not starting? What is the reason that there's a delay? आप बात नहीं कर सकते सर? All right. Okay. So, extremely quiet and tight-lipped Municipal Corporation of Delhi officials. I'll try and get as many perspectives as we possibly can. But perhaps they're taking it slow for a reason. But by logic, they should have a list ready. And they should go on and do. Sir, if I may request you, sir, कोई reason है sir that रुके हैं, आगे जा रहे हैं? आपने खुद बात करी है इन लोगों ने, इन्होंने रिमूव करने की।
अभी हमारे सर आ रहे हैं, अभी करते हैं, इसका जो भी एक्शन है वो बता दें।
अच्छा, और भी कहीं है सर कि यही एक बिल्डिंग है?
अभी ड्राइव बराबर रेगुलर चल रहा है।
अच्छा, यहाँ आगे भी चल रहा है सर?
मैडम अभी सीनियर साहब है, हमसे बताइए, वो बताएंगे सर।
Not saying much, tight-lipped MCD officials. This is while the MCD officials are not speaking, but I can see Amanatullah Khan there standing and speaking. All right, we'll try and go a little back. You can see that the iron pillars are likely to fall any time. All right, the iron pillars have fallen. So that is one demolition that even without the bulldozer is done by themselves, by the owners and the supporters of that building. They said it was some construction and renovation they were planning to do. But the MCD says that is also illegal. With whose permission were you taking out this demolition? All right. So the driver has got the orders finally of the bulldozer. Shreya, let's go across to you. The bulldozer is on its job. It is moving to the next location because it appears this building by themselves decided to pull down the iron pillar. Shreya, over to you.
Well, absolutely, Pooja. That's what we saw, that the locals by themselves removed the iron rods which was there for renovation work. It's the next spot for the bulldozer right now, which is rushing through a stretch of Shaheen Bagh. As you can see, it's making headway. We'll have to wait and get a clear picture on which is the next target for the bulldozer as the encroachment drive continues. But the bulldozer is heading back. It seems still a little unclear on how far this bulldozer will move. As we're trying, Pooja, to get an eye, but it's a little unclear because we see that the bulldozer is going away too far from this particular stretch. We'll try to catch up with the bulldozer, which has taken a U-turn sort of from this road that connects to the Noida Kalindi side. And it's either left the spot or it's taking a U-turn, Pooja. We'll have to wait for some few minutes to get a clearer picture on what exactly happened.
Yes. So very interesting, Shreya, because the bulldozer has gone way too far. It has left this location. You know, very interesting developments taking place here. What's happening with the MCD? It stops at a location, talks to some locals, and then goes far beyond this area. Remember, this is not a small location of Shaheen Bagh. This goes way beyond, you know, stretches into kilometers, both inside into the areas and then outside as well. So I cannot see the bulldozer anymore, which was standing here just about 2 minutes ago. Has rushed to another location to again carry out another demolition as well. I'll try and get in some voices as well. आप यहीं के रहने वाले हैं? बात करेंगे जरा हमसे? अच्छा, आप बात करेंगे जरा? Right, so the locals are not really willing to talk, but you know, this is not like what happened in Jahangirpuri. There was a set plan. They knew where to come and demolish. They did their job and left. In Shaheen Bagh, the bulldozer is gone. There's a bus that has detained anyone who was disturbing law and order. The bus is still here. The traffic is plying. The cops have been now told to move into another location as well. I'll continue to bring you details of that. Shreya, as you are also on this location, and we are going to head to the next spot as well. This looks like clearly more political messaging, and that apart from carrying out the illegal demolition as well. Shreya.
Pooja, as I was telling earlier, the bulldozer has changed its spot. It's taken a U-turn. We are just trying to reach the bulldozer, but I can see the bulldozer taking a U-turn from that very location, and then it's making its headway. So it clearly changed its direction, and I mean, it was a little unclear because it headed a long way. And right now, again on your screens, Pooja, you can see the bulldozer. We are here with the bulldozer. We'll move with the bulldozer to the next spot, wherever it goes. Is it the same spot? Here, there's an MCD guy. I'll get a clearance. Sir, कहाँ पे? कहाँ? सर, आप लोग जा रहे हो बंद? सर, बंद हो रहे हैं?
मेरा नहीं।
बताइए तो।
अफसर बताएंगे।
Okay, so they're not giving us clarity, but the bulldozer is moving. We'll try to move with the bulldozer, Pooja, and we'll see that where this bulldozer is heading. But we tried to get the MCD voice. The person obviously didn't want to share the location, but we are trying to walk with the bulldozer wherever it's heading, and we'll get it to our viewers where this bulldozer is exactly moving for its next target. Pooja, over to you.
All right, Shreya, you follow the route, and I'll try and get some reactions as well of the people here, of the datas. Let's try and find out what's happening. And I want here to get an understanding of what precisely, because I can tell you here that even the local residents have been caught off guard. The local residents are also unsure of what exactly happened, because they were also expecting some reaction coming in from the bulldozer. That has not happened. I'll just try and connect to you in just a short while, but we'll wait and watch if there are reactions coming in from the BJP as well. And I can tell you at this point that the bulldozer has headed to another location. Shreya, I'll just toss it back to you for 1 second to tell us that, you know, this demolition drive has clearly become, perhaps now, even though the MCD says it's for a reason, has become a showdown. Now, I'll try and go across. Let's go across and speak to the MLA as well, if he's willing to, because he's clearly surrounded by Amanatullah ji, एक सेकंड, अमानतुल्लाह जी, because if you are here with your supporters, that gives a big boost now, of course. Okay, yes. So.
सिग्नल कट रहा था।
अमानतुल्लाह जी, एक सेकंड जाने दीजिए। एक सेकंड। अमानतुल्लाह जी, हमारे साथ MLA है आदमी पार्टी के अमानतुल्लाह खान। सर, बुलडोजर रुकी और फिर यहाँ से आगे चली गई, पता नहीं कहाँ गई।
देखिए, सुनिए, एक पैर हुई है यहाँ पर कोई अतिक्रमण तो कहीं दिखा नहीं इनको। ये 13A रोड है जो नोएडा से दिल्ली को जोड़ता है, यहाँ पर कोई इंक्रोचमेंट नहीं है। 4 दिन पहले मैं यहाँ खुद आया था, आपको एक बड़ी बात बताता हूँ। 4 दिन पहले खुद आया, मार्केट के लोग थे, सारी RWA थी, यहाँ के जिम्मेदार लोग थे। मैंने पुलिस से कहा कि आप आ जाओ, पुलिस नहीं आई, कहने लगे आप खुद कर लो। मैंने सारा जो भी था जिसको मुझे लगा कि ये ठीक नहीं है मैंने पीछे कर दिया। एक ये पेड़ बंधी हुई थी, ये कल बांधी इन्होंने सफेदी के लिए, यहाँ बुलडोजर आकर खड़ा हो गया। मैंने कहा ये क्या कर रहे हो, ये तो पेड़ बंधी हुई है सफेदी करने के लिए। तो मैंने उसको भी कहा इसे भी हटा दो। खुद इलाके खुद उस घर के लोग खड़े हुए, मैं गया, मैंने कहा इसे हटा दो, वो भी हटा दिया। एक मस्जिद बन रही है, उस मस्जिद के आगे टेम्परेरी एक वजू खाना था, एक टॉयलेट था, वो वजू खाना टॉयलेट अपनी JCB लगा करके मैंने हटाया। मैं फोटो दे दूंगा किसके पास।
क्योंकि आपके लिए जो लोकल्स हैं यहाँ के, आप उनको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं एज ए नेता, लेकिन ये भी इमेज जा सकती है कि आपके आने से यहाँ पे जो काम कर रहा था सरकारी वो रुक गया, तो आप डिस्टर्ब।
कौन सा गजब, मेरे कहने पर इलाके के लोगों ने इंक्रोचमेंट जो भी था कर लिया।
Going across to Shreya, who's got more details on that story. Shreya, just give us an idea about the current situation. You all have been telling us that there is one bulldozer in that particular area. How much of the demolition work has been carried out?
Well, yes, Sneha. Sneha, you can see the bulldozer on our camera screens right now. This bulldozer, I believe, will raise one of these properties. I've asked my cameraman to show you the visuals of this particular shop, which is bang opposite the road where the bulldozer was previously. It took a U-turn. It has stopped over here, and I believe these are one of the shops which the MCD is intending as the illegal property that they will bulldoze, that they will raise. You can see the bulldozer here. It is stopped, and very soon the MCD officials were telling us that they will start this activity here. You can see the visuals now on our screens. This is the bulldozer that's awaiting its orders to start the encroachment drive, Sneha.
The residents there have said that there are encroachments. There have been encroachments in the past as well. Bringing in bulldozers in this fashion is only to make this entire thing political, given that the MCD, all three of them, are controlled by the BJP. Shreya.
Well, yes, absolutely. Sneha, you know, the locals over here, they were a little angry. There was a political chaos. We saw the Amanatullah Khan, the local MLA over here, who came over here, who tried to stop the demolition drive, saying that he is the local MLA. He should be intimated and he will help the MCD if at all there's any encroachment happening in the area to continue the drive. Now, the matter didn't stop over there. First, I'll ask the cameraman, you know, to show that particular building which is opposite the road, where the iron structures were raised by the locals themselves, which was put for renovation work. Once the iron structures came down, here you can see the bulldozer is right now on standby. Well, it's moving, Sneha, to the next location to carry forward the demolition drive. As we spoke with the MCD officials, one of these buildings here on the Sarita Vihar Road is the next target. This is the link between Kalindi Kunj and Noida, just to give a better understanding to our viewers. And the bulldozer is moving on its roads. We are also going across with the bulldozer, you know, to get the understanding which is the next target. But so far, the MCD officials are tight-lipped. They want to keep suspense.
Senior.
Okay, they're keeping a little suspense for all of us, but they're saying it's on the straight road, and so we will follow the bulldozer, and we'll get those visuals for our viewers when the MCD starts its demolition drive, because so far the bulldozer has been there since morning. It hasn't really raised any illegal structure. So will this be the next stop is something we will have to wait and watch for. Over to you, Sneha.
Well, absolutely. These are pictures coming in from Shaheen Bagh, the MLA of Okhla, who's also in charge of this area, which comes under the Okhla constituency, has reached the area. Shreya, many residents have come out and spoken about this, saying that this is regularly done. Why were these encroachments then allowed to come up, given that the MCD has been in power, the BJP has been in control of the MCD for the last 15 years or so? bulldozers move towards Sarita Vihar. This had been communicated earlier by the Municipal Corporation of Delhi as well. The bulldozers are moving towards Delhi's Sarita Vihar area is what we are learning right now. In fact, the MCD had indicated earlier that the bulldozer will also be moving to the Jasula Vihar area and also to New Friends Colony. And now what we know is that this bulldozer is moving towards the Sarita Vihar area. This is a part of the drive that is expected to get over by the 13th of May. The bulldozer, what we know, is moved towards Sarita Vihar in the same area, in the similar area in the vicinity of Shaheen Bagh, where we are getting this ground report from right now. The MCD has gone on to say that these encroachments, these illegal encroachments will be removed using a bulldozer. Warnings have been given. Due procedure has been followed, is what they've said. They've given out the dates. They've allowed people to produce documents. These are illegal constructions and have to be removed from Jahangirpuri to Shaheen Bagh to Sarita Vihar now. The bulldozer is moving towards Sarita Vihar to remove illegal structures, is what we are learning. Pooja Shali is with us. Pooja, the bulldozer, what we are learning, is now moved towards Sarita Vihar. You did tell us a while ago that the bulldozer is moving away to another location.
That's right. So what has happened here, Sneha, let's show you the location. This is the factory outlet location of Shaheen Bagh. This also connects Sarita Vihar and adjoining areas of Delhi and Noida. Now, what my information is, and I can tell you, it looks slightly upsetting for the South Delhi MCD today. The bulldozer comes, stops at a location, demolishes nothing, goes 100 meters ahead, comes to that location, asks them to pull down the iron pillars, which they say was for construction, demolishes nothing, then now is heading to Sarita Vihar. Did you not have a list and plan? In Jahangirpuri, if they had to demolish, they went about and demolished everything. On the job, knew exactly what was the extension, did not give enough notice, and then went on and did their job. Here, it looked slightly strange, because if there was nothing to demolish on your list, what were you doing here in the first place? According to my information, there was some illegal encroachment and constructions about a few meters from here. But because obviously for the commotion that took place, if there was any encroachers there, they realized in time that the MCD is coming, which they also call the committee, is coming, and that likely could have been removed in place. And now the bulldozer has headed to Sarita Vihar area. So today the MCD looks like more of a political messaging than the real demolition drive, because as of now in front of me, there was no proper demolition that took place, but there was definitely asking the locals, whatever is your extension, push it back, pull it back, it will not be allowed. I can tell you this has become Aam Aadmi Party BJP face-off. I was speaking to Amanatullah Khan, the MLA of Aam Aadmi Party, and his speech, his tone had a slightly victorious look, a smile, because he tried to say that, I've proven a point. They had nothing to demolish and now they have headed towards Sarita Vihar. And when I asked him that, maybe because you were here, your giving locals a boost could have also created further tension, which he said, I'm here for my people. If there was demolition, I got it removed 2 days ago. Come to me, tell me the illegal encroachment, I'll get it removed. Don't do it in this manner when there's nothing to prove but just political vendetta. So it's going to today blow up into a Aam Aadmi Party BJP face-off. BJP leading the MCD, Aam Aadmi Party's MLA here. The question again is, unlike Jahangirpuri, where is the demolition that the MCD wanted to demolish? They've headed towards Sarita Vihar area and they are going to demolish likely more sites there as well. Here right now, curious onlookers clapping, celebrating now with Amanatullah Khan, because they are clearly, yes.
Pooja is getting us those details from Shaheen Bagh, where the demolition drive is being carried out by the South Delhi Municipal Corporation, as was the plan. They had said that bulldozers will be rolling into Shaheen Bagh on the 9th of May. Also, what we know is that the bulldozers have now moved towards Sarita Vihar. Shaheen Bagh, remember, was the epicenter of the protests that had broken out against the Citizenship Amendment Act. Right now, we see this become extremely political with the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress taking on the MCD, which is controlled by the BJP, saying that this is political vendetta. This is, in fact, propaganda rather by the BJP. Also, given that MCD elections are just around the corner, what is the message that the BJP is then trying to send? Remove the illegal encroachments that have been done by BJP leaders, as well as what many residents have said, including the MLA of Okhla, Hanuman Chalisa, we see on his screens right now, who was in fact one of the first political leaders to arrive at the scene where the demolition drive was being carried out. The MCD is being supported by the Delhi police and there is huge police presence. Residents have been opposing the bulldozers getting rolled in here, are asking that when there were encroachments in the past as well, there was no need for bulldozers to arrive. Is this to give Shaheen Bagh a bad name is the question that many are asking. Many residents are asking. The MCD on its part says that they are just doing their job. This matter, remember, is also pending before the Supreme Court of India. Please, pending before the Supreme Court of India. Going across once again to some ground reports from Shaheen Bagh. Let's take a listen. Pooja, in fact, continues to be with us for more on that story. Pooja, describe to us the scenes there, given that the bulldozer essentially has moved away from where you are. Pooja, if you can hear me, describe to us these are pictures from Delhi's Shaheen Bagh, where bulldozers rolled out early in the morning today as per the plan of the South Delhi Municipal Corporation to bring down illegal structures. Pictures of residents on your screens right now, all of them pouring out to the streets, preventing the bulldozers from raising down the illegal structures. This is Delhi's Kalindi Kunj area, which is also connected to UP via Noida essentially. This is a busy junction, this is a busy road, and as you can see, there is chaos on the streets essentially, leading to huge traffic jams at the Kalindi Kunj area, which anyway continues to be a busy area in Delhi city. Pooja Shali continues to be with us to get us an overview of the current situation right now. Over to you, Pooja.
All right, Ashok Behnot, as he continues to show us these visuals, right now what we see, Sneha, is a victorious looking Amanatullah Khan, who's the Aam Aadmi Party MLA. He is here, he's made his image, his supporters now waving the Tiranga to show, see, the MCD did not achieve anything in Shaheen Bagh because there was nothing to achieve. I just spoke to him and he said, well, the MCD did not demolish anything possibly big because they had nothing to demolish, because there was nothing illegal. Now, I've spoken to many people and I've lived in this city for a while, and you know, there have been issues in the area where the shops have come on the main street as well, because this is one of the most important intersections. So there have been complaints of unauthorized illegal constructions in this area. However, today the MCD did not look at its best of doing the job. You reach a location, you bring this additional police force, you have nothing to demolish. You wait at a location, you ask them to pull down the iron pillars of renovation, now you head back to Sarita Vihar. What is left here is now the traffic snarl that is finally getting cleared. And then after that, you see how there are local residents who are angry, and the Tiranga being waved by the supporters of Amanatullah Khan, who says, well, if there was anything illegal, you tell me. But there was not. And that is why the BJP-led MCD had nothing to do, and they went on. The question is, unlike Jahangirpuri, they had a list, they had a street, they cleared what was illegal, unauthorized, looked like they were doing a job, and then they left. Here in Shaheen Bagh, it was full-on political face-off. Amanatullah Khan landed in no time with his supporters, giving media reactions, giving bites, and now has a smile on his face. As you can see, a lot of cheering and clapping for the Aam Aadmi Party MLA, making it look like he's won. I'll go across to our reporters as well, and he clearly told me that what was illegal and unauthorized, when I was asked to demolish, I demolished it. There was nothing here on the street. I asked him that there are clear complaints against the Shaheen Bagh area, that in some level the shops are coming out on the streets as well. He said nothing is illegal and nothing is unauthorized. So now Amanatullah Khan, standing by his supporters and now leaving from the location, has clearly come across as a stronger elected representative. That at a time when his locals feared that the bulldozers are going to demolish what was legal also, what was their shop or homes, and because that did not happen, Amanatullah Khan has emerged perhaps as a stronger figure than even he would have expected, because while everyone was expecting a Jahangirpuri-like demolition, what happened today was nothing. Nothing happened today. There was no big demolition by the bulldozer. It has now gone to Sarita Vihar, which is an adjacent location, and again is on the Delhi-Uttar Pradesh border. And we have gone back, making the MCD look silly, and they've gone back to another location. Kunal.
Pictures, in fact, from Shaheen Bagh. Pooja is telling us that very little demolition drive work was carried out by that one MCD bulldozer that was there at the location. And that has moved out. In fact, this is being seen as a victory, really, for the Aam Aadmi Party MLA. There's a lot of cheering. He went on to tell India Today earlier, he's gone on to tell India Today earlier that there was no illegal structure, essentially. That's what he's told India Today. This bulldozer has now moved to Sarita Vihar, is what we are learning. Remember, this is the demolition drive against illegal structures being carried out by the Municipal Corporation of Delhi. It was seen earlier today in Delhi Shaheen Bagh, which had become the epicenter of the Anti-Citizenship Amendment Act protest. And then this bulldozer now has moved to Sarita Vihar, is what we are learning. We'll try and get more details on that front as well. But the MCD says this is not unusual. However, the residents of this area say that yes, there are encroachments, but there was no need for the bulldozer to be rolled in. This is just optics. This is politics, is what many residents have said. This is the propaganda by the BJP, is what many residents have said. Given that MCD elections also just around the corner. In fact, they were due last month. It was not, in fact, the elections were not held last month, but they were due last month. And it is due this year itself now. This is simply optics. This is propaganda, is what many residents have said. The Aam Aadmi Party, meanwhile, through their MLA from Okla, Amanatullah Khan, have sent out a message that there were no illegal structures. Pooja, in fact, continues to be with us. Pooja, what more details can you share with us as far as that bulldozer moving to Sarita Vihar is concerned?
We will try and get some local voices. चाचा क्या हुआ? ये बुलडोजर तो आया, कुछ डेमोलिश तो नहीं किया उसने?
बिल्डोजर आया, बिल्डोजर तो जो है ना, जो वोट जो है ना, वोटरों को खुश करने के लिए जो है ना बिल्डोजर आया है।
अच्छा।
यहाँ ऐसी कोई जगह नहीं है जो बिल्डोजर चले,
इलीगल नहीं है
ना कोई जगह नहीं है। यहाँ सारी की सारी जगह जो है लोगों ने जमीन खरीद रखी है किसानों से और बना रखी। 1700 कुछ कॉलोनियाँ इस तरह की है।
तो क्यों आया था बुलडोजर फिर?
दुर्भाग्य ये है कि यहाँ के लोग जो है खुशहाल लोग हैं, पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं, बाहर कमा करके यहाँ जो है ना, कोई इंजीनियर डॉक्टर बाहर है, वो ज़्यादातर यहाँ बसे हुए हैं और उन्होंने यहाँ बिल्डिंगें बना ली बाहर का पैसा ला के। यहाँ लोगों की नज़र जो है इस बात, राजनीतिक लोगों की नज़र ये है कि किसी तरह से अपने वोटरों को खुश कर लिया जाए।
अच्छा, राजनीति हो गई।
आया है यहाँ, बिल्डोजर आने की जगह ही नहीं है। ये तो
जरूरत नहीं थी।
पास एरिया है सारा।
ये बिल्डिंग का मैटर नहीं है, इंक्रोचमेंट का मैटर है। बिल्डिंग का यहाँ कोई मुद्दा नहीं है, बिल्डिंग पे बात मत करो।
अच्छा, इंक्रोचमेंट जो आगे
जो इंक्रोचमेंट था उसका मामला था, वो हमने पहले ही साफ किया था।
बुलडोजर चला, बेरोजगारी पे चला है। तो बुलडोजर फिर क्यों नहीं चलेगा?
तो बुलडोजर चलेगा किस चीज पे? अब बताइए, अगर इस खंबे पे चलाना चाहते हैं वो चला लें। हमारे यहाँ इंक्रोचमेंट है ही नहीं फिलहाल। जो थोड़ा बहुत रेडी पटरी का था वो हमने खुद साफ किया। RWA विधायक प्रशासन द्वारा मिलकर हमने सबने
फिर आ जाएगा वापस।
जब वो वापस आ जाएगा, ये सरकार की जिम्मेदारी है। ये फिर बुलडोजर आ जाएगा या प्रशासन को टाइट रखे, ठिए ना लगने दे। इसमें मैं और आप रोकेंगे क्या, बताइए?
ठीक है। अच्छा, लेकिन लोगों को भी तो एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी
सपोर्ट चाहिए ना। हम MCD के भी सपोर्ट में है इंक्रोचमेंट हटाने के, और हम पुलिस के भी सपोर्ट में है।
तो आज जब यहाँ बुलडोजर नहीं चला तो किस तरह का माहौल है? जहांगीरपुरी में तो चल गया, जहाँ गलत
मैडम
ये जोक हो गया MCD के साथ। MCD के ऊपर जाहिर सी बात है, आपने इतना हंगामा मचा रखा था, सुबह से अभी तक लाइव ही चल रहा है। आगे भी कम से कम शाम 4-5 बजे
बिहार में
लाइव चलता है। आपने खुद देखा यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण के नाम पर यहाँ पे जो था सिर्फ फुटपाथ पे दुकानें थी, वो भी उस साइड, वो ऑलरेडी उन्होंने हटा ली थी। ये जो था ये 2 दिन बाद वैसे हटना था, पेंट के लिए।
ये जो आपने जहांगीरपुरी का सवाल करा है, जहांगीरपुरी के अंदर मैंने खुद देखा हुआ है कि वहाँ जो लोग हैं कबाड़ी लोग, उन्होंने पार्कों पर कब्जा कर रखा था। ये सच बात है। उन पार्कों को या कोई भी सरकारी जमीन है वो खाली होनी चाहिए। अगर शाहीन बाग में भी अगर कहीं है, रोड पे कहीं भी है, वो भी होनी चाहिए।
लेकिन इंक्रोचमेंट है तो हटना ठीक है। आप यहाँ पे
जी
इंक्रोचमेंट है ही नहीं है
नहीं, पहली बात।
अच्छा, थैंक यू। आपने हम सबसे बात की। सो दीज आर द लोकल रेजिडेंट्स, दे आर सेइंग दैट इफ देयर वाज स्मॉल शॉप्स और समथिंग दैट वाज रिमूव्ड, but there was no big encroachment. These are buildings that have been made, but I can see मतलब खुश हैं शाहीन बाग के लोग।
और यहाँ पे जब कुछ है ही नहीं तो है कुछ
कोई नाराज
आगे भी खुश रहेंगे। मैडम, जलन उनको है जो इसको नीचा दिखाना चाहते हैं शाहीन बाग को।
So what locals are saying? Locals are saying that there was nothing to demolish here, and they are clearly happy because they believe that there was nothing illegal, nothing encroachment. If there were small shops that were removed willingly, and this they are saying MCD has looked like a joke. And if I'm honest here, it did look like joke here, in considering in the manner in which the bulldozers were not given orders specifically. Because you bring a bulldozer, there is an additional police force, there are media persons here, and the messaging that had to be sent was illegal, unauthorized encroachments coming out on the biggest intersection of Delhi-Noida road will be removed. It will not be accepted this way or that, like in Jahangirpuri or anywhere in the country. It stopped, waited for some time, went on another spot, now is in Sarita Vihar. This is, of course, a messaging to show that we are keeping a watch. We will ensure the encroachments will be removed. But there was, of course, clearly now a political face-off, a political messaging as well. Sneha, over to you as we continue to get you visuals here from here on the location. We've been trying to speak to other people as well. आप सब यहाँ के locals हैं? हाँ, आप बात करेंगे तो क्या हुआ? कुछ demolish करके नहीं गए फिर?
नहीं, यहाँ कुछ गलत है ही नहीं, तो गलत क्यों करेंगे?
नहीं था कुछ।
जो दुकान थी, 150 दुकान थी, वो तो ईद वाले चांद रात को ही उठा लिया यहाँ से। फिर यहाँ कोई भीड़ भाड़ है ही नहीं, ये तो अफवाह उड़ा रखा है।
Okay, so these people are saying there was nothing demolition. Listen in now to Adesh Gupta, BJP नेता।
बचाने के लिए, जो बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्याओं के आक्रमण को बचाने के लिए, आतंक फैलाने वाले लोगों का आक्रमण बचाने के लिए जो बुलडोजर के सामने लेटे हैं, जनता भी उनको लिटाने वाली है। जनता भी जल्दी उनको लिटा देगी, क्योंकि अतिक्रमण किसी धर्म का नहीं होता है। अगर यहाँ पर आतंक फैलाने के लिए लोग आते हैं और उनको संरक्षण, उनका समर्थन आम आदमी पार्टी कांग्रेस के लोग कर रहे हैं, तो इससे ज़्यादा दुर्भाग्य कोई नहीं हो सकता। और मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि आतंक जो फैलाता है, जो बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्या है, जब उसका बम यहाँ फटता है तो वो किसी धर्म नहीं देखता है, जाति नहीं देखता है, मजहब नहीं देखता है। मजहब देखकर बम नहीं फटेगा, मजहब देखकर बम यहाँ फटना है यहाँ फटेगा, वहाँ फटना नहीं है वहाँ नहीं फटेगा, ऐसा नहीं होगा। जब बम फटता है, जब आतंक होता है, तो उसका शिकार, उसकी प्रताड़ना सबको झेलनी पड़ती है। धर्म जाति का कोई आधार नहीं है। इसलिए मैं हाथ जोड़कर प्रार्थना करता हूं कांग्रेस और आम आदमी पार्टी वालों से कि इसको धर्म से मत जोड़ो, इसको किसी भी जाति मजहब से मत जोड़ो। जो आतंकी है वो आतंकी है, उसकी जाति मजहब नहीं है। जो बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्या जो इस देश के नहीं है, उनको इस देश की किसी भी चीज पर कोई अधिकार नहीं है। वो हमारा रास्ता रोके, सड़क रोके, इस पर उनका कोई अधिकार नहीं है। और अगर अतिक्रमण के खिलाफ कार्रवाई होती है जहांगीरपुरी के अंदर, तो गुप्ता जी और झा साहब का भी ऊपर कार्रवाई होती है, लेकिन तब उस कार्रवाई को नहीं देखा जाता। और आज जिस तरह से जो आम आदमी पार्टी कांग्रेस के नेता जिन लोगों के अतिक्रमण को बचाने के लिए बुलडोजर के सामने लेटे हैं, उनको देश और दिल्ली की जनता देख रही है। उनको बहुत जल्दी सबक मिलेगा और दिल्ली की जनता उनको लिटा देगी, क्योंकि वो आतंकियों के समर्थन में आए हैं, वो बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्या के समर्थन में आए। आपने देखा किस तरह से बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्या, और मैं ये बड़ी जिम्मेदारी के साथ कह रहा हूं कि ये निगम की पहली कार्रवाई नहीं है। इस अप्रैल महीने के अंदर, अप्रैल के बाद आज मई हो गया है, इस सवा महीने के अंदर ये 40 बार कार्रवाई हो चुकी है। चाहे मदनपुर खादर हो, बदरपुर हो, ओखला हो, किराड़ी हो, रिठाला हो, रोहनी हो, करोलबाग हो, हर जगह कार्रवाई चल रही है। लेकिन जिस तरह से इस बात को सांप्रदायिक आधार बनाया जा रहा है, ये बिल्कुल गलत है। जब कोई अतिक्रमण करता है तो वो धर्मनिरपेक्ष हो जाता है। जब अतिक्रमण के ऊपर कार्रवाई निगम कर रहा है तो उसको सांप्रदायिक बता रहे हो। जब कोई दंगा फैला रहा है तो कोई नहीं बोल रहा है, और जब दंगाइयों के ऊपर कार्रवाई होती है तो उसको सांप्रदायिक चश्मे से देखते हैं। तो ये जो चश्मा है, आम आदमी पार्टी और कांग्रेस जो अपीजमेंट की राजनीति कर रहे हैं, तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति कर रहे हैं, उनको आज ये सबक जरूर मिलेगा। जो आज इस अतिक्रमण के खिलाफ कार्रवाई, जो बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्या और गैर कानूनी रूप से इस दिल्ली के अंदर आतंक फैलाने का काम करने वाले, अगर उनके ऊपर एक कार्रवाई चली है और उसके सामने जो लोग बुलडोजर के आगे लेटे हैं, उनको जनता लिटाने वाली है। ये बात मैं कहना चाहता हूं। धन्यवाद।
हेलो 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 हेलो, चल रहा है ये माइक?
All right. So that is, as you just heard, BJP Neta, BJP leader Adesh Gupta, who is clearly targeting the Aam Aadmi Party and also the Congress Party here. Now, how this gets very interesting is, I can tell you that our reporters, because we have had our team of reporters from different locations, from different angles, I've also got an update that there were some small shops.
like important है। ਅੱਜ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਅਰਵਿੰਦ ਕੇਜਰੀਵਾਲ ਜੀ ਨੇ, ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਲਈ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਨਸ਼ੇ ਨੂੰ ਖਤਮ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੈ ਪੰਜਾਬ 'ਚ। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने हुणे ट्वीट किया है और भगवंत मान जी ने ट्वीट किया है कि पंजाब नूं नशा मुक्त करन जा रहे हैं। मैं पंजाब दे लोगां नूं खास तौर पे या
All right, so these are of course different reactions coming in, but I can tell you our reporters have also informed us that there were these small shop owners like Rediwalas, like they are called. They were told to remove, which was because they were unauthorized. They did not have permissions to set up their small shops. They were asked to remove. It was not a bulldozed one, but because they were asked to in time before the JCB could work, the shops were removed. So yes, there was some drive that did go on in Shaheen Bagh area. It was not like there was nothing demolished, but it was not like a demolition like of Jahangirpuri. When they came, they gave an immediate notice. If there were very small shop owners of poor people, they were told to remove from that area, which was done right in time. We'll get to those stories as well. What you see here right now are Netas, poets who have arrived in Shaheen Bagh now. You know, it is being seen as a slight victory for them, considering there was nothing big to demolish, and therefore a point has been proven that there was nothing illegal, there was nothing unauthorized to demolish, and therefore the MCD had to go to Sarita Vihar, which is an adjacent location. Now, this, as you can see, the traffic snarls on one side, Netas and poets are here amid the supporters. I can tell you about it, 1 hour ago, there was complete commotion and chaos. There were angry locals, there was sloganeering as well, but now what we see are perhaps people trying to calm down. आप locals हैं, हमसे बात करेंगे, if we can talk. So आप बात करेंगे, यहीं रहते हैं, यहीं के रहने वाले हैं, तो डेमोलिशन तो कुछ हुआ नहीं आज, तोड़ा कुछ नहीं इन्होंने फिर?
जी मैम, एक अजीब सा हुआ सुबह, पता नहीं किस तरीके का माहौल बना। अगर ये इतना सारा अतिक्रमण था तो इसे तो कह के भी घटवा सकते थे। अगर हम मानते कहीं पे भी अतिक्रमण है तो वहाँ के प्रतिनिधि जो हों, विधायक हों, काउंसलर हों, जो वहाँ के जिम्मेदार लोग हों, उन्हें एक बार इत्तला देनी चाहिए। अगर वो लोग नहीं मानते हैं तो फिर कानूनी कार्रवाई।
This is a general view. What people have said that why did you not go through the Aam Aadmi Party MLA or the local councillors? And clearly, I can tell you because I spoke to Amanatullah Khan. He had a smile on his face. He came out with his battery of supporters cheering, shouting for him. He's now left the locations. Other poets and netas are now arriving, and locals are now breathing a sigh of relief with the MCD bulldozer that has left. And there was tension, definitely, unlike Jahangirpuri in this area. But locals and curious onlookers now standing here. On one side, Ashok, if we can show our viewers to help them understand how important and significant this area is. Anyone who has lived in Delhi or Uttar Pradesh briefly will know that this Kalindi Kunj route, which crosses the Shaheen Bagh area, has one of the biggest intersection points, has these factory outlets. Now, Shaheen Bagh, remember, is not a very old locality. It has cropped up only in the past few years, and you know, people who have lived here have seen it emerge from a very small locality to a massive area of shops and factory outlets, which are very popular, by the way, especially in this region. But for the complaints of unauthorized, illegal, even if there is, today the MCD has shown there was nothing to be demolished. If there were small shop owners, we've told them to remove, they removed it by themselves. We'll try and get you some other voices as well. We'll try and play for you what Amanatullah Khan had said earlier and what he told me just about a short while ago. But the locals, as much as we can try and talk to them, we'll try and get more voices as well. Let's see if someone's willing to talk and will give us their view. हमसे बात करेंगे जरा, आप यहीं के locals हैं, बस हमें ये बताइए, आज आया बुलडोजर, चला तो कुछ नहीं, हुआ तो कुछ नहीं, ज़्यादा मतलब इतना कोई बड़ा जैसे जहांगीरपुरी में हुआ
नहीं। यहाँ पे शायद नोटिस जो आया था वो 2 बजे के बाद से वो सारी चीज़ें वहाँ टल गई हैं, और अमानतुल्लाह खान ने भी ऑफिशियल अनाउंसमेंट कर चुका है कि यहाँ पे अभी कोई सा भी किसी तरह के टूटने का कोई खबर नहीं है। और बाकी ये सारे यहाँ पे जितने अभी तक भीड़ अननेसेसरी लगी हुई है, बाकी सारी कार्रवाई यहाँ पूरी हो चुकी है अभी। जी मैम,
क्यों आपको लगता है कि यहाँ नहीं पड़ी ज़रूरत डेमोलिशन की? एक तरह से अब आराम है यहाँ पे लोग?
वो तो MCD बताएगी ना कि क्यों नहीं पड़ी, हम तो नहीं बताएंगे। अगर उनको वो लगा कि जो है गिर के वो एक सिर्फ छोटी सी चीज़ के लिए ये पूरा शाहीन बाग को आज पूरे मीडिया हाउसेज में मेन मीडिया पे यही चलेगा कि शाहीन बाग में बुलडोजर चल गया आज, लेकिन ऐसा था नहीं,
लेकिन चला ही नहीं। वो तो हम यहाँ हैं, चला ही नहीं। तो क्या यहाँ पे कुछ नहीं था इलीगल, फिर क्यों आई
वही तो आप लोग बताएंगे, MCD बताएगी ना कि क्यों नहीं है, क्यों नहीं है यार। अगर नहीं है तो ये अच्छी बात है। नहीं
अच्छी बात है,
बहुत अच्छी बात है,
लेकिन फिर आपको क्यों लगता है कि क्यों आए, फिर आए क्यों यहाँ पर?
जो गलत है वो गलत है। वो इसका कोई भी साथ नहीं देगा, हम भी नहीं देंगे, कोई भी नहीं देगा। अगर गलत है तो आप सब कोई साथ देगा यहाँ पे। अगर एक आदमी भी जिससे भी पूछ लीजिए कि जो अगर उन्होंने हटाया वहाँ पे वो गलत था तो गलत था।
तो ये क्या ये आम आदमी पार्टी के एमएलए आए थे, उन्होंने बीजेपी को गलियाया, तो ये क्या बीजेपी आम आदमी पार्टी के बीच की बात है?
बीजेपी एमएलए और ये सारी जो है वो ये सारी चीज़ें जो है वो पार्टी पॉलिटिक्स उसको छोड़ दीजिए, उससे कुछ लेना देना नहीं है। एट दी एंड सफ़र हम करेंगे।
आप यहाँ के रेजिडेंट हैं? लोग
मैं यहीं रहता हूँ। एट दी एंड सफ़र हम करेंगे। ठीक है,
सालों से आप यहाँ रहे?
हम यहाँ पे 20 साल से रह रहे हैं जी। और ये जो आप देख रहे हैं ये आपको ये मालूम होना चाहिए 80% हमारे जो है हिंदू भाइयों की यहाँ पे दुकान है। ये आपको मालूम भी होगा। हाँ, ये आपको मालूम होगा। तो ये सारी चीज़ें हम लोग यहाँ पे मिल के रहते हैं। आप मीडिया हाइप बनाएगी, मीडिया जो है शाहीन बाग
नहीं, बिल्कुल हाइप नहीं बनाएंगे। मैं यहाँ इसीलिए आई हूँ, आपके यहीं आई हूँ, और ये फैक्ट है कि यहाँ पे when the bulldozer came there was nothing big to be demolished, just maybe a shop or two, and they told them to remove and they removed, but unlike Jahangirpuri there was nothing big demolished. So क्या ये राजनीतिक हो गया सर? चाचा, आप कितने वक्त से यहाँ रह रहे हैं शाहीन बाग?
जी, मेरा नाम राशिद अंसारी है। मुझे यहाँ पे मैं 90 में आया था।
अच्छा।
हाँ, और ये कॉलोनी हमने काफ़ी बेची है, प्लॉट बेचे हैं, और एक भी गज इसमें अनऑथराइज हमने नहीं बेची।
नहीं अनऑथराइज।
ये जो है शोरूम जो बने हुए इनके आगे थोड़ी सी ये सीढ़ी निकली हुई, या ये जो इन्होंने उतारा, ये सिर्फ इलेक्शन जो आ रहे हैं इसके लिए इन्होंने करा है। राजनीति के लिए, सिर्फ आम आदमी को घटाने के लिए कि ये इस वजह से जो है हम जीत जाएंगे, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं होने का।
क्या आप थोड़ा सा माहौल लाइट हुआ है? सुबह बहुत टेंशन था यहाँ पर इस एरिया में, गुस्से में भी थे लोग, थोड़ा और भी
नहीं, हम लोग क्या टेंशन में होंगे? हम लोगों ने पहले ही कह दिया था कि हम सामान हटा लेंगे, और वो हटा भी लिया, खाली कर भी लिया।
जिन को बोला गया था कि आपके आगे आ रहा है सड़क पे, आप पीछे हटाए, that's correct if there were some shop owners, but of course see there's a little angst also, and the man is correct to say you bring in a bulldozer, you bring in additional police force, and then you demolish nothing, but the word goes out that there's a demolition drive in शाहीन बाग। हाँ
जी, शाहीन बाग के लिए ये बहुत बड़ा भी हाइप बन गया। आज पूरे मीडिया चैनल।
That's true. That's correct. He's correct when he says this. Let's go across to Shreya Chatterjee. Shreya, now of course the locals are talking, but in the morning they were very agitated, and of course the MCD has slightly looked on the wrong edge today. So strong in Jahangirpuri, demolishing what was unauthorized, couldn't find anything big enough to be demolished here in Shahin Bagh.
Well, absolutely so, Pooja. You know, and I mean, when we actually went across this entire stretch of Shahin Bagh where people gathered to protest, one thing was clear, that the MCD's plan of action was not foolproof. They did not know where to continue the demolition drive, which property to raise. We saw that one particular factory outlet where they were attempting to remove those iron structures which were there for renovation, but locals themselves removed it. And the moment that happened, we saw the bulldozer take a quick U-turn, and it took the road from here on the Sarita Vihar road. Now, you know, Pooja, there's one thing we also need to say. Look at the traffic now that it's created. Not a brick raised. There was a huge hula-baloo about the demolition drive, but not a single structure raised. सर, आप लोग यहाँ के लोकल्स हैं, सवेरे से इतना माहौल बनाया गया कि डिमोलिशन ड्राइव होगा, एक भी डिमोलिशन नहीं हुआ, क्या कहेंगे आप?
मैं तो अभी आया हूँ।
आप नहीं आए हो? आप कुछ
नहीं, मैं भी अभी आया हूँ।
आप लोग भी अभी आए? सब आप लोग अभी आए? Okay, so some of them are really, I mean, not very open to talk with the media, but those voices out there, Pooja, we saw they were agitated. They stopped the bulldozer. They stood in front of the bulldozer. There was a lot of ruckus. We saw the Aam Aadmi Party MLA also hit the ground, and definitely there was a message that was being trying to sent out by the MCD against illegal demolition. However, not a single brick raised here in Shahin Bagh. But yet again, it's very difficult to say whether this will continue or not, because there's a hearing that's scheduled in the Supreme Court. What pans out from there probably also will reflect on what next happens in Shahin Bagh, because remember, the whole detail of the demolition drive that came out, that continues for the next 5 days. It starts today, but it continues for the next 5 days. So we'll have to wait and watch what the Supreme Court says, and then we will know what is the fate of Shahin Bagh, whether the bulldozer will return back or not.
All right, So that is Shreya Chatterjee giving us a sense of the location of where is Shaheen Bagh. You know, the traffic jam also that happened, and it was a morning of a lot of tension, a lot of angry local residents. But beyond what is on location, it is politics of Aam Aadmi Party MLA, of BJP-led MCD. This has become a political face-off, and all these netas are reacting. There were also poets here just about a short while ago. Listen in to this compilation of different political reactions from AAP to BJP. What are they saying?
भाजपा का एक राजनीतिक स्टंट है। अतिक्रमण हटाने के नाम पर आप जा करके ऐसे मोहल्लों को टारगेट करते हैं जहां से आप ये संदेशा देते हैं पूरे देश को कि देखिए हमने गरीबों पर, मुसलमानों पर बुलडोजर चलाया, जबकि यहाँ अतिक्रमण जैसी कोई बात नहीं है। आज बुलडोजर की कार्रवाई कोई हुई भी नहीं, लेकिन देश को मैसेज दिया गया। सच्चाई ये है कि अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की एमसीडी अतिक्रमण हटाना चाहती है तो उसकी शुरुआत भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष आदेश गुप्ता के घर से करे, जहां पर उन्होंने बहुत अतिक्रमण कर रखा है, जिसकी तमाम विजुअल देश के बड़े चैनलों ने दिखाया है। आप पहले अमीरों के घरों से आइए, हटाइए, बाद में गरीबों तक आइएगा।
अब ये तो कह रहे हैं कि हम प्रोसेस से कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं, अनेकों कॉलोनियों में कर रहे हैं, लेकिन आप विक्टिम कार्ड, मुस्लिम कार्ड।
मैं 3 दिन पहले आया था, मैंने खुद आह्वान किया लोगों से, लोगों ने इंक्रोचमेंट को हटा लिया। अब ये मुझे बता दें इंक्रोचमेंट है कहाँ? अगर इंक्रोचमेंट है मैं खुद तुड़वा लूंगा, मैंने खुद तुड़वाया है। एक मस्जिद के आगे वुजू खाना था, 2 टॉयलेट थे, अपनी जेसीबी 2 दिन चलाकर खुद तुड़वाया है। इस रोड पर मुझे बता दो यहाँ इंक्रोचमेंट है।
इसका तो इंतजार करना होगा। उन्होंने बताया कि जोनल ऑफिसर आके चिन्हित करेगा।
वो जब आए थे, जोनल ऑफिसर आया था, मैंने सारा हटवा दिया था। जो उन्होंने इंक्रोचमेंट बताया था हमने खुद हटवा दिया था। यहाँ का एसएचओ भी जानता है, डीसीपी भी।
बताइए शाहीन बाग में इस तरह का विरोध क्यों? आखिर सरकारी लोग, एक सेकंड सर, आपको भी पता होगा, आप चुने हुए विधायक है, सरकारी काम में दखल अंदाजी कानून के खिलाफ है।
देखिए एक बात सुनिए, ये पीडब्ल्यूडी का रोड है, अगर ये गलत करेंगे तो लोग तो आएंगे ना। मुझे मेरे से बात करें एमसीडी के लोग, यहाँ लोकल पुलिस भी है, आए वो मुझसे बात करें, मुझे बताए ये इंक्रोचमेंट है, मैं खुद तुड़वा लूंगा।
ये जो कांग्रेस और आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता कोई यकायक नहीं पहुंच गया, अचानक नहीं पहुंच गए, ये वही पुनरावृत्ति दोहरा रहे हैं जो इन्होंने मनीष सिसोदिया ने कहा कि बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्याओं को आप संरक्षण दो, इसीलिए वहां लेटने का काम कर रहे हैं। जो लोग अतिक्रमण को बचाने के लिए, जो बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्याओं के अतिक्रमण को बचाने के लिए, आतंक फैलाने वाले लोगों को अतिक्रमण बचाने के लिए जो बुलडोजर के सामने लेटे हैं, जनता भी उनको लेटाने वाली है। ये जो कांग्रेस और आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता कोई यकायक नहीं पहुंच गया, अचानक नहीं पहुंच गए, ये वही पुनरावृत्ति दोहरा रहे हैं जो इन्होंने मनीष सिसोदिया ने कहा कि बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्याओं को आप संरक्षण दो, इसीलिए वहां लेटने का काम कर रहे हैं। जो लोग अतिक्रमण को बचाने के लिए, जो बांग्लादेशी रोहिंग्याओं के अतिक्रमण को बचाने के लिए, आतंक फैलाने वाले लोगों को अतिक्रमण बचाने के लिए जो बुलडोजर के सामने लेटे हैं, जनता भी उनको लेटाने वाली है।
उसने शाहीन बाग इलाके से इस बुलडोजर को हटाया, लेकिन अब इस इलाके में ये बुलडोजर जा रहा है। तो क्या यहाँ पर जो इलीगल इंक्रोचमेंट है उसको तोड़ने की कार्रवाई होगी या नहीं होगी, ये देखने में दिलचस्प होगा।
So these are reactions coming in. Full on politics breaking out, but Aam Aadmi Party appears to have an edge today with its MLA, because I can tell you Amanatullah Khan came angrily charging in the morning saying, I'm here for my people, I'm not going to go anywhere. And of course there were allegations at that point of time against him that is he inciting people. He said, I'm here for my people. Where is the illegal structure? Show me. We waited if the MCD was going to demolish, but because the bulldozers then went to another location without demolishing anything massive, they were only small shops. But after that, Amanatullah Khan stayed with his people and said, I told you, there was nothing that had to be demolished, there was nothing illegal and unauthorized in this area, and all of this is political vendetta by the BJP, which is because it is leading and ruling the Municipal Corporation of Delhi. And that is why we hear all these netas of the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party attacking and charging at each other. Now, of course, the local residents here are saying, why did you bring in Shaheen Bagh at this point? if there was nothing to demolish, what was this whole spectacle about? To bring in a bulldozer, bring in an additional police force, say that we are going to go on a demolition drive if there was nothing to demolish in the first place. And therefore, MCD has come across looking on the wrong foot today. But we'll wait and see what is the reaction either from the MCD. Remember this, these iron pillars that were brought down earlier. They're now trying to put it back. They were asked by the MCD officials to pull it down in time. Otherwise, it will be pulled down by the bulldozers, and they have readily, willingly done it. You know, what a day it has been. Very unlike Jahangirpuri, where there was a clear set pattern that the MCD followed. But in Shaheen Bagh, there didn't appear to be anything to demolish. And that is why the questions are being raised to MCD. Why take the bulldozers through this route if all you had to demolish were some small shops that you could have done it in the first place as well? So the residents today here in Shaheen Bagh breathing a sigh of relief. Of course, many curious onlookers continue to stand here. The traffic is now plying back on the streets here of the national capital, Delhi, that connects to Delhi and Noida. But I can tell you that this will go on because the messaging was, according to the MCD, we will go against anything unauthorized and illegal, and that's fair. That's how it needs to be. The question is, why did they not find it in this area, barring a few small shops? And therefore, this is going to be politics that will play out at least for the next few months in the national capital, Delhi. All right, I will now go across to our colleagues also in our other area. Let's go across to Tejshri. Tejshri, if you can hear my voice, what is the situation like now? What are the local residents telling you?
Yes, definitely what the local people are trying to say over here is it is a kind of victory for them, because what they are saying is that they had no illegal encroachment over here, and that is why the MCD has to return away just after, you know, bringing down these iron pillars. And people are saying that if MCD comes again, then they have to come with some concrete plan. They have to come with the proper, papers. They have to come with proper documents, because a moment back from now we saw that Amanatullah Khan also arrived over here, and he was again and again asking the MCD people that do they have papers, do they have proper, on what basis, on what policies they are saying this thing. They are making a point that this is an entire illegal area. People over here are upset by the fact that when Shaheen Bagh area, where this entire area which they are saying does not come under illegal encroachment, then how people are coming over here and demolishing the area. We will try to speak to few residents over here who are staying over here since very long, and we will try to speak to them and just have a word with them that what do they have to say on this. आप ही रहते हैं? Do you stay here only?
शाहीन बाग में रहते हैं।
कितने समय से रहते हैं?
काफी साल हो गए।
ये दुकान
नहीं, हमारी नहीं।
अच्छा, तो ये किस तरह से जानकारी मिली थी आपको कि यहाँ पर डिमोलिशन होने वाला है?
जानकारी तो कोई मिली नहीं रही है, अचानक हो रहा है सब सडनली। कोई लॉ कुछ तो रह नहीं गया कि कोई नोटिस आएगी या कुछ टाइम मिलेगा। अचानक आके यहाँ पे कंस्ट्रक्शन हो ही नहीं रहा, तो नोटिस की जरूरत भी नहीं थी।
अच्छा, पूरे शाहीन बाग में इस गली में कहीं ना कहीं इलीगल एनक्रोचमेंट है?
आप देख लीजिए, आप लोग खुद देख लीजिए, यहाँ पे कुछ नहीं है, तो सिर्फ एक बोर्ड लगाने के लिए एक लगा हुआ था और कुछ था ही नहीं।
क्या कहना था एमसीडी के लोग का जब व्हाट डिड दिस?
कुछ नहीं कहा उन्होंने, कुछ नहीं कहा।
तो see what people are trying to say over here is they are upset because this entire area does not comes at all under the illegal encroachment is what they are trying to make a point over here. And let me tell you that there is complete, this anti-encroachment drive has taken a political swift, because we have seen that as soon as the bulldozers arrived, then the MCD people requested the Delhi police to provide police force. Then we saw that around 11 o'clock, the heavy police deployment was made. CRPF persons were called, female CRPF police persons were called, and after that we saw that how Amanatullah Khan, the Aam Aadmi Party MLA, stopped the bulldozer. He was standing right in front of the bulldozer. He sat just in front of the bulldozer just to make sure that bulldozer does not proceed ahead. And at that point of time, all other people from the entire area of Shaheen Bagh were standing with him. And that is why he's saying here that it is a victory for all the people over here who are staying at this point of time in Shaheen Bagh. And again, people are saying that they are ready to cooperate with MCD if they come with proper document. Now the hearing in the Supreme Court is set to to begin at 2 o'clock, at 2 p.m. But it is, the noteworthy point and the important point which we have to see here is the same thing happened in Jahangirpuri area also, when Supreme Court had said that there should be a stay on this entire demolition drive. Despite Supreme Court order of the stay, the anti-encroachment drive continued and the bulldozer demolished the illegal areas in that area too. So now we'll have to see that will this area be demolished later in the coming time, or people will, or this entire area will not be demolished. आप यहाँ पर भाई साहब, आप यहाँ पर ये जो आयरन पिलर से ये उतार रहे थे, क्या कुछ कहा गया था? आप ही थे जो उतार रहे थे आयरन?
हम उतार रहे थे। ये हमारा शोरूम है यहाँ पे, ठीक है मैम, ये हमारा शोरूम है। जो 3 दिन पहले जो आंधी आई थी वो बोर्ड टूट गया था ये।
अच्छा, क्या हुआ था उस वक्त?
मैम ये बोर्ड टूट गया था ना, बोर्ड टूटने की वजह से हम अपना पिलर लगा के उसको सही कर रहे थे। पुलिस वालों ने कहा कि उसको हटवा लीजिए, ये नहीं तो हम किसी से हटवाइए उसको, तो हमने खुद अपने चढ़ के खुद उसको हटाया।
तो एमसीडी के जब लोग आए तो आप ऊपर चढ़े थे?
नहीं, तो उन्होंने कहा था कि ये आप हटवा लीजिए, 3 दिन से लगा था ना मैम, वो बोर्ड लग रहा था इसलिए, तो हटा लिया हमने।
अच्छा, कुछ दिन पहले
पूरा हमारे साथ कोऑपरेट था, बहुत ही सपोर्ट था। उन्होंने कहा बेटा हटाओ इसको, मतलब कि जैसे आने जाने में दिक्कत हो जाए पब्लिक को, इसलिए हमने खुद हटा लिया।
अच्छा, यहाँ पर आगे कुछ दुकानें बनी हुई थी कुछ समय पहले?
कोई ऐसा नहीं था। पहले आपके पास इमेज या कोई फोटो या वीडियो है तो दिखा सकती हैं। ये फ्रंट और ये सारे शोरूम में यूएस पॉलो होगा, इसके आगे कोई
कुछ कच्ची दुकान है आगे
मैम यहाँ कोई।
Alright, so here in Shaheen Bagh, people now continue to stand. Many are smiling and they're saying that, there was no need for MCD to do what it did, but political face-off is on. Shreya Chatterjee spoke to some of the shop owners. So, Shreya, even if there were not some massive demolition that was carried out, there were some small shop owners who were asked to remove in time before it's demolished, and they were unauthorized and illegal. You also managed to speak to some of them. What are they saying to you? What happened today morning in Shaheen Bagh?
Pooja, I mean, if we can give a timeline of what panned out for that around 2.5 hours, there was a chaos because first we saw that these people, the residents and the owners, they sat in front of the bulldozer. We saw the Aam Aadmi Party MLA hit the ground, and then, as you were pointing out, about some illegal structure being removed. From what we captured on our cameras and what we spoke with the people, those were iron rods which were really put there for the construction work. The shop owners obviously say that it was for one of the placards that they had to put forward, and it has to be obviously verified because the MCD officials whom we spoke with claims that the structure was there for quite a long time and that was creating an issue. It was illegally encroached upon. They thought that probably there could be further construction activity that could come up at the place, is why they were hell-bent to remove that particular iron rod structure. Now, after deliberation with the shop owner, what was mutually understood was the locals and the boys who were working at that particular shop, they will remove the structure by themselves. We saw those on our cameras, how the people themselves removed the structures, and the moment the structure came down, the MCD bulldozer took a U-turn and left the spot. So, I mean, there was no raising that happened by the bulldozer, but the MCD's intention to remove those iron structures did happen. So that we can say that there was some action. Yes, it wasn't an illegal demolition drive where we saw buildings being raised or portions of buildings being raised, but there was a structure with the MCD considered to be illegal. The shop owners considered it to be there for the renovation work, but that came down with the assistance from the shop owners and the locals over there after a deliberation.
Right, Shreya there tracking those developments right from Shaheen Bagh. In fact, all that commotion and drama that happened right from the start of the day quickly died down after many of those bulldozers that lined up on Shaheen Bagh to take down illegal encroachments finally could not find any substantial encroachments and were forced to pull back. We see visuals coming in right from the start of the day where we saw protesters almost trying to barricade those areas where they did not want bulldozers to encroach. In fact, many of those establishments there, the protesters claimed, were not illegal. Whatever was illegal, the locals who are living there say that they pulled it down themselves. They did not wait for the bulldozers to do that job. They've done it themselves, and now the bulldozers, it seems and it appears, do not have much to do in that area. Many of those bulldozers have returned. In fact, Shreya is joining us right from that area, the very point where the anti-CA clashes and protests broke out. This is a very significant site, which is why the kind of attention and the kind of chaos and commotion that you see almost threatening Delhi's law and order situation at this point. Shreya, we're looking at large crowds who are still present there, even though the bulldozers now, many of them have returned. What really happened? Do you believe that the MCD do not have a plan in place as expected? They wanted to pull down illegal encroachments, but ultimately it seems like very few of them that they managed to identify, which the locals themselves pulled it down. They did not have much work to do. They finally had to return.
Well, absolutely, Nabila. You know, but what's interesting to tell our viewers that 4th of May, some notices were actually sent out to the shop owners who had illegal encroached properties. This included some of the makeshift shops also that was just the opposite of the road, which is the Sarita Vihar road. But even then, why nothing happened? Probably there was no foolproof plan that the MCD had today. And as you were rightly saying, you know, the locals are still here. The locals are still here on the ground. They are, waiting. Probably there is this uneasiness, this scare factor. They feel that what if the bulldozer returns? Sir, आप लोग यहाँ पे residents हो? सर ये सवेरे से
मैं मुझे मालूम नहीं है, मैं अभी आया। नहीं शॉप नहीं है हमारी, रहते इसी इलाके में है जी।
आप लोग सवेरे से थे जब ये बुलडोजर आए?
नहीं मैं उस समय था नहीं।
ये इलीगल प्रॉपर्टीज है
नहीं लोगों की खरीदी हुई प्रॉपर्टी है सब।
अभी आई देखिए 11 बजे के करीब यहाँ पे MCD आई। इस MCD के अधिकारी लोग भी आए हैं, बहुत सारी पुलिस है।
इलीगल है या नहीं?
कैसे इलीगल है? यहाँ इलीगल क्या है? कुछ भी नहीं। अगर होता तो आपको टूटा हुआ दिखाई देता। अभी बुलडोजर यहाँ से होके गई है, हम लोगों ने कोऑपरेट किया है उनको। और जितनी
आप लोग एक जीत के तरफ पे, तो आप लोग ये एक जीत के तरह पे ले रहे हो कि बुलडोजर इसलिए नहीं चलेगी क्योंकि कोई इलीगल प्रॉपर्टी नहीं है।
खुशी की बात है कि हम अपनी जगह पे कायम हैं, जहाँ पे हैं हमारा वो सही है। हम बाहर है ही नहीं। अगर हम पैर आगे को निकाले तब जब तो पैर पीछे।
Okay, over to you, Nabila. That was those residents who, they have to say that nothing happened because this is not an illegal zone.
All right, well, at the end of it, the MCD, of course, has a list of those illegal establishments that have encroached upon the road there across Shaheen Bagh. And it's no secret that Shaheen Bagh does have several illegal settlements. Many of them, the locals themselves claim that they pulled down. The rest of what is remaining is all legal. Prove it to us if it's illegal. That's what the locals say, as we see people still gathered there in anticipation that maybe, just maybe, the bulldozers might return. Shreya joining us there, a team of reporters from India Today right there at the spot. We're going to continue tracking these developments. For now, a short break.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching
Millions of pieces of man-made debris called space junk are currently orbiting the Earth. Now, why is there so much trash in space? This huge cloud of space junk is suspended between 800 and 2000 kilometers above us. Since space exploration began in 1957, fragments from more than 6,000 space launches and 600 orbital explosions have been accumulating. Why is space junk a threat to space exploration? Old rockets, out-of-order satellites, tools lost by astronauts, and even flecks of paint pose a serious threat to future space exploration, particularly manned flights and stations. Sensors carried on space vehicles only tend to detect micro debris, but damage from a collision can be serious due to the very fast orbital speed of this debris, which travels at some 28,000 kilometers an hour. There is also the risk of debris slamming into the hundreds of Earth observation and telecommunication satellites that orbit the Earth. Billions of dollars worth of weather monitoring equipment, global navigation and communication systems are at risk. The big fear is of a collision occurring and triggering a chain reaction, known as the Kessler syndrome. Over 30,000 pieces of debris measuring more than 10 centimeters and sometimes as big as a bus are currently being tracked and followed from the Earth. Space agencies are working on debris recovery systems with nets, harpoons, sails. Everything is envisaged to deal with the risk of collision.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Mukesh Ambani is the owner of the second most expensive home in the world after Buckingham Palace. Here are the inside pictures of Antilia. Antilia is located in one of the most expensive residential areas in the country, Mumbai's Altamont Road. The property rates here are mind-boggling, 80,000 rupees to 85,000 rupees per square foot. A 600-member staff is employed to keep the 27-storied building in order. The building boasts of 3 helipads, Mumbai's skyline and the Arabian Sea. Antilia is built to withstand an earthquake of even 8 on the Richter scale. Mukesh Ambani's love for cars is behind 6 floors of Antilia being devoted to garages. This space houses several luxury cars, including his 5 crore rupees Maybach. The garage can accommodate 168 cars. There's even a service station on the 7th floor. The recreation center spread across 2 floors has a yoga center, dance studio, jacuzzi, a health spa and several swimming pools. Antilia is equipped with its own ice cream parlor, a mega temple, a private theatre that can accommodate 50 people and a salon. The Ambani residence has 9 elevators designed to take the residents to specific floors. All of this makes Antilia worth a whopping $2 billion. In Indian currency, it's about 14,000 crore rupees.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
A very good afternoon. You're watching India Today with me, Nabila Jamal. Our top focus here, bulldozers at Shaheen Bagh in an attempt to pull down illegal encroachments. What's happening there? We're going to take you through those details. First, the headlines. Massive meltdown in Delhi Shaheen Bagh. Protests erupt as dozers reach the 2020 anti-CAA protest site. Locals hit the streets in anger. Demolition drive sparks a political war. Now, after Maharashtra, loudspeaker row hits Karnataka. Loudspeakers blare Chalisa to counter Azan. Shiv Sena activists up the ante, slams Chief Minister Bommai for inaction. Navneet Rana slams Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, says that he should learn governance from Fadnavis. Rana duo to camp in Delhi as Maharashtra government files a plea to cancel their bail. The biggest NIA crackdown on Dawood gang raids at 20 locations in Mumbai. Modus operandi of D Company to create unrest in India exposed. Amid the war with Ukraine, Russia celebrates its Victory Day. Mega military might on display. Putin defends invasion, says it's a timely response to Western policies. All right, here's some big breaking news coming in. Fresh trouble for the Rana couple. Mumbai cops now move court to cancel bail plea of the duo. Remember, we're looking at the Rana couple, the duo who've been in jail for a little while now, and their attempts to seek bail are finally turned fruitful. But now it seems like there's fresh trouble brewing for the Rana couple. Mumbai cops now move court to cancel the bail plea of the duo. In fact, both the Ranas, the husband and wife, elected representatives, one MP and one MLA, both of them have been protesting against Uddhav Thackeray for inaction on, in fact, questioning Uddhav Thackeray on his Hindutva, questioning him if at all he knows what Hanuman Chalisa is, and that if he can chant Hanuman Chalisa, they're going to camp right outside his house. This, of course, debate escalated to a point where the Rana couple were arrested by the Mumbai police, citing law and order situation. And after spending weeks in prison, they finally received bail. And now the Mumbai cops move the court to cancel their bail plea. This is trouble brewing for the Ranas once again. The cops cite breach of bail, while they claim that the Rana couple are attempting to create a law and order situation in the state of Maharashtra, and therefore, in anticipation for chaos that could happen in the days to come, the Mumbai cops now moving court, asking for their bail plea to be cancelled. Now, cops cite breach of bail conditions by the Rana couple. Now, what are those bail conditions that were breached by the husband and wife duo? That needs to be established. But here, we're looking at the Ranas single-handedly facing the Mahagadi government. Uddhav Thackeray, of course, at his behest, the entire state machinery up against the Ranas for creating chaos and questioning Uddhav Thackeray's Hindutva. The Ranas now, who are hoping to breathe a sigh of relief post the bail. Now the Mumbai police haunting and hounding the Rana couple, saying that they are now reaching court. They will be moving court to cancel the bail plea of the Ranas. This, of course, will come as, again, a setback for the Ranas. They've been fighting the Mumbai police as well as the state machinery in Maharashtra after their arrest. And now, since then, it's been a few weeks now, at least 3 weeks, that the Rana couple have been really battling the state machinery as well as the Mumbai police after a massive showdown that took place between the Ranas and the Shiv Sena, where the Ranas almost questioned Uddhav Thackeray's Hindutva, asking him if he could chant the Hanuman Chalisa, and that they would eventually protest in front of Uddhav Thackeray's home, chanting the Hanuman Chalisa, almost questioning his Hindutva. This, of course, was a controversy that brewed in counter to the azan on loudspeakers at mosques, while azan the question was if azan can be allowed on loudspeakers in mosques, and why not Hanuman Chalisa on loudspeakers in temples. This showdown really escalated to a point where the Ranas said that they're going to camp in front of Uddhav Thackeray's residence, questioning his Hindutva, asking him if he knows how to chant the Hanuman Chalisa. Of course, not taking that too well, the Mahavikas Aghadi government arrested the Ranas. They were in prison for a few weeks until they received bail, and now it seems like fresh trouble brewing for the Rana couple as the Mumbai police claim that they're going to be moving court to cancel the bail plea of the Rana couple as they violated some of the conditions in the bail. Some bail conditions have been breached, is what the cops say. Now, what are those conditions? That needs to be established. But remember, we're already looking at the Rana couple deciding to camp in Delhi. If not for Mumbai, because they did not get permission in Mumbai. Even before they could carry out a protest, they were arrested. Now the Ranas claim that they will in fact hold a protest in Delhi. The Mumbai cops now saying that this is possibly a breach of bail conditions. Now, the face-off over Hanuman Chalisa doesn't seem to be ending anytime soon, with Navneet Rana raising the bar, saying that she is going to Delhi to lodge a complaint against the government. Navneet Rana, while leaving for Delhi, mocked the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, saying that he's only risen to power because of his father and that he should learn governance from ex-Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis. Maharashtra government has now moved court seeking bail cancellation order against the Ranas. The lawyer said that Navneet Rana violated bail conditions right after stepping out of the hospital. Navneet Rana, being defiant, has said that she hasn't violated any order, said that she'll continue to fight for justice. The Amaravati MP and her MLA husband, Ravi Rana, were arrested by the Mumbai police on 24th of April following their public declaration of reciting the Hanuman Chalisa right outside Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray's private residence, Matoshri in Bandra.
किसी के नाम पे बैठकर खाना बहुत अच्छा है, पर खुद के हिम्मत पर खुद के पसीना निकाल के काम करने में बहुत अंतर है. उद्धव ठाकरे should take a lesson and take a training from Devendra Sahib how to rule state, because Devendra Sahib has showed in 5 years no against action with anybody opposition. He worked silently and he worked in the favor of Maharashtra people. He's not worked against any opposition. So you should take a class from Devendra Sahib. उद्धव ठाकरे ने जिस तरीके से धोखा देके बीजेपी के पीठ में खंजर खोपा है, उन्होंने हमको सिद्धांतों का ज्ञान नहीं देना चाहिए. सिद्धांतों का ज्ञान हम लेके चलते हैं, तो उन्होंने नहीं सिखाना चाहिए.
All right, let me quickly cut across to Dev Kotak joining us on the phone line for more on that. Dev, here it seems like more trouble brewing for the Rana couple. While they did not get permission to hold a protest in Mumbai, they've now received bail. She wants to come, Navneet Rana wants to come to Delhi now and lodge a complaint and even register a protest in Delhi against Uddhav Thackeray. With the police now saying that they have breached some of the bail conditions, it almost comes as a setback. All right, let me quickly cut across to Ajit Memon, NCP MP, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Memon, here is Navneet Rana, who claims that she has not breached any bail conditions. In fact, the Mumbai police now all set to move court, saying that she and her husband have breached some of the bail conditions. They're now deciding to lodge a protest in Delhi, if not for Mumbai. How would you look at this?
Now, see, Rana couple is trying to politicize this whole matter by blowing things out of proportion. But as far as the legal angle of the case is concerned, I would only confine myself to give my opinion as a lawyer, not as a politician. Now, whenever an accused is released on bail, the courts deem it just to restore liberty to an accused for alleged crime by imposing certain conditions. And those conditions are bound to be honored. And it is always understood by the accused who is taking the benefit of bail should abide by each and every condition. And breach of any condition may entail cancellation of bail, which is precisely what has happened in her case. Now, she was given bail with an understanding that the stress and the manner in which with impunity she has been talking all politics and Aghadi government and BJP leaders and this and that, and she has been talking totally to the contrary to the orders of the court, which has released her bail. This certainly has prompted the police to move the court for cancellation. But let me tell you, as a practicing lawyer, that bail is ordinarily not cancelled easily. The court has to be satisfied that yes, it's a case is made out for cancellation of bail, and therefore now if the police is now making allegations that there is a breach of a particular condition, the police will have to satisfy the court, and the court would give an opportunity to the accused also. The court will give notice to Rana couple. They would also be heard. Their lawyer would be heard, and if the court is satisfied that yes, voluntarily, willingly, and the terms of bail have been breached, then probably the court may even take the hard step of
Mr. Memon, if you can sort of clarify for us what exactly is the breach here? In your view, where has she violated the bail conditions?
No, according to me, as I said, that, well, if the police, because no, in video, both the husband and wife are being seen addressing press, which is prima facie violation of the condition attached to bail, and therefore there will be no difficulty for the prosecutor, for the police counsel to show to the court the videos in which they are just addressing every television channel that we are doing this and injustice is done to us and it's a vindictive and political. All these kinds of things were forbidden to them. They were not